up this first game if possible. And we will see that the Whimsicott on Hirofumi's side is also carrying a focus sash. So while you did get the knockout onto the Zacian, you're also going to be able to see what else Hirofumi may have in the back. And if it ends up being that Calyrex as well, that's a really quick Pokemon that if you have Tailwind too, then you're going to be able to make that happen. But in fact, it's going to be the Incineroar.
The Incineroar, a pretty good selection here. The
It is
Incineroar
quite good.
being able to do massive damage
Oh, it's an
to
air
a Shadow
balloon,
Rider
too.
Calyrex.
Air
Nice little piece of
balloon,
information for
what?
later. Maybe relevant against something like the Gastrodon. Don't think it's so relevant here. But the big thing
Air
here is
balloon
what can stop that
Incineroar.
Calyrex sweeping through
That's
the end of the
crazy.
game. Of course, the Thundurus is very, very low. Even if you brought it in next to the Whimsicott, you may be able to kind of, try and get it faster, but it's still not going to catch up with the Shadow Rider Calyrex, and then you'd just be giving over Grimnay boosts. The big thing about that turn, you only gave over one Grimnay boost, makes it very, very comfortable. No danger of knocking out the Incineroar there. Yes, you do pick up the Whimsicott, but nothing that we saw from Incineroar so far is suggesting to me that it's not going to be able to deal with this, and we know the Shadow Rider Calyrex does not have the options to hold on, as Insurance just tidies up the game.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Astral Barrage, of course, you're not seeing enough of a boost onto the Shadow Rider Calyrex to be able to get the knockout, then yeah, that's a big reveal, though, as well to Oriole, that there is a Dark-type attack on that Incineroar, and so that's some knowledge you're going to need going into the second game.
I'd argue that's something that you probably can guess at this point. There was earlier in the season, I think when we just first started back up with some of the smaller events, people were kind of forgetting about it a little bit, but now every Incineroar has got, you got to think about it in the team builder, and that's just a big reveal that there was a difference, not in the first three, but that final Pokemon being the difference maker, and maybe Hirofumi saying, you know what, I think you're going to bring both your restricted. I don't want to play a complete mirror. I don't want to play this full, double restricted with the Thundurus and the Whimsicott.
Same team,
The Incineroar
bro.
feeling really, really good there too. And you can look at the Gastrodon and say, I don't think the Gastrodon's going to be a factor in this match. So then it's looking a little bit dicier on, do you have easy ways to deal with this? But Assurance being able to come through there and pick up a knockout, all the Incineroar needed to do was take that Astral Barrage, and it does that very, very comfortably, even after a Grimnay boost. So just being able to bring that in and say, you know what, this is my endgame position, you can attack me, and I will get the knockout. Nice and easy, sending us into game number 2.
I do think that the choice of Assurance as the Dark-type attack is interesting because we have seen multiple different iterations of the moveset on Incineroar, and most often I feel like it's been Darkest Lariat. It's not really been kind of, that's not just been, Assurance has not been the popular choice, I guess is what I should say.
I'd argue it's third choice behind Darkest Lariat and Throat Chop. I think those are definitely
Throat
more
Chop.
popular, but it makes a lot of sense. And if you have a team that's kind of going first, I mean, Incineroar is one of the slowest things on the team. Maybe not the Gastrodon, but everything else is definitely moving before it. Maybe something like the Shadow Rider could land an Astral Barrage. You obviously get the double damage from hitting after that. Being able to follow up with a massive Assurance, even a neutral hit, then looks a whole lot scarier. But then the situation we're in now, where you just needed to knock out the Calyrex, you don't even need that extra bit of damage beforehand. So it definitely feels pretty fine to me. I think if you're not so worried about sound-based moves, you can immediately throw out Throat Chop as well. But overall, it really works quite nicely in this matchup.
Oh,
And
this
that is
shirt.
the end game that he needed, and that's the end game that secures game number 1 for Hirofumi.
Hey, he clean
Well,
with that
it was
shirt,
also
bro.
so smart as well, where you saw the Thundurus just switched out. I think one of the things we've seen as just kind of an evolution of the use of Dynamax has been that
He
you
is some-
don't necessarily need all 3 turns. If you feel like you've gotten the value out of the Dynamax that you want, and especially in Hirofumi's case, right? Oriole didn't get a chance to use Dynamax at all. And so after having 2
He didn't
fully
Dynamax at
active
all?
turns of getting some of that damage down
Oh,
and
that's
just making sure that
crazy.
you can match the speed of the Tailwind, yeah, you can take out that Thundurus and not have to use its 3rd turn of Dynamax in favor of making sure that that Whimsicott that you know will survive because of the Focus Sash, get that in there and then get some type of prankster value.
Well, 2 turns of Dynamax is definitely mathematically better than 0 turns of Dynamax. I'm not a full-on maths with the S magician, but I am able to count and understand that one feels a lot better. So that was honestly a big factor. And there was a lot of work to do for Oriole in that game. Losing your Dynamax so early was difficult, certainly hard to fight back from. I think he did it really well to bring himself at least into a position where Grimnay with a boost could have done it, but it was just a little bit short. As soon as you hit Incineroar, you realise actually Hirofumi's done so well to breathing to be able to take that one and say, you know what, you're bringing Shadow whatever this comes down to, I have a winning position there. And even if the game had gone a little bit differently, I think having that Incineroar might have bought a little more wiggle room with the fake out and being able to throw down some of those intimidates. Of course, you have to be careful because you can't give it to the Thunderous, but if you can catch it late game, it can still be very, very important.
Yeah, for sure. And there are definitely other pieces that we didn't get a chance to see in that very first game, right? I think there's still some questions about the Gastrodon. There's definitely not really a place for it, it feels like, on the team right now, and especially knowing that the Incineroar for Hirofumi is actually holding an air balloon. That's kind of cute, right? Like, that's
Why
a really
is
cool
Incineroar
tech
holding
to
an
have to
air
play
balloon?
around, and
That's
see
my
just
question.
how you can mitigate some of that.
Yo, it looked like the
ground type
stadium's
damage
empty.
with the
Where's
Dragon
everyone
Barrier
at?
Charizard. Like, this is not a new strategy, but to see it on the Incineroar specifically, when you know that Max Quake is just a rampant move available in the meta right now, that feels pretty good.
It's definitely a bit different to the Shucker Berry too. A lot of trainers leaning into that Shucker Berry.
So you got the air
my
balloon
Max
for
isn't
the
finest, but
for
I'm
the
gonna
Max
say that
Quakes and the
zero
ground
damage
moves.
is
Okay.
better than some damage.
I guess that
when
makes
you're looking
sense.
at the overall board position. If you don't take any because you can switch it in with the air balloon, great news. You don't have to burn that Shucker Berry and still take
True.
huge amounts from something like a Precipice Blades or a Max Quake or even an Earth
Okay.
Power. So when you're looking at what changes, could
I
something
guess I
Oriole
get that
make,
now.
honestly, I think Gastrodon stays on the bench once again. Then he has to consider, do I bring my own Incineroar? If so, what do you drop for it? Because, you know, the Whimsicott and Thunderous were very, very important. And it is a hard justification to leave behind one of your restricted Pokemon, you know, but the Calyrex was the thing that brought him so close at the end of that game. Leaving that behind would probably feel quite bad. And I can see a potential for maybe a bit of a run back, maybe assume that Hirofumi, you know, reads a little bit too far into your game plan and doesn't make those necessary adjustments. So that's something that is going to be very, very important as we head towards game 2.
Yeah, for sure. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how maybe Oriole makes some adjustments. And honestly, I don't know if he needed to. Like, that critical hit changed so much in that very first turn that maybe we see the same types of leads with the Zacian and
Yo,
the
there's
Thunderous.
nobody there.
It really just depends on how these trainers are feeling, but I do feel like Hirofumi kind of
Why is
in the
no one at
end game, having
Worlds?
that Incineroar available, that was really
What
smart
time
to
is
just
it?
identify,
Is it like
I
nighttime
don't know
there?
if I need both restricteds right now. It's a little bit of
Bro.
risk, but it ended up having a high reward.
It's certainly the safest and strong lead would be the Zacian Thunderous, and I would look at both trainers, and if they
1:10
pivot away
p.m.
from it, they're definitely taking a
Why is it so
gamble.
empty?
Really feel like that's the
Here we
best
go.
lead for this team. As
Zacian
there we go.
and
Hirofumi
Thunderous.
represents, you can already see
And Zacian and Thunderous,
the
okay.
Spectator menu, that is
So,
the same for Oriole
I guess
as
they were
well. So it looks like we
assuming
could
to
be in
get the
for a nice
Intimidate off.
early run back, if you will. But then once again, the Zacian continually going first on Oriole's side. That may be something he needs to capitalize on a little bit more. Of course, the big factor here that could change the game. Let's not be, you know, too polite about it. If he doesn't get critical hit, it's a whole new ball game.
Yeah, absolutely. That's definitely what I'm looking forward to as we see that there is already going to be a Dynamax. It's going to be Hirofumi once again Dynamaxing that Thunderous, but it's a matter of time before we find out if Orioles decided to do the same. It would make a lot of sense, just knowing that most of the time when you bring the Thunderous into a game, that is going to be your Dynamax of choice, just because of how much pressure it can put onto an opponent, and also knowing that you might
So they
get a
both
chance
Dynamax
to
or Thunderous.
get some type of Defiant boost if that is what you have on your Thunderous.
The big thing for Oriole is that Thunderous needs to stick around for more than one turn, and now you've Dynamaxed it. I don't see a world where it gets knocked out again, unless, of course, Hirofumi double targets it and realizes what a big
Did you
impact
watch
he had
Top
being able to take
Hat
that
and
out
the
so early on.
Flintstones?
But there is a world where the Thunderous is still going to be able to cause some problems. We're going
I just want you to know, bro, it's too early for craziness, but I watched the Flintstones growing
As
up.
we've already got a difference. There is the different
Oh
targeting
my
the Zacian into the
God.
Zacian there, bringing it very, very low indeed.
Oh my
Here we go
God,
for
bro.
Hirofumi. Let's see where his targeting goes, and if he's made
We
an
go.
adjustment there as well. He has, as it goes over into the opposing
And it
Zacian.
just
He gets a
knocks him
clean
out.
one-hit knockout.
Oh
being able to
my
show that
God, he
maybe
knocks
he's a
out
little
his
bit
own
slower
the
in
Zacian.
exchange for something else. The Thunderous
That's
are both on the way at
crazy.
full health as well, and Max Airstream comes through from Hirofumi's first.
No, that's
he's been winning that
crazy.
speed tie, while Oriole's been winning the Zacian speed tie. Now it's up to Oriole's Thunderous to show us what it can do. There's the Max Airstream, and looking at the
All right,
targeting
Max
from earlier,
Airstream goes into
it's
their
gonna go with
Zacian,
that
knocks
Zacian.
Zacian
Both
out.
of those are gone from the field, and both
Doubled
Thunderous
into
have set
Zacian.
a Max Airstream. They've got a
Interesting.
speed boost, and of course, no partner taking advantage of that. Does mean that The only difference right now is the damage put down on the Thunderous.
Yeah, and the Thunderous as well, you can see that Orioles is actually going to be the life orb. We've seen that chip damage come through at the end of every move, and we still see Hirofumi's Thunderous at full health. So that does kind of give away that it's not the life orb at least, and so maybe it has traded a bit of that extra damage for something that might be a bit more survivable for this Thunderous, as we now see what is going to replace both of those Zacians on the field.
We're finally getting away from the game number 1 run back really far, with trainers bringing in completely different Pokemon, Oriole showing off that Calyrex Shadow Rider, and then of course the Whimsicott for Hirofumi. So certainly playing out the end game a little bit differently. But the big thing right now is Hirofumi has 2 options that can really control the speed, right? He's going to be able to try and set something up by setting up Tailwind, potentially, and of course landing more max airstreams. The only speed control on Oriole's side is going to be those consistent max airstreams. So,
yo, Ahmad, welcome to the stream.
Definitely going to be going first on the Thunderous.
Max Lightning, that's neutral.
Through onto the opposing Thunderous and does a decent amount, I'd say.
Nice amount of damage.
Yeah, it's still just a nice chunk of damage, though, to really make sure that that Thunderous is going to be within knockout range of potentially what might be in the back. But a Thunderous going for a Max Lightning right on top of that, too.
That's a lot of damage.
Thunderous to half HP.
Astral Barrage.
As well, just
oh my god! It almost got... Oh.
It's not going to be enough to clean up the Thunderous, but it does bring that Whimsicott back down to its Focus Sash.
Bringing that Whimsicott down, not getting a knockout.
Pressure is going crazy right now.
Not getting either knockout there. I think the Focus Sash is...
What does he do? What does Oriole do?
Thing on the field, and is going to be able to...
Do you possibly get a max airstream off? That's the real question.
Whimsicott. The Whimsicott has one more turn, essentially, to try and freely get something done, and what it does is going to be absolutely essential. You've got to make sure that your targeting and move choice is correct, and very, very impactful, because you're giving up a Grim Neigh boost at the end of this turn, so if you're going to give that up, make sure it's worth it. This Thunderous is getting exceptionally low on Hirofumi's side as well, as Oriole...
He switches out the Thunderous?
So another game.
Interesting.
Trainers understand that if Thunderous can't do anything, you've got to get it out, and big thing, can you get
Was he going to get Tailwind?
Whimsicott is very
Max
important.
Lightning?
Yep, so Whimsicott's going to end up taking this Max Lightning instead, so because it's not very effective, you can see that Whimsicott is going to hang on quite easily, as Hirofumi reveals that it has Moonblast. And so going
Moonblast
into the
with a
Calyrex,
crit.
Critical hit, Oriole being on the receiving end of another one in the second game, but on
and
the
gets
comeback,
both knockouts, bro.
The Thunderous and the Whimsicott double knockout. That is a +2 boost here for
an
the
adjustment. Now he has the Whimsicott. He can get the...
And of course, that Grim Neigh means anything.
Wow, he can get the Tailwind off, make his Calyrex fast. Yeah, that's a big adjustment.
So a lot of work to do for the Incineroar.
Oriole going off low key.
Don't know if Incineroar can take this 3v1. Of course, it is going to be looking at something like the Shadow Rider Calyrex. Does land an Intimidate, which is completely useless on either of these Pokemon. It is in the air, which isn't going to be completely relevant here either. So I think Hirofumi maybe going a bit slow and getting a little bit punished by that Whimsicott switch in. So trying to tidy up the Thunderous felt very, very aggressive there. Even with the Tailwind, set up earlier, Hirofumi's Incineroar is going to be going much, much slower. As double Grim Neigh boost, Calyrex throws down
double Grim Neigh boost, and that's it. That's all she wrote. It's 1-1. Wow. Wow.
Unfortunately, it pops that party just a little bit,
hey,
but that does mean
I thought Oriole was
going to
get blown back.
In this series, Oriole Plaza now at 1 game win, and Hirofumi as well at 1 win. And you know what's really
restream without permission? Oh my god, everyone's doing it.
How they're piloting these Zacian and Shadow Rider Calyrex teams is that this is a new archetype.
Everyone's doing it.
I mean, we did end up
seeing a
little bit of at least the Zacian and the Shadow Rider Calyrex from Oriole before at EUIC. We did see that, but just a little bit of a difference in having the Rillaboom instead of the Whimsicott. But you also take a look at how, of course, with the Japan Nationals, it's just a different circuit, so you're going to see some wildly different things.
I do think actually Oriole played something really nice in this game, which I'd like to.
I think that Oriole really, he made a big adjustment though. Being able to preserve his Thunderous, but it didn't matter. I mean, he got the double Astral Barrage, double Grim Neigh. I don't know why Hirofumi didn't bring out his Shadow Rider Calyrex, though. I don't understand that. I mean, does Hirofumi really feel that confident where he can just win without his Shadow Rider Calyrex like that? Because he brought in Thundurus, Zacian, Whimsicott, and Incineroar. What's the good, Wolfie? Welcome to the stream. Gastrodon is really just useless on this team. I think people bring Gastrodon just for Kyogre at this point. This is crazy. I didn't think this would be a game 3. I really didn't think this would be a game 3. Hirofumi just came off ripping, just went strong. If you guys are just now tuning in, this is Pokemon Worlds in London, and wanted to restream. They're killing Dislight, so my account is up for sale for 8,000. What the heck? Why are you saying they're killing Dislight? Literally the other week he was like, Dislight doing this. Okay, here we go.
Of course, Hirofumi was able to do it a little bit.
So he swapped it up, Whimsicott, Zacian, and he's sticking with Zacian Thundurus.
Hirofumi decides it's not
all right.
for game 3.
No, the change here is the Whimsicott now taking that Thundurus.
Whimsicott's going to definitely get Tailwind off.
We're just gonna
now,
see some of the
his Hirofumi's Zacian
abilities go
basically
off,
knocked out
and then
Oriole's
see kind of where we go from
Zacian
there.
early
The
game.
fact that we see the Tailwind and the Moonblast from Whimsicott,
This could be
you have nice
crazy.
options available to you, but
But
really
Zacian can
support
pressure that
Whimsicott's going to
Whimsicott.
provide.
That
Instant.
Whimsicott can do so much to help out depending on its moveset as well. But the Zacian being able to potentially move first, there's no easy way, or no immediate way rather, compared to Prankster to set up a speed boost. So you have to go through the motions of setting up your Max Airstream to keep your Zacian going faster as well. Hirofumi could easily deal with
Gonna be
that.
a speed.
Zacian, as we saw in the last game,
It's gonna be a
didn't
speed
require a
fest.
critical hit. Obviously, it's
Whoever
gonna
can
slow
get
up. That
moves
trade
off
is gonna go
first.
somewhere.
Oriole
You
is
imagine it's going more
Dynamaxing.
there, being able to knock this
Got
out.
Thundurus.
Most trainers respecting that,
Getting that
don't
Max
bring
Airstream
this
off.
early doors, you don't want to hand over a Defiant boost. So being able to capitalize on that
Because it's Drayden Theory, but they're
Intrepid
moving too
Sword for once,
fast.
which is pretty rare in the modern format. Being able to keep that around. And
How is
keep
this line
working
moving too
is
fast?
Absolutely huge. But again, Hirofumi cannot ignore this Thundurus for too long, or it will continue to cause problems. The Zacian goes.
Ooh, cheeky protect.
Really, really big. Hirofumi's targeting
It's gonna pay
could
off.
be big.
Charm!
Yeah, that's going to be a big reveal there for the Whimsicott.
Crazy.
Protect, of course, going to keep that Zacian safe, but we will end up seeing Hirofumi's Zacian now get a chance to attack into Oriole's Thundurus, and that will
So he
be
didn't even
at
get to
least a
use
survival this time
Tailwind
around. No
with his.
critical hit, but
Okay,
that does mean that
this is
Thundurus
gonna be
can fire back
crazy.
with the Max Airstream, and there's a really
That
important
Zacian
note
is gonna
here,
be
too,
fast.
is because we didn't see the Tailwind either, that does give
Hirofumi might have threw.
maybe advantage.
Think
going
about it.
over
If
to
they started
Oreo, because
Unite,
now
how
you
it
have that
started,
Max Airstream boost,
and then the next update edit
that
everything
Zacian
to its
can
current point in one
take
update.
any damage, and it's still going to be able to really
What?
quickly get that boost through the protect.
Well, the Max Airstream boost as well forces Hirofumi's hand. a
Oh,
little
they
bit. Like,
added
he wants to keep up with
emblems,
speed and what's been so
new
good in
mons
past games.
within one
You've got a
update
Tailwind,
of the
but that
game
means you're
coming
not having
out.
the charm and the Zacian, so
Oh
it
my
really like
god,
protect
that'd
from
be
there.
so
Gotta
much.
say,
It'd be
you know
so
what?
much to
I
adapt
think
to.
you may be trying to catch my Zacian out here. I mean, it got hit last game, so it makes
There's
sense
a
to protect
Tailwind.
it there. And then Hirofumi going into it had no real other options though, apart from that Tailwind, which we
But the
finally see,
Zacian,
because the
oh
Zacian
no.
now landing at the Behemoth
Hirofumi's
Blade
Zacian is
very
faster.
nicely, being able to knock out one of
And
these
this
Pokemon,
did
go
damage
back
last
into
time,
Zacian,
and it
then
takes
it's
out
the
his
Pokemon, it's an
Zacian.
easy knockout and a difference in training that is so important. But the Thundurus is gonna be able to set
Hirofumi
up
was
another
not
Max Airstream.
worried.
Now it's going to be keeping up essentially with that Tailwind, and these Tailwind turns.
Hirofumi was not
Hirofumi is
worried
gonna have to probably bring
about
something
not
to
getting that
maybe try
Tailwind
and
off
keep the
first.
speed advantage. His own Thundurus would
That's
feel
crazy.
really good here, especially because another Max Airstream.
So
while
are you just
Tailwind
not
is
gonna play the
certainly gonna be able
game?
to pick up this Thundurus, which an easy Behemoth Blade here deals with that, and then his own Thundurus could kind of run through the rest of the game.
Yeah, that plus
Wish
the Max
Grancer?
Airstream boost isn't going to quite
Aw,
be
snap.
enough, at least for Oriole to keep up. But when you've got Whimsicott in the back,
Yep.
then you can set a Tailwind of your own, and that does mean that the Thundurus can get off one final turn of Dynamax, if that is what Oriole
So it's
has
pay to
do.
win
Well,
now.
Oriole's in a great position here because he can immediately match the Tailwind. Then his Thundurus is guaranteed going first because
So
of
went
the
from
Max
free to
Airstream,
play to
which
pay to
is
win.
Able to put down a good chunk of damage. I don't know where you put put it here? That's the big question. Is, you know, you're not really hitting anything for super effective damage, but whatever you're worried about in the later game is going to be the Pokemon you want to chunk. And I would imagine something like that Thundurus on Hirofumi's side has got to be something you consider, because then you could start to pick it up a little bit easier with something like the Shadow Rider Calyrex that he's been bringing in the back so consistently. Of course, the Zacian struggles a little bit, you know, in some of these situations, but, you know, what are you going to do? Are you just going to throw max airstreams out from Hirofumi's side and try and match
Here's
up
the
that speed?
Dynamax.
Because when the Thundurus goes down,
Thundurus
you've got your
Dynamax.
max airstream booster there, you've got a little bit more of tailwind. You could capitalize in
Nope,
that
I'm
turn.
selling my
Very
B16
small
Dungeon
and
Speed
narrow
clears.
windows
They selling
where
my
you're gonna be the
account.
fastest Pokemon on the
Oh my
field.
gosh.
Unsurprisingly, there's the Dynamax though.
Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of what you have to do here, but it really depends on what Hirofumi thinks is in the back for Oriole. Like, if it ends up being that Shadow Rider Calyrex, as we've seen in our previous games, then you definitely need to worry a bit more about how these speeds are
then
going to
selling
interact,
my
because
account.
Oriole ended up getting that later tailwind, then you are going to have that stick around for just a bit longer. The Max Lightning as well.
still
is
Life
going
Orb,
into Hirofumi's
so
Thundurus
this should
to
take
get
out
bit
a little
more
bit damage on his
At least you're seeing those
Thundurus.
3 turns of Dynamax here from Oriole Thundurus pay off as the Behemoth
And
Blade
this should knock out the Thundurus right
Zacian.
here.
That should be enough to get a big knockout onto the Thundurus. And
For sure.
but I feel like you did what you wanted
If I get
to
the
do
Apex
with the Thundurus here.
Lee Lang
Absolutely okay with
skin,
that.
I'm selling it
You
for
managed to get
12K.
some good damage down onto the
Jesus
opposing side of the
Christ.
field with it, including some knockouts as well. But then you're feeling really, really good. And you've got it
Max
set up. Of course,
Airstream?
now in that
Oh
position to start
my
setting up
gosh.
airstreams. Whimsicott down to the focus sash once again. We know quite a bit about these sixes from both of these trainers, and it's really going to come down to, once again, what is the last Pokemon in the back for each of these trainers? If it's that Shadow Rider Calyrex into the Incineroar matchup, that could be why Hirofumi targeted down that opposing Thundurus last turn, just to make sure Oriole reveals the
Alright,
Shadow Rider
Calyrex.
and we're gonna wait for it from Hirofumi.
So crazy thing is, like, me personally, I be using Zacian
I
like
mean,
as
you're
like,
really hoping, I think, if you're
well, no, I
Oriole, that
don't.
you're going
It's
to
Kyogre comes in.
make a
But
knockout, get one of the boosts, and just
It's
kind
real
of keep going
common
from
for
there.
their Zacians to be like
Whimsicott still
gone.
hasn't a turn here, but we did see a quick attack from field from Hirofumi. And so the way that plays out is really interesting as well in terms of the priority
Just
and speed. So
being able to deal with the Whimsicott feels really good here, and there it is, taking that massive 1 health away from the Whimsicott, being able to eliminate it and put Hirofumi in what is now a 3v1 Pokemon advantage. Another max airstream comes through.
Ooh,
Calyrex
that's
gets
tough.
that opportunity to move.
That's
and
tough.
I just don't know
Hirofumi
how
getting
Calyrex
that
can do this
speed.
without maybe
Getting that speed
some
was
critical
real
hits.
pivotal, bro.
It's going to be a whole ask here.
It's gonna be
Astro Barrage
too
lands no
tough.
knockouts,
He
and this
needed
one is
2
wrapped
crits
up
just to get both of them
for
down.
Kimura.
That's a
looks
GG's.
like it. Yeah,
That's
I
a
mean, the fact that,
GG's.
of course, that Thundurus got another max airstream boost, you already saw that both these Pokemon are quite fast. It probably means that we've got a big wrap-up of this match, and here's the Behemoth Blade. This should be the final bit of damage for Hirofumi Kimura to move on and just keep that perfect record so far for these first 3 rounds of Swiss. The critical hit on top of it too, just as that cherry, and that will be Hirofumi taking the match.
That's set for the Zacian.
Lesman.
Started and ended with a critical hit.
Ooh.
One granted and one definitely
Big
given.
GGs,
But
big
2019
GGs.
Worlds runner-up, showing why he is one of the top players here at this tournament, and somebody to definitely watch out for.
What am I allergic
I
to?
love that they played a mirror that was
It's messing
very
with my
different in all
sinuses.
3 games. Of course, game 1 kind of decided by that critical hit early, but we managed to see the comeback and the game plan from Oriole, which in game 2 became a lot more prevalent, became a lot more important, and he was really able to push on with it and say, you know what, this is what happens. You let the Shadow Rider Calyrex get in that end game position, it gets its grenade boost, and it takes knockouts. In game 3, probably the most honest game of the set. Both trainers executed their strategy with nothing else going on, and you just saw that difference. You know, you bring the Incineroar, you make sure the Thundurus is taken out early, and then you tidy up with it if you need to. You didn't even need to get there, but it felt like there was so much learned in games 1 and 2 that it just gave us that great.
That's a lot.
Yeah, and then on top of that as well, like Hirofumi was able to preserve the Dynamax until later on. I think that was a really big thing as well, and I misspoke earlier. Royal Plaza actually has quite a bit of experience running a Zacian alongside some type of special attacker, and so we have seen the same 6, sort of, except for the Rillaboom in place of the Whimsicott at some of the other events that Oriole has played in to be able to qualify for this World Championships. And so I think that also just speaks volumes to how Hirofumi's World Championship experience has really kind of helped to navigate this matchup.
It's definitely a complete change, though. You know,
There's
it's not the
nobody at
Resident
Worlds,
Evil's
bro.
priority, but they use it
Jesus
for different
Christ.
ways.
Right.
And that may be kind of a read that
I'm
you
so
want to make
surprised. I
into
mean, maybe
a
World
I'd rather have
tickets
priority support.
expensive.
Look at, let's say North America. Grimstyle is everywhere, right? Grimstyle causes so many problems just by using Prankster and priority support. So
I mean, plus
leaning
it's a
into that, playing it a
pandemic,
little
you
bit
know.
differently feels good. I do think, you know, the
Like, I was looking up
attack
tickets
options
last
are
night to
slightly
London.
better. It's rare
Tickets to
that
London are
it's
like
right.
$900, bro.
I like Spirit Break a lot.
Which, I mean,
because
it's not
also just, like, move
surprising.
for more damage.
Right.
You know,
being able to
anywhere
capitalize
across
on
the
that
seas is gonna be.
feels pretty good in those games. You're able
Jesus
to do it.
Christ,
Changing
bro.
it up.
Jesus
it's one of those things,
Christ.
do you stick with the same six you've been successful with in your region? Do you look to other regions and see what they're doing? I mean, obviously both these trainers, two very different regions, bring the same six,
Yeah.
and this is something that we are going to have to watch out for throughout this tournament. If you're already seeing it at these top tables, there's a reason it's there.
For sure, and I think that a lot of trainers have been experimenting a bit with the Zacian and the Shadow Rider Calyrex of like, okay, what 6 Pokemon are going to really work here? And it's kind of similar to what we've seen for how Kyogre and Zacian teams have evolved over the course of the meta for Series 12, where it used to be kind of, you know, pretty simple. You're going to get the Kyogre going with some type of speed control, whether it's a Tailwind or maybe it's some type of max Airstream, and then you end up kind of changing up the item a little bit. And so we're definitely seeing that here as well, where you do have to make those minuscule changes in order to get the win.
Well, this also feels like a kind of regression for Thunderous a little bit as well, because as we got towards the end of the regular season before we approached Worlds, the Thunderous was looking a little bit different on everyone's team. Some people running it with the Prankster as well, capitalizing on something like the Eerie Impulse and the Thunder Waves, and people kind of baited the Defiant a little bit and said,
Yeah.
don't bring your Incineroar, I will get a Defiant boost. Then you see it and it immediately Eerie Impulses you, and you realize that game is gone. You have made a mistake, you've made an error, and you've just got to take that one as well. So being able to see these Thunderous go back to the traditional 2022 Thunderous, which is, you know, you're going to take the Defiant, you're going to try and get those boosts, but most importantly, you're going to Dynamax it, and you're going to use Max Airstream, Max Lightning, Max Knuckle, and cause as many problems as you can that way. Of course, there was a slight discrepancy in the item choice. I think the Life Orb is the original OG choice on it, because its whole goal was to deal as much damage as quickly as possible.
Right.
That feels like a very safe choice, but of course there are adaptations needed to keep these teams successful.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've even seen that as well with just kind of the core of this Sun team that has been so prominent in Series 12. Come on now. Y'all knew we were going to talk about this at least once on the broadcast, probably even a few times. But we haven't seen it yet, and we've actually seen a bit of a drop-off when it's come to what we colloquially will call
Okay, so they got
Linear
people at
Sun,
the
which
bottom,
refers to the 6 Pokemon that have really kind of come to the
see.
forefront of the meta so
I go
quickly in Series
to
12.
Victory
so
Road
I
to see
think that's
Fang.
really great to kind of look at how that has evolved, move sets, the way that Pokemon are trained, even the item choices we've seen just be so impactful for most of these tournaments. And I'm totally expecting we're going to see more of these interesting kind of tricks and changes as we head into future games.
There's going to be some fun stuff, and today is
Yeah.
probably the day to see it, right? Like, day one is for a lot of players, you know, you want to go to day two. Day two is obviously where we bring in a bunch of the invited players, but for some players, it kind of feels like you want to go all in, and I know speaking to some of them, they think, well, why would I take a conservative choice when I do have the option to bring something that I'm comfortable with, you know, and I've made these crazy adaptations to that I just feel really, really good about, that I know I can capitalize on. So there's a lot to think about when you're a day one player, compared to maybe some of those day two players who know a little bit more about the field, can maybe make a more informed read. Of course, there is that option, and I don't know how many people do it. I personally think it's a bit of a wild one, where you can change your team between day one and two, so you can kind of treat them as two different tournaments. We obviously bring in a bunch of new players. So today, you know, let's say you have something super safe, and you think, I need something a little bit more exciting, a little bit juicier to play day one. You could take that strategy, qualify through day one, and then of course go back to the safe option for day two. There's so much to think about as the players here. You know, being able to make that pivot. I will argue that day one and day two are very, very different tournaments too.
They are. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that, like, especially in day number one, you have so many more competitors that are here, and to be able to even make it to day number two, it's all about consistency. So I think that's another thing to look at when you think about, okay, well, do I really want to change my team? What are you comfortable with? That's definitely a question you have to ask yourself. And also, what is going to be the most consistent? Because sometimes those interesting picks they're not always consistent when it comes down to things. But we will have to find out more as we head over to the stage for an interview with our winner of this round number 3
Here we go.
match, Hirofumi.
Thanks, Rosemary. I am here with Hirofumi. Congratulations again. Now let's talk about that match. It was a mirror match. What can you tell people about how to take on a mirror match?
まずおめでとうございます。で、今回のバトルは鏡ミラーマッチだったと思いますが、
Yo, his shirt's
ど
fire.
んな感想がございますか？
そうですね、ミラーマッチでは、バドレックスというポケモンが同速勝負発生しやすいんですけど、そこをうまく回避して今回は戦った形になります。
So during this match, I used Calyrex to avoid some of the attacks, and I was able to bring myself to win the match.
Also, we noticed you had quick attack on Zacian. Can you talk to us about your Zacian and how you used it?
ザシアンの使い方について何かファンへコメントございますか？
ザシアの使い方はとりあえず相手のダイマックスポケモンに居住弾を当てること、これが一番大事ですね。
The most important thing was to attack the Thunderous, that Dynamax, and that was the key point for my game.
You've had success before at Worlds. Do you feel confident that you'll be able to get to the finals here?
前回の世界大会でも活躍されていましたが、今回の世界大会についてはいかがでしょうか？
そうですね、今回もかなり自信があるので決勝まで進めたらと思います。
I'm very confident this year as well, so I'd like to move forward.
Are there any players that you're very excited to play against or that you think will be a challenge?
今回の世界大会
Don't
で
ask this question.
勝負したいと思っている選手やその他一緒に対戦したい選手はいらっしゃいますか？
そうですね、日本のビエラ選小波翔馬選手、とちょっと戦ってみたいということが、ありまして、過去の大会でも戦ったことがなくて、実力がどれほどのものかちょっと確かめたいというところがあります。
There is a Japanese VG player, Mr. Konami, and I am very looking forward to play with him. I don't know what his strategies are, but I wish that there was an opportunity to play with him during this World.
Well, we'll look forward to that as well. Thank you so much. Congratulations again.
楽しみにしています。頑張ってください。
Thank you.
And thank you for tuning in. Don't go anywhere because we have lots more for you coming right up after this.
Big moves first round. Maybe I could like cook breakfast. Maybe I should cook breakfast. For 4 minutes. Wait, we'll be back in 20 seconds? Oh, they said 4 minutes. They coming back quick. Jesus Christ. Welcome on in if you guys are new. Hey, they're back. They are back.
Swiss round number 3 match here, ready for you for the World Championships, day number 1. We already had an incredible match for our first round 3. We're just trying to fill up the lunch break for you with some content
this is
before we
round
end up going
3?
through the rest of the day.
What better content is there than more matches?
I
mean,
know.
Arguably at lunch, a good hearty meal, and I do recommend everyone at home, make sure you take on some fuel now, because we've got a lot of rounds left to go today after this. We go 3, then we just keep on going. Yes, we double up on round 3, but before you know it, we'll be at the end of the day. So a hearty lunch, highly recommended. But if you've already eaten, maybe you're in a different time zone, more matches coming up right here, and that's going to be probably the most delicious treat for everyone at home.
Yeah, I think so, especially when we look at our next matchup. We'll intro that in just a little bit, but it's definitely going to be a great one. We are going to end up going to another, international matchup, and so that's definitely going to be such a cool one to look at. But, I think that when we take a look at how these matches have progressed throughout the day so far, I just can't wait to see kind of like what has been the most popular. I mean, we only get a chance to see a snapshot of it on the stream, but we have a ton of players here.
We have a lot of players here in day 1, and there's a lot of rounds to go. But of course, that gives those day 2 players a little bit of information to try and play around with, right? And to go back to the point we were making just before we took the break, do you mix up your team? Like, if you've bought a team that you think dealt with a certain metagame, right? Like, maybe you prepped for, just an example, Palkia Ice Rider. You thought, all right, the field's going to be littered with Palkia Ice Rider. If you bought a hard counter to that, and you see none of it, would you make the panic change and go, ooh, it's time for team number 2, and hopefully you've got it with you and you've prepped it and it's ready to go. But a lot to think about as we do get to take a look at the metagame a little bit in 2 different lights, and I think that's really, really cool.
And that's something we were talking about before going into the break, right? Is it smart to look at the metagame for day number 1 and use that to inform your decision for day number 2? You can do that if you are a day 2 player, but is it worth it? I mean, especially when you can also change your team from day 1 to day 2.
And if you're
Begs the question.
If you're a day 2 player, do you turn up with, let's say, 3 teams, and then you go, okay, I'm going to play this, you take a look at the day 1 metagame, you talk to people out on the field and say, you know what, let's see what happens when it comes to how these players are going to be selecting Pokemon, what's winning, what's making it into day 2 as well. Not only what is present, but what's winning is very, very important. And then maybe you pick one of those 3 teams based on that information that you've got at home, and that's really, really easy to do. The downside of that, though, something you touched on a little bit earlier, is, well, if you're bringing and prepping 3 teams, well, will you have the same number of games in there? Some of these trainers that are in day 2 have been playing teams at North American Internationals, European Internationals, that they're pushing 500, 600, even 1,000 games on in some cases. And that muscle memory, that practice, that understanding of every matchup is so important. So would you give that up for the chance for meta read? It's such a tough decision to make. It truly is.
Yeah, and especially because, sometimes that things just don't go in your favor. You could get a critical hit that does not go your way, or you could miss a move. I mean, some of the most powerful moves right now in Series 12 are not 100% accurate. We look at Groudon, we look at Kyogre, and what their signature moves
I'm looking
are
at
in
the
terms of
day
that
1
accuracy. We've definitely
competitors.
seen some misses.
This is a lot.
Zacian and player
Day 1 got a lot going on
the stream. And so you kind of have to mitigate that as well, and just the random variance that can happen in a game.
There's definitely tough decisions to be made when it comes to what do you select as your full move pool. Even on some of these Pokemon that are, as some would say, solved and understood, is there room for something a little bit exciting? Let's take Groudon, for example. Yes, Precipice Blades is a fantastic move. It does a huge amount of damage, but there is the liability to miss, and you could argue maybe you have to start looking at the Earthquake. Maybe that's the difference maker when you just need a guaranteed hit on both Pokemon on the opposing side. Maybe something like the Earthquake is there as a choice. I mean, I know people have tried it a little bit with Kyogre in the past as well, giving it different options depending on how they feel it needs to target the opposing side of the field. It's certainly not an easy decision to be making, though, and that's something that the top trainers will have put 100, 200, 300 games on coming into this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, we're definitely going
Day
to
one
just kind of talk
Worlds.
about that a little bit more as we
So these
get
are the
later
players that
on
we're
in the
seeing
tournament
play
today.
right now.
But we are ready for another matchup here for round number 3. So let's go ahead and kick it over to the stage so we can introduce to you your next players for the second Swiss round number 3 match. I'm pretty excited about this one because, you know, I think we are getting a nice look at some of the best players in the World Championships and just seeing another international matchup. This is why I love the internationals and Worlds.
It's really nice being able to cross the regions. Of course, we do cross region a little bit.
No
when
one
we
is
are
at Worlds,
the
bro.
international
Maybe they're all in the
championships,
back.
But Worlds comes with this extra caveat, right, where we throw in players from literally all around the world. North America and European internationals, predominantly loaded with North American, European, and then a little bit of maybe something like the Latin America player base who sometimes pop up a little bit. And then, of course, you know, you mix in some of those Oceania players as well, which usually have quite a long way to go to really cover it. But we can start taking a look at our players on stream there. You may recognize some of them. They are, of course, going to be from North America and Europe as well, as we do have Dylan Salvanera versus Matty Morgan. So NA versus EU, really big rivalry in some senses. But I think at the end of the day here, most players just playing for themselves, just playing to get into day number 2. And that's the goal here. You are at 2-0 if you're being featured in this round. That's a very, very good start. But there's definitely a lot more tournament to go. And with that in mind, you are going to have to
487
push on. If you take a
CP.
loss here, oh boy, do you have a distance to go. And you've got a long afternoon ahead of you.
Yeah, and so we want to talk a little bit more about some of these players' accomplishments and their journeys throughout VGC in the past few years. Because
What's
you know,
his
when
name?
you're
I didn't
looking
catch his
at players like Maddie, we're looking at kind of players that have more recently aged up into the Masters division. You know, we got top 4 at NAIC as a senior, and he also got top 4 at the Malmo Regionals in 2020. And so, you know, you're kind of looking at him making a bit of a comeback now, having a bit more of a gap between one of these top performances and kind of looking forward to this World Championships. But on the other side of things as well, when you look at Dylan Salvanera, you know, it's also kind of like in that same region of years where he's had consistent results. He was the champion for the Virginia Regionals, top 16 at the Dallas Regionals in 2017,
Maddie Morgan.
and Collinsville top 4 in 2018. So I'm really excited about what they decide to bring to this matchup, and we can go ahead and
Kyogre.
see it on the screen. I'm so glad we talked about Rinya Sun a little bit earlier today.
Maddie Morgan.
It's one of those teams that you knew we were going to see. I wasn't quite expecting it this early, but you know what? You can have your moment and we'll get on with this one. But it's going up in a very different matchup. Both trainers leaning on the Zacian, but a monster difference when it comes to the other restricted. One Kyogre, one Groudon. We get to start the discussion and start settling which of those is the best to go with it. They're both carrying the Incineroar, but from there it goes completely differently.
Maddie has
Whimsicott and Amoonguss for Dylan Salvanera.
Grimmsnarl
and then
too.
you have the Charizard, Grimmsnarl,
And he
Gastrodon
has
for Matty.
the Gastrodon probably for Kyogre
Give it
too.
away and lost a little bit of faith,
It's gonna be
honestly,
crazy.
in the traditional Sun core. It was a team that did so well at the European International Championships by taking the win there, but a big factor in how well you do with that Sun team is really up to the pilot, I think, and being able to understand the matchup, maybe put in those
This is
games
gonna be
absolutely
interesting.
huge. And if Maddie's put in the time,
Do we
even
see the
an unfavorable
Gastrodon
looking matchup
mount
like the
first?
Kyogre and the Thundurus can be navigated.
Yeah, and that's something I wanted to bring up here about Dylan Salvanera, is that he did actually get a top 16 at the Milwaukee Regional Championships this year.
What if he
and
pulls
that's
out
kind
like
of
a
one of the more
random solar
recent
beam
regionals
on the
in North
Groudon?
America, and in most
Like,
of
I know
the
it's
top
not
performances he's had
not gonna
this
happen,
season,
but like, yo,
it has been with that
imagine
Zacian
how
and
crazy that would
Kyogre, so
be.
you know there is a
No one's
ton
expecting
of
Solar Beam.
familiarity there. You've just
No one's
kind of
expecting-
changed up
especially
a
with
little bit
Whimsicott
of the supporting Pokemon
and
that make
Amoonguss.
that restricted duo shine.
I run Solar
So
Blade on
it
my
is gonna
Zacian,
be
so
the classic battle of weather, the Groudon, the Kyogre. It's going to be intense as we get into game number 1 here between these two players.
I definitely think that the Zacian and the
Here we go.
Kyogre team had a really
Grimmsnarl
good
and Charizard off
end to
rip.
the
Here we
season,
go.
Right? When people started to pivot away from the Sun,
Incineroar,
people feel
Thundurus.
confident in it. Felt really good, honestly, being able to see that come to the fore and provide something a little bit different. It did go through iterations, as we were talking about. What item do you have on the Kyogre? what item is going to be the most
All right.
impactful for the way your game is being played. But the leads are on the field. It's going to be Incineroar and Thunderous for Dylan, and then of course the Charizard.
So, do you Dynamax Thunderous? Do you Dynamax Charizard? Charizard doesn't have.
That's probably something that's.
I mean, Charizard could Dynamax, maybe get Max Airstream off.
But Matty being very smart and avoiding
If you're
that.
Grimmsnarl, you get your strains off for sure, for sure.
Into something like
Unless you have Fake Out.
Charizard and being able to capture
And
the
by all
ball
means,
without
Fake Out,
Max
right?
Lightning could be very, very important if Dylan can stop something like the light screen going up, which there is a very reasonable option in that. In the Incineroar, that Max Lightning is going to cause a whole lot of problems.
Yeah, it's definitely tough. I mean, you have the Grimmsnarl on the other side, and Grimmsnarls in a lot of the more recent meta have actually had
Okay,
a
here we
bunch of
go.
options to be able to
The
slow down
Gigantamax
opposing
for
Thundurus.
Charizard.
It's almost a requirement at this point that Grimmsnarl runs something like a trick or an Iron Ball or a lagging tail, just to be able to have that ability to control the speed just a touch more, and that may give Charizard a chance if that is something that Matty has. But Incineroar
There's the
is just
Fake
gonna
Out
stop
into the
that. He's gonna fake
Grimmsnarl.
out right into the Grimmsnarl, so we're not going to see what that Grimmsnarl has decided to do. But on the other side of things, Dylan will go
And
for
almost took out the Grimmsnarl.
into
Almost took out the Grimmsnarl. Almost.
the knockout, but that speed, very important.
Just the speed early, but will we see a Max Airstream from the Charizard as well? A Max Wildfire. Okay, so he's getting that chip damage from them not being fire types. Well, the Incineroar is a fire type, so the Incineroar will be perfectly fine.
Is Dynamax, and of course Incineroar not getting affected by it, but something like that Whimsicott, like that Zacian is
But yo, everyone else on his team is gonna be like really, really affected by that. But at least for the next 4 turns.
You know
So
what, this Charizard's gonna be so scared of my Max Lightning. I know what I'll do. I'll throw a Max Airstream down into that Grimmsnarl and
So,
see if I can get
the
it off.
Thunder is
And of course the speed
ensured speed control off rip.
Charizard playing very
So
confidently.
all Dylan has to do is just
So
get
dependent on the pilot
a
making
Max Lightning out.
every single turn.
Unless Charizard
Being able to land
Max
it
protects
is so helpful as Thunderous looks
Max Guard actually.
knock out now. As Thunderous forced into space.
Thunder's with the Max Guard of his own.
Max guard here. But
Interesting.
The Grimmsnarl go for a reflect, and so looking, of course, at the physical attack damage that Dylan is pressuring on the opposite side, you definitely
Flare
want to try to mitigate
Blitz.
as much of that as possible. Flare Blitz, though, that will be Grimmsnarl's last move, as it does get knocked out.
Only thing we saw the Grimmsnarl do was reflect.
Rockfall, but the Max
Mm.
guard there, of course,
Not bad.
blocking that damage.
Yep, and then
Being
the
able to
Thunderous
protect.
damage, the Thunderous is still able to
So
hold
Thunderous
on,
can
you know,
still get
to get caught by another attack there and
a
now the
Max
Charizard
Lightning out.
has to wonder, when is this Max Lightning coming? We haven't seen it yet from the Thunderous, and if you ignore it, that's going to be a problem. That earlier Max Airstream boost could be absolutely essential here, and I like that heads-up play to think about the rest of the game from Dylan. Now that Thunderous, if that Thunderous didn't have the Max Airstream boost, you know what? That was just going to get completely tidied up by this Zacian here, and at least it's got a fighting chance now of being able to do that.
You gotta at least take the Charizard out.
So you are going to have to switch it out
At
so
least,
if you
Dylan.
wanna get
You
the
gotta
Charizard
at least take the Charizard out.
to make sure you land a parting shot. That would be very, very helpful as well. But that's still a bit of a slower turn.
There it is. Max Lightning into Charizard.
Lands the Max Lightning into Charizard. You know what?
Ooh, it ate that.
Out that easily.
Yeah, that is going to be a ton of super effective damage. Not enough to get the knockout.
Now with the Lightning being on the field, because Amogus has Spore, he can't put no one to sleep.
Charizard has a weakness
Weakness policy Charizard. Oh.
And now that
This could be
Charizard is
crazy.
going to be super
Sacred Sword
difficult
takes
to
out
deal
Incineroar.
with. Also gonna
Yo.
knock out the Sacred Sword.
Maddie is turning this game around. Hold on. Max Airstream of its own. Does this KO Thunderous? And it does. Wow.
That is absolutely huge and a very early reveal.
Maddie turned this game around. Maddie just turned this game around. Being able to bulk out a Max Lightning, having weakness policy, getting that special attack boost. This is crazy. This is getting scary. If I'm Maddie, I'm in a real comfortable position. You lost your Grimmsnarl real early, but you got composure back. You took out the Incineroar, which is really, really good. And here we go. Here we go. Now, did he bring his Gastrodon is the real question. I don't think so. You have Kyogre, Groudon in the back, so you don't really need to do much here.
Early. And I can see a world where it's not going to be in a great position quite soon. The Groudon has to be in the back for Matty. And now he's knocked out.
Groudon's definitely in the
he's
back.
just been able to take away the reign for the rest of the game. Of course, even before we get there, this Charizard's actually have a speed boost and can just start doing as much damage as possible. Maybe pave the way for Groudon to clean up.
I think that's the one thing that I'm looking at is the interaction of speeds between the two Zacian.
This is going to be a great game.
No matter if
This is
it's the
going to be a
Gastrodon
great
or the
game.
Groudon in the back, Matty has a pretty good answer.
Everyone got their Victini?
Either way.
I'm waiting to see it on screen. I haven't seen it yet.
If it's the Gastrodon,
I haven't seen the code for it yet.
It's very rare that we see trainers leave their restricted, and I don't know if Gastrodon's as justifiable. But in the face of a Kyogre, it's
Welcome on in, Dimmy.
possession on Dylan's side.
All right, Zacian protects.
Back two. Has to be smart. We're gonna see
Behemoth Blade.
how much, this
I would have
Charizard
win
is
trying
in
to
the range, which is
Kyogre low
not
key.
so favorable. Here
Uh-oh.
is number 9,
There's the
Hurricane.
Hurricane. Kyogre lives. Doesn't get confused. Origin Pulse. Let's go. Will that be enough? Ooh. All right. So the Charizard's gone. It did enough damage to weaken the Kyogre. And wait. I forgot about the G-Max. G-Max Wildfire. Oh my god. Yo, that is game, bro. Matty has secured this game, bro. Matty secured this game. Yeah, that's enough. Matty secured this game. Groudon coming out. Getting that sun back out. Well, it wasn't even back out in the first place. It's out for the first time. So, what do you do? Like, this is why I run Solar Blade right here. I run Solar Blade right here. But the Zacian on Matty's end takes out Dylan's. Oh, this is tough.
There, but you're still taking as much time as possible in these final few turns just to get as much information
There
as
it is.
possible. And we will see the Zacian at least go ahead and clean up.
Oh,
the Kyogre.
going
That is
for the
one second
Kyogre.
down. It's just the Zacian left here for Dylan.
Just
and
the two
Kyogre
and the
does
crit.
have a chance,
Crit mattered, right?
to maybe come back in this second game, but it's also going to be a Groudon show here. Zacian for Dylan does use Behemoth Blade, but this is a tough one because it's not targeting that Groudon. You're hoping at this point for something like a Precipice Blades miss.
This is not the 1v1 situation you want to see.
This is not a 1v1 you want to see.
Especially when it's single targeting going into
Oof.
with the Precipice Blades, and there is the easy knockout. Really nicely done by Matty Morgan.
World 22 victory. Appreciate that. Let me go ahead and get my
You have
What you
to,
call real
in
quick.
this matchup, think about the positioning of both of your restricted Pokemon, and also
let me go ahead and make this a video, I guess.
I mean,
Hold on now,
that's a
hold
tale
on.
as old as time in a lot of our metas, but
Let me make this a
how
video
players
real quick.
end up navigating that is super
Now-
interesting to watch.
Now that
I
we
think Matty also
we
did
here.
a very good show of how you can change up those different tech choices on something like the Rinya Sunroom.
All right. Let me get my Victini. Watch me be real head ass, right? Watch this. In case you guys missed it, Victini has been giving out via Pokemon World Championships. The code is World22 Victory. World with a 0, Victory with a 1, and 0 in it as well. All you gotta do is connect to the internet. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. It's so head ass. Why am I doing this? I'm not able to connect to the internet. That's crazy. You're lying. What do you mean I'm not able to connect to the internet? Yo, what is this? Oh, that was so crazy. I was like, what? All right, here we go. All right. Next to the internet. Boom. All right, we're gonna go to mystery gift. All right, get a mystery gift via code. All right. Now, you have to type in world 0 22 victory with a 1 and 0 R Y. Go. Hey, 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 hey. Victory Pokemon Victini Gift. Now you can't use it in competitive yet, but starting next month, there will be mythicals available to use in Pokemon VGC formats. So, will you be using Victini in your VGC battles next month in September? Let me know. All right, now we can get back to the match. Let's go. Let's get it.
Then it comes down to what happens in turn 1 and turn 2. Charizard just got insurmountable value in that first game. And so when you run away with it like that, you definitely have to kind of consider as well. Thundurus just can't go for the Max Lightning anymore unless you know that you have enough damage to follow up to be able to knock out that Charizard before you can utilize that weakness policy.
The Max Lightning not getting the knockout because of the Reflect just means, you know, maybe things change a little bit for Dylan here, right? You are landing that fake out on the Grimmsnarl again turn 1. That's, I think, the safest option because you know the Charizard's going to Gigantamax. But you need to capitalize, right? You need to capitalize on that turn and say, you know what? I'm going to Max Lightning you now. I'm confident that without the Reflect, I'm going to be able to get the knockout. It's a bit ambitious, but I respect it. And then being able to say, you know, if you don't get the knockout, though, you've already caused yourself a massive problem with the weakness policy. So I think this turn decision comes down to how much does Dylan know his calculations on what is going to get knocked out here? You know, you've got to be respectful of that. And without the Reflect, can you just deal with that Charizard early doors? Will the Charizard maybe max guard and just say, you know what, I'm going to wait for that Reflect until I feel confident being able to play this game?
So they had the
same I loved in game 1
same pairs.
He didn't play that obvious max guard, but now might be the time to throw it out and say, hey, let's mix it up from game 1. Let's see if I can catch you out and waste a turn of the Dynamax from the Thundurus.
I mean, knowing how much experience Dylan has had with the Zacian and the Kyogre restricted pair, I think that Dylan for sure knows what kind of calculations will be necessary here. But Grimmsnarl just kind of going for the Reflect. There was not a fake out from this Incineroar this time around.
Not a fake out at all, actually.
Else that we will see a bit later in this turn, but the Max Airstream will just go ahead and do a chunk of damage into that Charizard, and you're now just kind of maybe hoping that your Thundurus survives for 2 more turns so you can get through this Reflect. But the Parting Shot as well really could help here, knowing how much that Charizard was able to do in that first game. You
How does that work,
special
though?
attack by 1.
I love that adaptation, actually, from Dylan. Being able to use the Max Airstream again to get your Incineroar out, get the Kyogre in, get control of the weather before the Charizard attacks. And that's going to be really, really big here. And, of course, you know, yes, the damage is going to be limited, but, you know, now you're forced into maybe throwing out something like the Max Airstream to keep up. I like that Matty has done that, but it means you're not landing that G-Max Wildfire.
Yeah, but on top of the Incineroar switch out here as well, you're also looking at the fact that Incineroar can switch back in the face of something like the Zacian or the Groudon, which is something that Dylan didn't get a chance to do to have that Intimidate drop in the previous game. And so you have to look at that as well, where Matty might feel forced into a position where you've got to switch in the Groudon, and maybe you can get ahead of that.
It's a really nice adaptation from Dylan in so many ways.
You guys on News Stream, welcome on in. Welcome on in. We are in game 4 of Worlds, day 1.
Right now, waiting for this Grimmsnarl trick to probably be
so far, so good. Oh, so he has Trick, Lagging Tail. Who did he use it on? I missed it. Origin Pulse.
Origin Pulse, and in the rain, this is going to do huge damage to this Grimmsnarl, which it does connect with.
Yep.
Ooh, and he lived.
It's going to be still surviving through that, which means that Grimmsnarl gets a chance to
he tricked the Thundurus. Real cheeky, real cheeky.
I think Dylan's put so many better positions for himself on the board this time than he did in game number 1. Now Matty is faced with a really tough call, right? You're also against the special attacker, so the light screen is something you want. But you also might need control of the weather. Not now, because of course you have just seen that Kyogre leave the field. But what do you go with? do you just set up the screen and play out the whole game with screens, or do you try and get that, something like that Groudon in to land a massive G-Max Wildfire with the boost to make up for that parting shot drop from earlier?
Ooh, that's really unfortunate the way that the speeds interacted here, because I feel like Dylan would have loved if the Incineroar had caught the Groudon switch in that he might have been expecting, but Incineroar came in first, so the Intimidate already happened. Now Groudon gets in scot-free, and you've got the weather set up here, and despite the fact that Incineroar should resist this damage,
Groudon
you're
is
still
out.
taking quite a bit, and you've set up that chip once again.
Max
Thunderstone
Airstream.
just trying to give some type of advantage.
Yo,
over
Maddie
Dylan
got the
in terms of
screens.
speed. Will get the Charizard to
This is not looking
Dylan
good.
has a massive speed advantage now.
This is
the
not looking
Thunderous is
good.
Sat there with 3 max airstreams. That's comfortably the fastest thing on the field, and would be able to maybe polish off this Charizard while both of your Dynamaxes end this turn. As long as you can land the Wild Charge, which I don't think is going to be that big a concern. There's no threat of the Groudon switching. You can deal with the Charizard without having to worry about the weakness policy, and I like this adaptation from Dylan. Do not throw an electric attack at the Charizard while it's Dynamax and behind screens. I'm pretty sure even with the Reflect, that Thundurus is feeling pretty good about its chances, and this Incineroar gets a lot of value.
Dylan
too,
has
right?
played a
Being
little
able
bit
to
more
control the game a little bit better by
controlled,
saying,
though.
have
I will
fake
say
out,
that.
Very fast parting shots.
Like
as we saw
seriously.
in, turn number 1.
He knows about the
Parting
weakness
shots,
policy.
get the fake out, back in
Decided to
later,
not
and the
attack
potential follow-up
while he was
teammates as
Dynamax.
well. So a lot
So,
going
I
on
mean,
in this turn.
whatever
Complete
electric
turnaround
move
game
Thundurus
one.
has at this moment
Depends on how that Incineroar
should be able to
is
knock out
playing.
Charizard. You don't have to worry about Charizard switching into Groudon either. Like,
All things considered,
this could be good. This could be really good.
Boost for itself as well, so that it's not going to be able to be the Charizard, but it would definitely be able to catch that Groudon, because all we saw was Max Airstream, Max Guard, Max Wildfire. So this Groudon actually no boosts from any of the Max moves, and that's usually when you really want to boost up.
Ooh, well, the fake out though. Grimstone
Whoa,
is
good
just
fake
gonna
out.
to be able to eat that
Blast
as
burn?
Charizard going for the blast burn.
what?
Will be a knockout onto the Thunderous, and that
I
really
ain't never
does
seen
mean that
someone run
Dylan's
Blast
got
Burn on
forced in this position.
Charizard.
Like, what kind
It's
of
crazy.
board? Do you put your Kyogre down and
What?
is that going to be enough? Or do you bring in Zacian that is having to deal with the sun here and also a Charizard in his face?
I don't think you can put Kyogre in now, right? I think you have to save that Kyogre until the Groudon's locked up. And with the Charizard and Grimmsnarl
is
quite low,
wild.
make him bring the Groudon. Do the reverse, right? Of exactly what he did to you in game 1, where you go, you know what? I'm going to win in this one. The speed boosts are completely null and void at that point.
That is
Charizard still has
wild.
a speed boost, of course, making sure, even though that Thundurus was trying to catch up in speed, we do have to remember about that lagging tail that was switched on earlier. While the Thundurus was boosting up, lagging tail means it doesn't get that chance. And I like that Charizard takes advantage of the sun with the Blast Burn, just doesn't have to worry too much, of course, about some of its big moves. And Zacian can just quick attack here.
They have a quick attack on their Zacian as
Make
well.
sure that Grimmsnarl doesn't get the opportunity to play.
Must
Charizard
recharge.
doesn't get to play this
Flare
turn.
Blitz.
That gets knocked out, and that horrible last 2 situation with your Groudon.
And it
will
lived!
be a problem.
You got a quick attack.
But
Oh, solar power.
Yeah.
Ah,
And that's definitely
GG's.
what Dylan is hoping for, just at least a knockout there. And so it feels good that at least
GG's.
the solar power residual is able to
Dylan
shore up
has
the knockout
played
onto the
so
Charizard. This does force Maddie
much
down
better.
to his final
So much
Pokemon
better.
for this game. And
This
when
is
you
a
know
way
that
better
the
game
attack
for
is going
Dylan.
to at least be the Groudon, you
Dylan
see
needed this
Zacian
game.
on the
He
field
needed
too.
this game.
I think Dylan's feeling pretty good that he is going to have the weather advantage at some point.
Yes,
in
he's gonna
this
have the
game.
weather
There's a
advantage for
very
real.
quick way to get the weather advantage too, and
Way to
that-
save out that
Pivot against
Kyogre.
Incineroar.
Way to wait the Kyogre out, man. Way to wait the
Intimidate
Kyogre
way
out.
back in is going to be max value with both of them being physical attackers. So Dylan just has to maneuver this game. I mean, at some point, the big thing is just getting control of the weather. Yes, you would like the Kyogre to be sat in the rain and able to capitalize on that. But, you've got to be careful. The big thing here, though, the Groudon is so threatening to both of these Pokemon. You've got to be confident you can clean up.
And also, like, the Incineroar
Now, I
actually
know
gets
Zacian
the
has
boosts.
Protect.
So you
Incineroar has
actually
Protect
don't
too.
have to go
Cool.
Protect here.
Great.
And that's really smart, knowing that the Zacian is pretty fast Pokemon overall. And you're going to see Maddie is just going to go ahead
Behemoth
and
Blade.
the Sacred
There we
Sword
go.
to protect on the Incineroar. And that means it's taking Behemoth Blade damage here from
That's
Dylan Zacian.
huge
It
damage.
still hangs on, but Groudon
Precipice
coming from
Blades.
this here,
Now,
doesn't
Zacian
connect,
gets hits
but
here. It gets
it will
hit.
connect onto the Zacian as well.
Now, I think you need that right here, being able to
Yeah,
get that knockout
that's
is
still
absolutely
big.
Huge, and we're now down
A
to the
crit?
2v2, the critical hit.
Did the crit matter?
That one is Zacian.
Did the
Very
crit
quickly
matter? I don't
knocked out
know.
by the non-critical hit.
I don't know.
Version.
Y'all let me know.
Incineroar saving itself this turn. realize
I don't think it
that, you know
mattered.
what, there's more it can do, and something like you know, being able to
Now
tie
this
up,
is big.
Is big. I mean, its Flare Blitz isn't going to be super.
This should
huge.
clean
It can
up.
sit on the field and
Kyogre
block
should
the
clean
shot
up.
if it needs to. Of course, the Kyogre has a fantastic matchup here against the Groudon. The Kyogre
Oh,
has
a
taken
weakened
little bit of damage,
Zacian,
though, and that's
Origin
gonna be
Pulse with
concerning
Groudon,
when it comes to
long as
saving
it
them,
doesn't
particularly if it
miss.
misses any of its attacks.
Long as it
Especially
doesn't
if
miss
you
the
like-
Origin Pulse, Dylan should be good here.
I mean, that just could be a thing. And we've definitely seen Play Rough just do a lot into opposing Kyogre before.
What?
Even
Play
if it's
Rough?
something like an Assault
Bro,
Vest,
Play Rough's
that's
gonna
not gonna
miss.
be able to save it from something that's a physical
Trust me, I know
I
from
think you've got the
yesterday.
Kyogre's in a sticky situation
Welcome
because
back,
it's
Wolfie.
Just below that threshold of where you know, Origin Pulse is more valuable than Water Spout, and being below that really limits your options. So this Kyogre playing it safe on this turn. The Zacian going for the Sacred Sword into Kyogre is big here.
Yeah, Incineroar just gets to go for the Flare Blitz. It is going to be in the rain, but the
Oh,
Zacian
it
is
knocks
so
out.
low
It knocks
that
out
does
Zacian.
get the
So then it
knockout.
gets
So
the
that
Origin
means
Pulse
that this
into
Groudon,
Groudon,
even if it does
unaffected.
end up taking out this Incineroar, the Kyogre is just usually a faster
Ooh, and the
Pokemon. You
berry?
can reveal
Does it
here,
get to
though,
live?
that
Does it
Incineroar
live?
is going to be Shuca Berry as its held item,
It
and
does!
stays on despite
Oh
that.
my god.
Wow.
That's mad
Dylan
luck
has
from Shuca Berry there, being
withstood
able to
screens.
stick around
Dylan
and
has
half
withstood
health. Really,
the
really
solar
important.
powered
This is gonna
Charizard
be
G Max.
gonna be able to close
Dylan
this
has
out.
withstood this
Should be
Groudon.
able to catch it.
Bro,
As long as it
what
hits,
a
as
turnaround
long as
play
it
from
hits,
Dylan,
it'll be
bro.
absolutely
Yo,
fine.
let's
That's-
go.
I think even when it comes down to, you know,
And nice
the target
cheeky
and being
protect
that
right
opens
here.
up options
But
for Dylan in this one 'cause it is
clean up
still
with
in the
water.
rain. So
Water
pivoting
spout.
back to the water spout, I like that he forces it into this single target situation. Really,
And
really
that's
helps
how
him
you
lock this
clean
game
up.
going.
GG's.
Once again, to game number 3 here.
GG's.
Yeah. I don't think you risk missing because that puts you in such a bad situation. So
Wow.
despite the fact that you're not full HP, you do have the fact that you have the rain up, and of course, so as you mentioned, the single target that does make sure that Kyogre can secure the knockout.
Wow.
So game
That
number
was
3.
so
As soon as the
clean.
single target, the number
That was
changes
clean,
drastically, right?
man. That was
You know,
clean.
Even though it's less damage, it's still more than enough into a single target Groudon there.
That was so
feeling very
clean.
comfortable in that one. You know, you weren't worried about having to pick up the Zacian as well because you pivoted so nicely in the previous turn to say, you know what, I'm just going to catch it with a Flare Blitz in the rain, which is something that you have to know about. You know, Dylan thinking very, very long and hard about that one. That turn was slightly longer, but definitely thinking that, you know, even in the rain, I'm going to pick up the knockout there, feeling pretty good. So it's going to be game number 3. I do think Dylan made some fantastic changes in game number 2 there, being able to pivot away from a really kind of sluggish start. Yes, he got caught with the lagging tail. Yes, Matty was able to set up both Light Screen and Reflect, but the game went so long, Dylan was able to play a lot more around that Incineroar, which was really, really big there. So a lot of smart play, learning the matchup a little bit as you go, just seemed to work out a little bit better, I think, for Dylan Salvanera. And you know, I think Matty, you know, once he got derailed from that game 1 plan, felt a step behind throughout the whole game.
What I think is interesting is that, you know, Protect isn't a super common option usually on Incineroar.
Nope.
And so getting a
No,
chance to see
Protect on Incineroar
that,
is
I think,
not-
really did change the game.
Is not
where you had such
optional
good
at all. That's
survivals
crazy.
That allowed you to just continue to cycle through what you needed to for each of those.
What a
endgame
good
turns.
VGC so
Does that
far.
change anything going into the matchup, knowing that Matty's gonna have to play around that now?
It's one of those things we were talking about in the previous game, actually, right? Is, you know, what dark type move do you take on Incineroar? And in this case, Dylan actually going with none as the preferred option outside of Parting Shot, which isn't a damaging move. So, you know, being able to take the classics, Fake Out and Flare Blitz, being able to then take Parting Shot, but Protect as well, means you've got to be feeling good about other matchups. And in this matchup, it's absolutely vital. It's absolutely essential to be able to Protect, because while Matty was trying to force a situation where he was just targeting one Pokemon in the Kyogre, what Dylan really nicely did was Protect very, very wisely, and then force himself. Took a little bit longer, but he protected on 2 back-to-back turns and forced himself into a 2v1 situation where you know, it was just Kyogre and Incineroar versus the Groudon. Even if it was the 1v1, even if that Incineroar gets knocked out there, I don't think it makes a difference. With the Kyogre being faster than the Groudon, not getting any of that damage down, the Protect on Kyogre also being important, you know, feeling really good. And we did say at the beginning of the day, you know, what.
All right,
item
game
would Kyogre
3.
take?
Yo,
You know,
Matt's
some
not
people
changed
really love
his
the
leads
Assault
at all.
It-
but I
yeah.
Ne-
think
okay,
that
they're
Protect
both
is
they're
so
both the
valuable.
same leads.
Yeah, I mean, we can talk
All
about
right.
that more later, but we have definitely seen kind
Ah.
of a return.
Dylan
to
has
some
his
type of
strategy.
interesting
Long
item
as he
like the Light
doesn't
Orb or the Mystic
Max Lightning the Charizard, I think he wins. I think he continues to win. I think he wins
It
this.
is game number 3, and this will be the deciding factor between who is going to keep that perfect record heading into Swiss round number 4, and it's the Thunders. What we've seen and come to expect, I think, in this match.
It's definitely the smartest lead for both of them, and it just works. It's not too aggressive, it's not too defensive. There's options on both sides. It's nicely balanced, and you both have a nice Dynamax option to lean into early on, which both trainers have been doing in turn number 1. I know we look at it in some other games where maybe a late Dynamax is a big pivot, but I just can't see that happening in this game with, once again, the Thunderous Dynamaxing. There we go.
All right, and then Charizard Dynamaxes. Now, he has to make sure he doesn't max Lightning.
Different game that I don't think either of us are particularly prepared for.
Unless it's a Gigantamax Grimmsnarl, that might make things a little interesting here. But no, it is going to be that Charizard. And seeing a run back of these turn 1 Dynamaxes, you look at the teams and you kind of think, like, do you have to go for this? Yeah, kind of do. But this time around, we are going to see the flinch.
The flinch. No screens.
Nope.
That's big.
No, it's definitely big. I mean, look at how much damage that Max Airstream is going to do from this Thundurus, and the speed as well. Maddie might have to go for a Max Airstream also just to try to match that and keep pace.
Return to these nuts. Oh my god. Nick. All right, G-Max Wildfire. Trying to set up that late game, maybe? It served Maddie well in game 1, so.
Right back to where we are. Of course, things did get a little bit different. Charizard went for the Max Guard, while the while the Thundurus decided to target into it, and the Grimmsnarl set up the Reflect. So there could be some differences there. Oh, the Thundurus targeted the Grimmsnarl, and of course the Incineroar wasn't able to do anything with that one. So that is what I'm looking at. Are we going to run back that turn? Is there a world where this Charizard leaves itself available to potentially get Max Lightning? And if so, is that Max Lightning enough through a potential Reflect as well? A lot of questions to be answered
Now,
here, and this for me,
Thundurus is real weak.
Well, we saw how much that Max Lightning did to the Charizard in that very first game.
It has a
wasn't
Max
enough.
Guard.
I don't think with the Reflect being active now it would be either. But it's the trick. I mean, Grimmsnarl, it got faked out that first turn, but it's still
Life
going
Orb.
to get value here as the Max Guard from the Charizard will protect it.
Interesting.
From that Max
Flare
Lightning.
Blitz.
And the Flare Blitz as well.
He
Look at that.
doubled-
Dylan was actually double targeting
He
Charizard,
doubled the
knowing that that
Charizard.
Max Lightning by itself through the Reflect was not enough.
And that's a really big read from Dylan that just hasn't gone his way. Seeing it in game number 1, knowing that the Charizard Max Guards in this situation, just so the Grimmsnarl can do something, is something that you have to think, well, what's he going to do? Just reflect and attack? Knowing, of course, that calculation from game number 1, you know that after the Reflect, you can take the Max Lightning. So really smart there from Matty to put up another Max Guard, then set up the trick. Now I want to see this Thundurus is not.
All right, Incineroar protects. I don't know why. Are you predicting your Max Airstream?
And it's forced into the Max Guard. Really nicely done there. As of course this Charizard gets the option.
And he gets his Reflects off, no problemo.
There's the Reflect with the Prankster ability, and Charizard's Max Rockfall does go towards the Thundurus, so not able to get a knockout there, but the residual damage has started.
So this should be the end of their G Dynamaxes, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even if you, because when you have to go for the protects like that, and you're not getting any
So he gets
type of
Reflects
damage,
up.
you're still getting
He
into
got a
that
trick
knockout range.
off.
Like, Thundurus is quite low now.
Now if Grimmsnarl can get
Incineroar
both
still
screens
has the
up,
ability
Miss
to go for
Charizard
some
could be kind of dangerous.
Parting shot to pivot around, but it's such a dangerous and precarious position because you don't want to be that player that gets stuck with the weather that you can't change.
What I really like here, just thinking about it a little bit further back, is the way that Matty changed up the game plan next to the Max Guard. And I think that's being really important now, right? As this Thundurus feels pretty much out the game, and that, as you say, can force the sticking weather. The biggest issue here is, can you get rid of the Incineroar early, or maybe the Zacian if it comes back in? That's kind of the next question that Matty has to answer to keep pushing his advantage in this game. But Dylan certainly has pivoting options. Grimmsnarl runs
Both
through
screens
everything.
up.
There's move 4. It is the light screen, so this Kyogre's going to have an even tougher time late in the game. As Incineroar, doesn't have the sun. It is going to be able to land that Flare Blitz on the Charizard, but that is not a lot of damage, to say the least.
Ancient Power?
For the Ancient Power as well.
He has
That's what that
Ancient
Max
Power,
Guard
Blast
is
Burn?
super effective.
What
Does not
in
get
the
any boosts,
heck?
though, and so the Wild Charge
Oh,
will give
Wild
him
Charge
enough
will
to
kill. Was that
secure
crit?
the knockout.
It was not a
Especially
crit.
knowing that you have
Yo.
that lagging tail now too. You know you're going to be pretty slow, but that Wild
Hey,
Fire
this should.
damage as well,
Oh, Wildfire
that
doesn't.
is
Yeah, it does take him out.
for
All right,
Thundurus
so
in this game.
I don't think that's a bad trade.
That was more of a good trade. I mean, you got the Charizard, you got the Thundurus out. You still have your Incineroar, you have your Grimmsnarl. Now, Grimmsnarl has Life Orb. I don't know how much that matters. I don't think it has any. It has Trick, both screens. What's his fourth move? Trick, both screens. I don't know what his fourth move is. I forgot. All right, but Drought is here. Let's see.
Is it would feel really cool if you could just switch the Kyogre in and avoid a Precipice Blade.
I had a dream Ubas dropped today and I would start playing immediately. Or Bonnie. Welcome on in.
A little bit difficult to deal with it here. So a lot of work to do for this Groudon, and you know the Groudon is going to be able to start causing problems. Of course, the Incineroar could just switch out manually. Then there's certainly some other options here for Dylan, but we're in for a really close end to this game 3 here in round 3.
Phaser, the next few turns these players have to get right. They might need to make some reads here, but it is going to be a Grimmsnarl switch out.
It's kind of
interesting.
Wow.
And he brought the Gastrodon!
In this matchup right here, it's
Here we go.
Zacian. So one of those restrictions for Maddie is actually going to be left at home. Incineroar goes for the Flare Blitz. And while the Groudon, you know, it's going to take a bit of damage here.
He got the burn.
That's huge. Now this Precipice Blade's damage is not going to do nearly as much as Maddie was going to be hoping for. The Shuka Berry for sure going to keep this Incineroar alive.
This Groudon is looking real lightweight on the damage now. Obviously the Shuka Berry making it look even worse there, but it's going to get caught with a little bit of damage between turns. And while I love the adaptation to move on over to the Gastrodon, you know, how many times has Dylan, you know, we're going back to that similar to game 1. Dylan won that by being able to close out with a Kyogre at the end, and bringing the Gastrodon here feels really, really good, being able to say, you know what, even if you do switch the Kyogre in at some point, I do have an answer to it. The Groudon feeling pretty useless at this juncture, being forced out. Maybe, you know, you've got to ask less of it at this point. You've got to say all you can do is a little bit of chip damage at the end, and this Gastrodon getting just caught by the play roughs. You know, that's going to be a lot of damage as the parting shot. It would have been insult to injury on the Groudon, but at least Grimmsnarl comes in and isn't so affected by that.
Yeah, I mean, and Grimmsnarl too, like, I think you're hoping that maybe it'll stick around to be able to keep some of the screens up and running on the field, but Kyogre now does get a chance to make an appearance as well, but that Gastrodon makes this matchup so much trickier now, because you can't go for the Water Spout that we saw before unless you want to, or you feel comfortable enough giving a boost over to the Gastrodon and knowing that you have a way to shut it down before it gets out of hand.
But the Gastrodon took so much damage that turn from the play rough, and I mean, without the Reflect, that would have been a whole lot more, and definitely looking at a knockout as well. So a really tough situation, and I think having that burn on the Groudon means you're feeling really, really good as the Kyogre player, right? You know, that Zacian's going to be able to take the Precipice Blades, especially spread damage, especially burned. And if you are worried about
Parting Shot is very OP.
You're just able to switch in.
I just watched the map trailer. Oh my god. Even though I knew it was already up, but I mean, I didn't know it was up, but it was leaked that Unite was going to drop something today. I just didn't think it was going to be that.
You know, your screens are
well, it makes sense. They dropped the map today.
And honestly, you know, the screens are kind of spaced out a little bit here, so there's actually, you know,
what is this Kyogre going to do? Literally, Gastrodon's out.
Nice and early. That one's going to go into the Grimmsnarl.
You have to attack the Gastro, bro. Well, I don't know. You don't have to necessarily.
And so that's just, you know, being able to
Ice Beam, that's a good play. As long as you don't use any water moves.
Yeah, it has to. It can't let Gastrodon go for something like the Yawn here, because there really isn't a good way to pivot out unless you want to just do those manual switches. Knowing though that the Groudon is coming back in, this is actually not a terrible position for Dylan to be in.
Reflect wore off.
The Zacian in favor of the Incineroar and get another attack drop.
Nick, are you just talking? No, he's not. No, he's not. Parting Shot is really good.
I mean, yeah,
you get the pivot, you get the lower their attack and special attack, and switch your mons out. Parting Shot is really, really good.
Especially now that Reflect is gone and there's no way to set it up. So while it may be tempting to take the Kyogre out,
are you just talking? No, I'm just chatting.
You can kind of just let it go and let it play in the sun. It's not like the Charizard is taking advantage of it. And realistically, your Kyogre's not throwing out water type attacks anyway.
Yeah, well, but you definitely want to make sure that your Zacian doesn't get put to sleep.
Yeah, that's huge.
Yeah, you're gonna see that pivot out. Incineroar coming in, the Intimidate animation here. Groudon at this point is just doing such a lackluster damage that Maddie is hoping for some type of critical hit. And knowing that you have the Gastrodon on the field that is still pressuring something like
Protect.
the
It doesn't
have
miss.
to go for the Precipice Blades and
No,
hope
it does
that
not
at
miss. It
least
connects,
knock out
but he's burned.
Incineroar here. But
Ooh,
it's still
that
enough.
burn.
Gastrodon tries to go for the on
With the
Kyogre
double
too.
protect.
Going into the Kyogre there,
Let's
really,
go.
really
Well, not the
wasted.
double protect,
You
but
know, I don't think it's a big
protected
deal.
so it didn't get
Incineroar
any.
at least
It
would have
didn't
hit
get hit
something,
at
maybe
all.
even an Earth Power just to tidy it up. As there goes a little bit more damage down on the Groudon. And
So the
light
screens
as
are
well. So
gone.
those ice beams
Both
from
screens
the
are
Kyogre
gone.
Are going to cause more problems. Of course, there is a world where maybe, you know, the Kyogre just says, you know what, I'm going for it anyway. I'll give you the boost on Gastrodon. I don't care about that too much. I'll just knock out the Groudon. Kind of, you know, it's not doing too much anyway, but just make sure you've got this easy 1v1 situation. Zacian versus the Gastrodon with no reflect, with no light screen. Could just tidy it up that way. And if you're
I don't
worried
think
about the
you
Gastrodon
can't
being able to
use
attack another
Origin.
Yawn,
It doesn't
well,
work
guess
like
what?
that. It just
Incineroar
absorbs
came in,
it.
So you have access to Fake Out, and
Yeah.
you're able to just slow it down for that turn. So it could be a very null and void turn, but I still think
I only
Dylan
play doubles
really
'cause singles is
driving
lame.
just able
See,
to
it's
do
crazy.
exactly
Cruz
what he
thinks the
wants this
opposite. He
turn,
thinks
you know, swing it
doubles
back
is
from game number 1.
cheeky.
Little protect
Not
here from the
cheeky, but like
Gastrodon.
Okay.
he thinks it's
That
cheap.
was the target of the fake out,
Fake out.
which it is.
Yep.
Now you have potentially the ability for this Groudon to go for something, but it's the Ice Beam, and it
Oh.
will target correctly into the Groudon and brings it pretty low.
burn
but
should do a
Groudon
lot of
still has
damage.
a chance
Stone
to maybe
Edge?
go for some type of
Ooh,
damage.
that burn,
Stone
bro.
Edge is so
The
lackluster here.
burn.
And Gastrodon also continuing to just get some
Oh
recovery
my
to stay in the
gosh.
game, but Kyogre is still so healthy.
That
Oh
might
my
be the
gosh.
weakest Stone Edge I've ever seen.
I was
That might
talking
be
to
the
Blizzy,
furthest amount of
and
damage I've
Blizzy was
ever
like, he
seen
doesn't
from
want to
Stone
watch this
Edge.
because of the typical
That is
Sun team.
painful to
But
watch,
like, I
from
mean,
Maddie's side of the field. This Kyogre
seeing people
refuses to
navigate
give
through
this
Sun
Gastrodon,
teams is really
just
cool to
keeps
me.
going with the ice beams,
And he
finally
gets the
rid of
Groudon
that
out.
Groudon, and
Now you
realizes
gotta
that
get this
Gastrodon is gonna
Gastrodon
put
out.
everything to sleep. It's there
Parting
to,
shot,
you know,
so
start Earth
it can't do
Power and stuff, but
anything.
At some point, you're going to get hit by
In
an attack,
Dynamax
and that's just
is
something
in
that
singles,
Gastrodon
isn't it?
can deal with. So Dylan playing it very safe by avoiding that. But, you know, it doesn't matter when that Groudon, the big final Pokemon in a
Bro,
team, just
you know in
isn't
Japan their
able to
singles
do
is
anything.
3v3. I was kind of watching a little bit
It's
of that.
just
That was kinda
getting
cool.
caught short there. Really tough to see as Gastrodon yawns the Kyogre.
Doubles
At
leave
some
room
point,
for error in my
it's
opinion.
going to get hit
Really?
by
You think so,
Zacian.
Demi?
Well, I think that's what was so smart too about the Incineroar pivot is that you
I
don't.
don't know, man. I feel
need
like
the
you
utility
get to
that
pair
this
a lot of
Incineroar
cool
is providing. You just want
combinations
your
and you
two
get to
heavy
really
hitters
think
on the field side by side. You know that
strategically.
Gastrodon
You
is
know, I
one of the
think
slowest
doubles is
Pokemon
really,
in the
really
format,
good.
So you're gonna outspeed it, no problem. But just I guess play it safe. Why not? Get the weather back in your favor, I suppose. Have that fake out pressure.
Hey,
with Zacian here
GG's
too.
the Dylan, bro.
Have
He
the
played
extra
this so
circles. Go
well.
for it.
Like
Pure
Maddie
position
came
X,
game one,
Gastrodon
grabbed Dylan by the
attempts to
throat
try
and said,
let it go to
"Nah,
sleep,
bro."
then you just fake it out next turn as play rough
That's
lands.
it.
Real talk,
No
Dylan
reflect
did
anyway.
so good, bro.
Dylan Salvo taking this one
What a
Especially when you
good
have to
game
navigate such a
3.
tricky
Wow.
situation, both players able to take a game off of each other.
Yo.
And then that adjustment at the end to just get the positioning they needed. that
Dylan
was
made so many
really
good
masterfully
adjustments.
done.
Real
Well,
talk.
This is one of those matchups that there has been
He-
a
he
lot of testing
didn't
on, right? Not
give
just
weakness policy
Kyogre versus
Charizard
Groudon, but I
its
think the
shine.
specific builds, both paired with the Zacian,
He
are the
again
two
withheld
most
both
builds for either of
screens.
those restricted Pokemon
He
that have come
withheld the
through
lagging
many
until in the
generations
beginning.
ago,
He didn't
and being able
care.
to navigate that is so
It-
important.
it is
Game
so
one,
good. That
we
is
saw
so good.
really excellent play by
What a good
Matt
play.
Walker to find that win condition that Rinya Sun
Why would you allow
needed
Dynamax
in
in a
these
singles?
matchups,
You can
and
literally
able to
wipe a
force
team.
the Kyogre out early, bring in the sun, take away the Kyogre's reign, and it doesn't look that good in the
I don't
sun.
have an answer for that.
In game number 2, game number 3. Dylan
Well, when I was
flips
watching
around
the
a little bit.
singles
A lot more
comp
work from
in
the Incineroar,
Japan,
which I really,
I didn't see
really
people
like.
get
Being able to play
necessarily
that one a lot
wiped,
more liberally,
but
being able to
you
use
know
the
they
advantage
were
shots, you know,
they were doing
speed
damage to their
response
elite
is
mons.
really annoying
I mean,
to
people
play
just made
against.
adjustments,
It's
but
very problematic.
yeah, I don't have
You
answers
feel
for that.
really
You really could
disappointed
just
when you
wipe
attack afterwards and you
and
don't
just
get
go
to there.
crazy.
You know, game 2
Get your
is
max
great.
airstreams,
Game 3, everything
run
really
weakness
worked.
policy. If
It's
someone
gonna
hits you with a
drive
super
the
effective
team.
move or
Dylan played
something,
the game out diligently,
I would do something
played
crazy
it
like
cleanly,
get
and of course that burn just wraps it up as well.
hazards,
Disappointing that we didn't get a closer game.
sticky
but I still
web,
think on overall, Dylan had a
volt
lead, and that
switch,
just made it even
Comeback, Dynamax, something
well,
like
that's
that.
what I was
I don't
gonna
know.
bring up is that I think that burn
Something
not
stupid, maybe.
happening would have changed that game number 3 a little bit. I mean, we're gonna have an analyst desk segment in a little bit, so know that Aaron is gonna be able to break that down just a bit further. But I think that
If they
despite the
if they swap
burn,
into
I think
Aaron
Maddie just,
talking, I'm gonna go make
like,
breakfast.
the fact that
I'm
he
definitely
was
gonna make
resilient,
breakfast.
right?
Yep.
Because
I'm gonna give me a
to some of those outs
avocado
that could happen.
toast in
And
my
so
kitchen.
I think that was, that's what you got to do at the World Championships.
Oh no, both trainers did a really, really good job of saying, you know what, like, I'm not giving up this game right away. I'm going to be able to try and stick with it and push through. Even in game number 1,
It's gonna be a
right,
long
Dylan
day.
lost, he was
It's
able
gonna be
to
a
fight
big
back
long
a little
day.
bit and show
A lot of these
what his
people
team
are
can do.
fighting
Game
for
2,
their
both
chance
trainers
in
went
day
in the
2.
same game 3. Both
So-
trainers went all the way to the end, running their team the
Let me
absolute,
put that back
you know,
up real quick.
full distance, making sure they got maximum
Alright,
information out
so
of it is really, really good.
these
because
are
that can be
people
information that you learn that
Currently
puts you
in
games,
day
you know,
1
4,
that
5,
we can
6
expect to
in
see
some of these
today.
rounds where if you've taken the loss, you've got to be diligent. You want to bounce back, and let's say you run into the same
Right
team
here.
right away.
Now,
It feels pretty good
our
if
boy
you think,
Dylan
all right,
just
I lost against
won,
the last round, but I won this
a
game
round
against
ago.
it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take that
I
information
can't
and
think
I'm
of the
gonna be
dude
able
that
to
just
play it.
won.
You know, let's say you're Dylan. You think, well,
Oh,
okay,
maybe
I'm
this
not
was
gonna
Dylan.
burn every
Maybe
time,
Dylan
but at
just
least
won.
now I have 2 games experience where I know how to beat it.
That's true, absolutely. And I think that you still have to look at maybe some of
It doesn't
those
even come
other
down to
choices that
countering
might be a
comps
bit
anymore. It
different,
just comes down to
that can
countering
affect
Dynamax.
how you decide to play out that
Mm.
matchup. But
That's a good point.
it's just one
You can
loss.
calc to
You can
endure
still
moves.
go through and have a
Pokemon like
successful game number 1,
Dragonite with
but
multi-skill and
there
Roost
is
could
now
stall
a
a
smaller
max and singles.
margin of error that can happen for these
Yeah.
players.
I mean, that's all
in
fun
order
in
to
games until
actually
someone
make
runs
it.
Toxic.
It definitely adds a little bit of pressure, and you've
Like
got to
if
take what you
Dragonite was the
learned in
meta,
game
I'm bringing
and
Toxic
use it to
every time.
bounce back from that issue.
Where's
We
my
talked about it at the
name?
top of the round, a little
Where's
bit
my
about how
name?
the
Where's
choices
my
have been
name?
different, between a lot of Pokemon, and I like the weakness policy on the Charizard. I do. I think it's really cool. It's really creative. But I think, after that reveal in game number 1, which of course Dylan lost, he still took that piece of information, even though it wasn't super relevant, and he played around it so well in the early turns of the game where they both committed to Dynamax Thundurus, Dynamax Charizard.
Bonnie, this isn't
respectively.
triples.
Being able to avoid that, it's so tempting, right? You see the Charizard and you think, that max lightning button is looking real enticing right now.
Because it tells you it's super effective.
It does, it glows, it pops, and you're like, ooh, it's time to press. Feels really, really good. So that decision making, absolutely huge, and I think big credit to Dylan on being able to navigate the bounce back, the reverse sweep, if you will.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and head over to the stage to hear from Dylan about how he got that win.
Here we go.
Thanks so much. I am here with Dylan. From your perspective, tell us the story of that series from game 1.
Game 1, it was kind of a weird experience, so to say, because I'm
Oh, he's shaking.
I'm trying to fake
He's
out
nervous.
into the Grimmsnarl. I airstream into it, and then I'm thinking, oh, I'm in a prime position a few turns later to max lightning into the Charizard, and I see that his Zard is weakness policy and how little damage it took behind the reflects, and that's when I knew I kind of maybe had to take a more of a passive approach to games 2 and 3, because since he really wants to slow play it out with his Charizard, considering how well it tanked that max lightning in game 1. So what I ended up doing in game 2, I tried doing a little something different with my lead. And so what I ended up doing is that I wanted to try and get the parting shot off onto the Charizard and get my Kyogre in where it's raining for the max wildfire, because I learned that in game 1 that my Incineroar actually outspeeds this Charizard after an airstream. So, and I think that I was able to pivot myself into a position where I could win, but all I needed to do was, in the last few turns of that game 2, I just needed to call whether he was going to Sacred Sword my Incineroar or Kyogre, and me calling that correctly, I was able to win.
Yeah, I mean, it was convincing. It was fun to watch. How are you feeling about your chances overall here at Worlds?
Listen, starting off 3-0 and then having just one on stream, I'm feeling great. But to me, it feels like we're only in round 3. It feels like we have 5 more rounds. This day's not even halfway done. And it feels like it is.
how about your history with competition? What have you done in the past, and what are you hoping to accomplish here?
Honestly, for my goals here, I kind of just want to make day 2, and then I'll go from there. But for my past accomplishments, I've been playing since 2011. I really didn't start getting results until 2014 when I was a senior. And then eventually when around 2017, 2018, when I finally became a master, I started seeing like progress. It wasn't until just now that I'm starting to get on the world stage and, you know.
This is the moment. This is your momentum. That's great. As you look forward in the competition, are there any particular teams or players that you think are going to be a cool challenge for you?
Listen, there's a specific 3 combination of Pokemon that I want to say that's like a bad matchup for me, but I don't want to necessarily say what it is right now.
Yeah, we'll keep it a secret. Don't worry. Well, good luck. Thank you so much. And now we're going to head over to Aaron at the analyst desk.
All right.
Great job. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I, of course, am joined once again by my good friend Scott Glaza, and we are here to break down the previous round.
If he's going to do this breakdown,
standard team compositions going up against each other, but
I'm going to make breakfast.
Surprises throughout that set.
I shall be back.
I thought it was pretty fun. We got that matchup in 2 of our more promising younger players, and I think it was only a matter of time until we saw that Rinya Sun team. For a moment there, it seemed like he might make it, Rinya fun. We saw the weakness policy, but it seemed like that was the one trick. It's all we got.
Yeah, definitely. I think the main course of that set, we saw a little bit of adjusting here and there, right? In the first game, the weakness policy actually activated. It's funny, going into this tournament, people were joking about weakness policy being a thing on Charizard. It turns out it actually was a thing, and I think the end game in game 1 was quite nice, where it was able to get a speed boost onto the Charizard, correctly, get the Hurricane onto the Kyogre, and then putting the Groudon really into this nice end game position. But yeah, I think games 2 and 3 where things got a little bit more interesting. I think the end game of game 2 is where I actually want to break down first a little bit, because it felt like, the Weather War had been lost. Kyogre had actually been able to come out, but it was still kind of a winning position. But then saw some actually surprises, such as Protect on the Incineroar, and then Incineroar actually critically was also able to outspeed Charizard after a speed boost in the beginning of the game, thus getting a parting shot off, and then also surviving the Precipice Blades with the Shuka Berry.
Yeah, I love Protect Incineroar. It's one of those things where it's like, it's good. I don't know if I would use it myself as a player now, but man, the players who can maneuver with it well, it makes such a big difference. Where sometimes those Pokemon, even when they're really good, Incineroar may be the best Pokemon that's ever been introduced to VGC. If you don't have those tools of position, it's exploitable. And I think that just that little bit of extra space you get from having a move like Protect to make sure that you're not exposed to damage at bad times. It makes a big difference when you can use it well.
Yeah, so we can actually pull up the replay right now. This is kind of midway through the second game, right? And so at this point, it felt like Maddie actually may have had a pretty decent advantage. I think in his eyes, it's like, okay, I have the Groudon, I have the Zacian, I'm ready for this end game, where even if Kyogre is out and I lose the Weather Ward, like Zacian will be able to do so much damage into the opposing Kyogre where it actually doesn't really matter because a Water Spout won't thus KO the Groudon, right? However, Protect from Incineroar in this kind of mid-game position, as if we could get the replay, that'd be great. But yeah, the idea is that Protect on Incineroar essentially allows for what should be a free attack to completely get blown away, and subsequently you don't just get a ton of free damage across the board immediately. Okay, so here's the replay. Let's just take it back to the beginning of the turn here. So in this position, this is where Protect is huge, right? Because without the Protect, Incineroar, you're just simply threatened by Zacian and Groudon doubling up on that slot, right? So the idea is that, okay, Sacred Sword can go into Incineroar. You can't really safely switch in Kyogre. Like, Kyogre never wants to take a Precipice Blades, right? And so every time you switch it in against the Groudon, you have to be confident that you can, deal a lot of damage, if not just KO the Groudon outright the next turn. And in this position, it feels a little bit dicey because Groudon having Precipice Blades against both of these Pokemon is really valuable. And the Zacian on the opposing end seemingly has a free Sacred Sword as well.
Yeah, I think that seemingly is such a great key, right? Where, I think Incineroar, for as strong as it is, it's one of the weaknesses, right? Where if you get in at the wrong time, once you lose your fake out pressure, you kind of just like sit there and be a pinata, or you switch out and a more valuable Pokemon takes damage, but this is such a great way to avoid that happening.
Yeah, so very critically here, the Sacred Sword kind of just whiffs into the Protect and a huge Behemoth Blade onto the opposing Zacian, right? So the idea is putting yourself into a position where Kyogre then subsequently can KO you with an Origin Pulse. If you don't get that free chip damage beforehand, then you're in a tougher position. situation. And critically here as well, right? There was the crit onto Zacian, gets the KO. If Incineroar there doesn't have Protect, then it's a 2v1 situation where you've got Kyogre against both Groudon and Zacian. And suddenly that's looking a little bit scary, right? Because Kyogre first has to hit the Origin Pulse. You can just go for something like Sacred Sword. Sacred Sword in itself maybe can knock out Kyogre as well. And so, yeah, now Kyogre comes out. This time around, you know, you have it a little bit healthier. And this is, I think, also a really critical turn in this battle because Kyogre here opts to Protect. And on the other end, Maddie actually ends up just whiffing into the Protect, and Incineroar is able to actually just knock out the Zacian.
Yeah, I mean, that's all those things, right? Where if you have the more traditional Incineroar set, Incineroar's not even here. You know, there's no Protect to whiff into. I mean, or if there is, you know, there's no opportunity cost to doing it. Just such a big swing, and yeah, I mean, it's not like it's a healthy Incineroar too, right? You know, it's not like it's just hanging on with a few hit points where that Protect saves half of its HP.
And I think here, very critically, what was important is that, you know, the Zacian's really low, right? So Flare Blitz will KO it. You might be thinking, okay, well, I could just safely Sacred Sword into Kyogre Precipice Blades. That's what Maddie ends up going for. But the Incineroar actually, you know, is faster than the Groudon from earlier. So Sacred Sword goes into Protect. Now, if it targets the Incineroar there, that's, you know, very likely game over. Instead, Flare Blitz goes into Zacian, gets the KO there, and suddenly Kyogre is in a very good position against Groudon because, of course, will outspeed it, and then you don't have to worry about eating a Sacred Sword from the Zacian as well. And then here, Precipice Blades also, you know, going after the Incineroar combined with the Shuka Berry, Incineroar critically survives here as well. So it felt like Maddie had positioned himself into a pretty good spot, but two very critical Protects back to back with the Incineroar, then with the Kyogre, getting both of those turns correctly was able to, yeah, really kind of bring the comeback here in this game.
Yeah, I mean, like, how clutch is that on Dylan's side too? Where like, I think sometimes people look at games and they look kind of the other way, like, oh man, you know, that player had an advantage, and like then they lost the game anyway. But like, yeah, I mean, he figured out like a pretty creative out to this situation, right, where he both is using a sort of, you know, non-standard moveset that he had, and then also like had to play like what 4 turns in a row perfectly, and he hit it. And you know, I think, you know, that's why he is a player who's up and coming. I think he does a good shot at making it to day 2 tomorrow, and I don't know, it's impressive to see. Where again, you know, losing on stream the first game, it's easy kind of, I think, just to kind of like collapse and, you know, like, oh, I'll get him next round, you know, but he was able to get through it.
Yeah, I definitely do want to go back to that first game actually and just highlight the weakness policy just because it's really cool. And I think, you know, this created for a very interesting end game. So yeah, going back to the first game here, you know, Charizard here, a lot bulkier than you'd expect it to. So there's Max Lightning, and takes it so much better than you'd ever expect Charizard to take a Max Lightning, right? I believe Reflect had already been set up here as well. But the idea, part of the interesting debate normally is against the Thundurus Charizard lead. You know, you feel like you're playing a guessing game, right? It's like, oh, do I switch Charizard on a Groudon? But when you're using bulky Charizard with Reflect and weakness policy, suddenly you have to worry nearly as much, right? So it takes that way better than a player would ever expect. Sacred Sword here just cleanly gets the knockout onto Incineroar, and I think this may be one of the funnier moments where a Max Airstream somehow gets the knockout onto a Thundurus thanks to weakness policy.
Yeah, I just love this too, where it's, you know, you're in trouble when stuff like this happens. Like, oh no, like, it's normally it's like, oh no, he mispredicted. You know, he accidentally hit Thundurus with the flying type move. Here you get the knockout, you get the speed boost. That's everything you could ever want. And you know, as much as like I think the debate will continue about whether or not weakness policy Charizard is good, it looked really good in that game.
Yeah, like being able to secure the KO and of course notably get a speed boost on the both Pokemon is really essential here, right? Because at this point, Maddie has won the weather war, right? You know, you've got Groudon in the back, and you're out, you know, faster than both of these Pokemon. But you know, the interesting thing about Charizard is post Dynamax, it's not exactly that powerful, and so, you know, I think this next turn Maddie just goes for a relatively safe play where he's like, okay, you've actually set up the rain. This is also one of the unique circumstances where using Hurricane on Charizard, a lot of times players are like, why would you use Hurricane? Well, first of all, it's a higher base power for Max Airstream, and then second of all, when you're going up against these Kyogre Zacian teams, you can leverage that and get a higher, you know, base power attack with obviously very good accuracy here. And so I think here Maddie's saying, okay, well, I already have a Groudon in the back, and if I just get chip damage on both of your Pokemon, single Precipice Blade should win the game. It's kind of difficult for you to knock out both of my Pokemon here, and so just opts for a Hurricane and Behemoth Blade. I think one thing like could be scary here is if you overcommit, double up into one slot, and then just suddenly lose, you know, both of your Pokemon, maybe to like a Water Spout or Zacian gets like a critical hit onto your opposing Zacian, for example.
Yeah, it kind of becomes what Game 2 wound up being in reverse, right? Where like there's always that chance when you're spamming the single target attacks. But I really like it. I really like Hurricane in general too. I just feel like, you know, I think more and more we're getting the tournament we kind of expected, where this Zacian Kyogre matchup is so important. And, you know, Hurricane maybe giving you a little edge once in a while in this matchup. I mean, it's probably, in many cases, better than it being more generally good, because this is the matchup you absolutely have to be able to win.
Absolutely, and Hurricane's also just one of those moves. I mean, the confusion chance in itself is actually really, really significant, right? It's like sometimes a single confusion into a confusion hit will just win you the game. So here, Kyogre does, get a huge Origin Pulse off there, and actually does a ton of damage, right? So one thing that could have been interesting if Dylan was willing to just go for Behemoth Blade, but I think with G-Max Wildfire, maybe you're not confident on surviving, and then you just think you're going to lose the 1v1 against Groudon. At that point, Groudon doesn't even have to click Precipice Blades if Zacian faints that turn. Can just go for a 100% accurate attack here. And so, one dynamic of this matchup, of course, was the Weather War. Maddie lost the Weather War in Game 2. Still felt like he was in an okay position, but Dylan found the right protects. And so that leads us to Game 3. And Game 3 is pretty interesting because, of course, there was a pretty big Pokemon adjustment, and that Pokemon adjustment was that Gastrodon.
Yeah, I mean, a Pokemon, I'm kind of surprised it took us this long to see, right? I mean, I guess because of Ridya Sun, a Pokemon's gotten a ton of spotlight this year, but finally making an appearance.
Yeah, I think, just kind of talking about team preview here, also, like, before we dive into the third game, both players kind of opted for the same options all 3 games. It was, up until the end here where Gastrodon came out, right? But it was very much the same leads. It was Thundurus Zacian against Grimmsnarl Charizard. And so I'm curious if you think either player had an option to maybe mix things up, or was this just truly the best, kind of line they could take?
Yeah, I mean, like, I think there's something to be said for kind of playing it straight. I think the way the first 2 games played out, I think if you're either player, maybe you feel like, oh, like, I should have had both of those games. So, like, I get it. I did kind of like the Gastrodon adjustment, even though it didn't really work. I mean, Gastrodon itself survived forever, I guess. It was kind of the flip side of what we used to make fun of Gastrodon for before this generation, where, like, it's really good at, like, staying alive on the field and surviving while all of its friends faint around it. Yep. And it's like, you wind up in the end game, wind up seeing here, right? Where it's like, okay, but, like, what's Gastrodon going to do now? But, like, it isn't a pretty good matchup with everything but the 2 grass-type Pokemon. They, like, largely weren't making appearances anyway, so why not, right?
Yeah, I definitely would have been curious to see a Gastrodon lead, I think, going into Game 3, right? Especially if you're expecting Incineroar plus Thundurus. The idea of Gastrodon, first of all, well, you have a super effective Earth Power into Incineroar, Ice Beam into Thundurus, but more importantly, I would expect Gastrodon to take a Life Orb Max Airstream, and so, like, against Incineroar plus Thundurus turn 1, you can just go for a Protect, then turn 2, you pressure with Yawn onto Thundurus as well as something like Earth Power into Incineroar, and so the idea is, okay, well, right now, maybe Gastrodon isn't getting maximum value because Kyogre isn't on the field, but at the same time, if you can scare away the Thundurus a little bit, even deterring 1 Dynamax turn from Thundurus goes a long way just because of how offensive a Pokemon it is, and Thundurus is so much stronger in Dynamax than outside.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. It's like, I think from the perspective of just kind of like controlling the game, right? I mean, there's not a whole lot of defense on either side of these teams unless Grimmsnarl can get the screens going. So, like, you can get that pressure on there, kind of get that early advantage, and then also, getting Gastrodon early helps prevent the endgame situation where Gastrodon came out late and just didn't take a lot of damage, but doesn't have time to get rolling before all of its teammates faint.
I think what was really interesting is in Game 3 here, there was this position where Maddie made this Max Guard look really good, bypassed the Max Lightning and the Flare Blitz, but I think one thing that Dylan did really well was use Incineroar and have it out on the field the entire time against Charizard, because the whole point of that is that you have so much more value and your opponent has much less value with G-Max Wildfire, right? You are essentially not taking G-Max Wildfire damage with one Pokemon constantly, and so I think, like, that's why he was leaning towards Incineroar Thundurus each game, because, like, okay, if you're going to just lead Charizard, well, the Incineroar isn't going to faint even with Max Rockfall, I'm okay. I think one interesting thing is Maddie played this game somewhat passively, so, you lead Grimmsnarl Charizard, but something like switching into Groudon immediately and then just pressuring with the G-Max Wildfire or even like a Max Rockfall into Incineroar is interesting, but I can see why Maddie maybe didn't want to lean into that, because the problem is, okay, even if you get a knockout, if it's a free switch into Kyogre, things can be scary. But in my head, I was like, okay, one approach Maddie can take is maybe go with Grimm Charizard, Gastro Groudon, which is what he did. Turn 1, you try to get a knockout immediately, and then turn 2, you switch the Groudon into Gastrodon immediately to cover for the Kyogre coming out.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just kind of like the day 1 of Worlds jitters. I kind of feel like we're seeing a kind of a theme where a lot of the players like kind of come loose, just wind up not quite getting these sets. They're not quite bold enough, perhaps, with their lead choices, especially in these Game 3s where they're making the more conservative choices. They're kind of like playing what they're most comfortable with, and like, I get that for sure, but yeah, it's like I think there's some opportunity here the players aren't quite finding, and I'm curious if, like, as the day goes on and people kind of get their feet under them, if we'll start seeing a little bit more aggression on, like, especially the beginning of the later games in the sets.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, one of the main things in this format is you can lose the game so quickly. You get the wrong lead matchup with Dynamax, you can just lose the game on turn 1. So I think for a lot of players, it's hard to feel super confident saying, okay, I'm going to take a big risk and just, completely deviate from what I've done so far, especially if you feel like, for example, in in game 2, I feel like Maddie actually played the early game super well. And then, of course, in game 3, one thing we didn't highlight was the Groudon getting burnt by Flare Blitz. It felt like even without the burn, maybe Dylan was actually still in an okay position. Gastrodon was a cool bring. I think the main problem for it is that maybe it was a little bit too late for it to come out, because at that point in the game, it wasn't doing enough damage. And like the play from Zacian just did so much into it by itself, right? So I think without the burn, definitely would be a closer game, but it wasn't like a burn that just single-handedly changed the game, I think, because I thought Dylan had played pretty well. But yeah, that was honestly a very, very fun, intense set against, you know, two of the more standard team compositions, but it feels like both players really made a lot of cool adjustments and had some really neat tricks up their sleeve. So that's it for this round, and I believe we're ready to get started with the next one, so let's throw it to the casters.
Thank you so much, Aaron. Hello, everyone. I'm Sierra Hunter, joined by Joe Brown. We're absolutely thrilled to be here at the Pokemon World Championships. This has been absolutely amazing so far. It surpassed every expectation. And finally, getting to sit here on the big stage and cast our first match together.
Yes, this has been a long time waiting, not just us behind the desk, but for everybody within the Pokemon community waiting for 3 years for the World Championships to return. And I'm so happy that we could be here in London and experiencing this just like everyone else is as well. We're like out on the floor, Sierra. You see, it's like this might be the biggest world setup I've ever seen, honestly.
It is. Seeing the stage even this morning, being able to go there for the opening ceremonies, every single part of it has just been, wow, this event is getting bigger and bigger and better every single year, and honestly, well worth the wait. I hate waiting, but considering how things have been so far, and we're only on day one, it was worth it.
No, absolutely. This is a really cool venue, and we really appreciate the opportunity to be here, you know, showcasing some of the best VGC players in the world. So I'm very excited to see what happens while we're behind the desk this weekend.
Especially, too, because we're going to be able to showcase the players that have got those invites or are well on track on the invite before we took that break, but also the new age players and how everything is meeting up going against each other. I feel like that's the most interesting part of all, as well as the fact that whoever is going to be taking down this World Championships is just undisputably the Pokemon Sword and Shield World Champion. That's so cool.
Yeah, it's kind of inarguable at that point, right?
Yeah.
This is the Sword and Shield Championship, so other eras you're like, oh, I was better in 2017 or 2018 with different mechanics and different rule sets for the format. But with Series 12 being the entire 2022 season of VGC, these trainers have had all of the year to every regional they went to, every, you know, international championship that they participated in. Like, they've got their fill of Series 12, and now here is the climax of the format here with Worlds.
Yeah, so what has been your favorite part then of everything going on today?
I don't know. Well,
Difficult question, I know.
It's tough because look, the opening ceremony is really cool. The stage behind us, if everyone watching at home, like, yes, it is as gigantic as it looks on the screen. There's so many things with the phones. Like, Ishihara was coming out of the phone and on the stage, and the London Eye and the London Bridge also in the background. Like, seeing all of that stuff. Opening ceremony was definitely like, I remember sitting in line waiting to get in. We go to Worlds every year. You totally forget about how that experience is. The stress, like, am I going to make it by 9? And we make it by 9, and we get to see it every time.
That's why you have to make friends that are going to save you a seat, so you don't have to have that stress. You still have the anticipation and the excitement, but you don't have the stress. But regardless, it was well worth it. Even just that hype trailer right at the end before we got everything kicked off, the little Pachirisu there.
Oh, I was emotional.
Yeah, that was like a goosebumps moment. That was, oh my gosh, we are really here. This is actually happening. This is about to be the 2022 Pokemon World Championships for new Pokemon and new trainers to be stamped into history, just like that Pachirisu was.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe this weekend we'll have another Pachirisu moment that, you know, changed pretty much for anyone who doesn't know. Back in 2014, Seijun Park won the World Championships with Pachirisu, and, you know, myself included, many people started playing VGC because of how significant of a moment that was. So it would be really awesome if here in London we would have another significant moment like that for VGC's history.
Though I feel like that is the one moment that if anyone knows anything about, that is the moment. That is the moment they know is this Pachirisu. And it's just about now whether your opportunity at the Pokemon World Championships, if you can kind of go and make that moment for yourself, where years and years down the line, there's going to be that hype video. There's going to be that legacy that you've built and you've created.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, who knows if it'll be a player currently playing on day 1 right now that's going to steamroll through day 2 and Top Gun and everything, or is it someone who's already in day 2 right now? They're kind of waiting in the wings, waiting for the fog to clear. As we are in London, there's a lot of it around.
Yes.
So waiting for the fog to clear, and then they're actually going to claim their stake to the VGC Championship here in 2022.
You were talking about the stress of waiting in the line to get to the open ceremonies. What about the stress that these day 1 players have? This is brutal out here. These day 2 players, sure, you're still having that expectation and those nerves heading into day 2 because you're expected to perform. You're so close to the championship title, but now you're competing in the best of the best. Going against this day 1, there's still so many great players out there, but you don't know what people have been working on. Sure, this format's been around for a little bit, but there's always going to be that new tech. There's always going to be people who have been practicing things in private, and you don't know who you're going to be sitting down against, and just one match gone completely sideways, that could be your chance ruined for a Pokemon World Champion. And that is, I think, the most terrifying thing of all for this weekend.
No, absolutely. Playing day 1 at Worlds is playing VGC on hard mode, because you have to play, you know, 8 more rounds than the players who are on day 2 have to play, right? At that point, so like they're getting to rest their brains. Maybe they go visit Buckingham Palace while you're out here, you know, sweating these, you know, Precipice Blades hits or not. They're out there seeing Big Ben and enjoying everything that London has to offer, and you're here trying to just make it to where they already are.
To be fair, I'm sure a lot of those players are actually watching and waiting to see what is in the shadows for that day 2 and what is to be expected. But something now going to be brought to light. It's going to be our round 4 matches. We are ready to head over to the stage and find out who is going to be our next round opponent. And it is going to be Ben Grismer going up against Shohei Kimura.
Yeah, Shohei and Ben, 2 formerly Worlds qualified players, and especially Ben Grismer this year in North America. You would say he was one of the best players in North America, but he actually flew over the pond to this side of the pond where we are earlier this year and got top 4 at the Liverpool Regional Championships with his trusty Shedinja that Ben is really known for. Also a multiple-time top 32 finisher of the North American International Championships, as well as some other regional top cuts to Ben's name. But his opponent is no slouch, as Shohei Kimura in 2017 finished 2nd at the Japan National Championships. And for anyone who knows VGC, they know just how hardcore the Japan National Championships are and how difficult they are to perform well at there. Also making it to Worlds that year, and Shohei has 2 top 16 finishes at international championships.
Yeah, and I love the fact that these players have been playing for a hot second, so they've gotten that experience before. They're not these new age players. They're experienced, they know what it's like to be competing on a grand scale, but this will be the big accomplishment that we're waiting for at this point. I mean, finalists at Japanese Nationals, that is still amazing, but it is nothing like getting, you know, finalists or even the world champion title.
Absolutely, and what I'm really interested in this matchup is Ben Grismer in North America and Shohei in Japan. Ben is really known for some of his crazier strategies like Shedinja, as he has performed very well with throughout many tournaments, through many different Pokemon games. And there it is right there, a very spicy team that Ben has brought here to London on day 1. But Shohei with a more consistent team, but as a Japanese player, those Japan national tournaments are best of 1. So there's often more room for more let's say, varied strategies. So maybe Shohei has more experience against teams that like Ben has here today than some of the North American player base does.
And even when you have these traditional teams, you never know when there's going to be that unexpected tech to make sure that you can be making their way through. You definitely can't be caught slacking against them whatsoever, but I'm naturally drawn towards Ben team at this point. I mean, you were talking about the London Fog, and this team is definitely bringing the heat over here. You're going to have that Kyurem, this Urshifu, this Sableye. Every single part of this is just, whoa, the only more traditional thing is that Zacian. And I mean, I don't think we're really getting rid of that anytime soon.
Yeah, I think it's a requirement to bring Zacian. I don't know if that was in the signups, but it seems like every team we've seen so far has had that Pokemon.
There is for a reason. It is good, but it is time to get started. First match heading into round 4. The Zacian on the field to start next to this Kyogre double restricted lead up against the Sableye and the Kyurem.
Kyurem White is a Pokemon that can be an absolute nightmare if you are not prepared for it. A Pokemon like the Kyogre there definitely is safer than the Groudon, as we've seen in many different times. Groudon cannot face well against the Kyurem White there. So a very consistent lead out of Shohei with Kyogre and Zacian. What you have to worry about is the Sableye on Ben's end there. It's a prankster Pokemon. It's kind of a throwback to the olden days of VGC compared to these newer, Pokemon like Grimmsnarl and Whimsicott, other pranksters. The Sableye is very tricky, can use Quash to delay your opponent's attack to later on in the turn, which helps out Kyurem White being able to attack beforehand. And typically Kyurem White is seen as probably the predominant choice to Dynamax on Ben's team typically there, besides maybe the Urshifu. So I wonder if that is what Ben's going to go for.
I mean, the Dynamax to start, it's never going to be the Sableye, so here it is. Ben looking to apply this pressure right away, where Shohei opting instead to be swapping that Zacian out and bring in the Thundurus to try and help combat this in some sort of way.
Yeah, but Thundurus is not going to want to take a Max Hailstorm. That's kind of the worry you think of if you let this Kyurem start rolling, you're going to have problems.
We're talking about the tricks that Sableye likes to have up its sleeve, and Ally Switch is one of those as well, making sure that Shohei might not be able to attack exactly where he may want to, as Kyurem firing off this Max Quake. Nice for a little bit of damage, and definitely nice for this special defense boost, which fares very well typically against this Ogre, especially with this Water Spout. Already taking damage, it's not going to do much, and with the special defense boost, going to do even less.
Yeah, that's definitely a smart play out of Ben, because you don't want to make any crazy turn one reads of game one in the round. You don't want to make a Max Hailstorm switch in, because with Zacian and Kyogre on the field at that point, it wasn't really safe to click Max Hailstorm. So now that you know the Zacian is out, you have to worry about the Thundurus. We've seen so many times so far today, Sierra, how strong Dynamax Thundurus can be with Max Airstream or just whatever to help out the team. But when you're facing a Kyurem, you might never be able to even get the attack thanks to Sableye.
Yeah, that Quash can definitely be pesky, and that Max Hailstorm you were talking about that it's not going to appreciate, well, that is the case. There's no chance here. That is going to be a quick one-hit KO, as well as a chance to reset this weather into the hill.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's going to take out, even though the Kyogre has less damage, now he has to go for the inaccurate attack.
It's going to do even less damage when that is
a double
miss. That was a turn full of disaster for Shohei.
So that turn one Max Quake is proving even more dividends later on, because you put Kyogre's health lower so that its Water Spout was not going to be effective. You have to risk the Origin Pulse, and Ben gets rewarded handsomely for that turn because he dodges all of the damage there, and Ben's just ready for his last turn of Dynamax at this point to try to just have another strong attack, maybe the Max Quake into the Zacian that switched in, or you want to go for another attack onto the already half-health Kyogre there. But this is very troubling for Shohei if he can't get his Kyogre to connect on his moves.
And it's disastrous as well with the Zacian out on the field, because it definitely doesn't appreciate the Max Quakes that this Kyurem has. Of course, it got to avoid that the first turn around with the swap in, but considering the Max Quakes did target into the Kyogre instead, it was kind of a swap that didn't really work out, and now it still has to be on the field to face the wrath of this last turn of Dynamax, and this Kyurem is definitely putting in that work.
Absolutely. Life Orb, Dynamax, Kyurem White is, as we said at the beginning of the set, it is a problem. If you don't have an answer for it, it will straight up steamroll your team.
All right, well, despite the special defense boost on Ben's side, and despite the lowered health from the Kyogre, it is still going to be the Dynamax coming out. That's a way to definitely not miss these moves when you do have that Dynamax, and a way to be applying that pressure. That way, protect onto the Zacian, no Quash, no Max Quake hitting into you, and that Quash hitting into that slot makes sure the Sableye not going to be doing much for this turn. Now, the Max Quake fired off. You can only imagine where this is going, and thanks to that protect, not doing nearly as much devastating damage as it would have otherwise. Now, we're going to see another special defense boost, and that should fare pretty well into whatever this Kyogre wants to do. That Max Geyser not going to be doing extra damage because it is the hill now, but at least a chance to reset the weather.
The second boost!
It holds on because of that boost.
Yeah, that's crazy. And now that the hail is gone, you're actually not even able to knock it out, which it would have that turn. So I was questioning at the beginning of this turn when he Dynamaxed, Hail was currently up. And a lot of Kyogre and Groudon players, they'll switch their restricted out to reset their weather, like the rain here in Kyogre's case. But Shohei deciding to not take that extra turn, not reveal his 4th Pokemon in the match, and just let Kyogre use his Dynamax while the Hail is up, instead actually cost him twofold there. He didn't do enough damage because Rain wasn't up, and then he didn't knock it out because he got rid of Hail at the same time.
A tricky situation, that's for sure. And at this point, not wanting the Zacian to face the ground attack quash combination that Ben has available, just has to be swapping out into that Incineroar. Because of that, won't get quashed, not that that would have mattered too much, but Incineroar is not going to appreciate the Earth Power any less. Super effective hit, another one-hit KO coming out, and Shohei down to his final 2 Pokemon at this point. This Kyogre is going to have to do a lot of work in this matchup. And I mean, when a Max Geyser is used just to be finishing off the Sableye, that's a tough spot.
That is very difficult because you don't want, you have to knock it out right there. The Sableye's Quash is just being too problematic here, but wasting your 2nd turn of Dynamax just to take care of a measly 10 hit points on a Sableye compared to the gigantic threat on the field, which has been the Kyurem White the entire game, is not the position that Shohei wants to be in. So now that he's down to his final 2 Pokemon, Ben has now just going to reveal his 3rd Pokemon, right? It's been the Sableye and Kyurem White lead the entire match so far in game 1. So if you bring in the Zacian here, you can try to find out the information on if you're faster or not. But instead, if you bring Shedinja, you think, hey, maybe Shohei doesn't have any attacks to get rid of my Shedinja.
I mean, you were talking too about Ben and just how utilized the Shedinja was for him, and now feeling confident to bring it out in this matchup. I mean, regardless of what's coming on in Ben's end, just the Pokemon advantage that Ben has at this point is still just astonishing.
Yeah, absolutely. And then he's kind of bringing his ringer in the back in Shedinja, who is essentially Ben's partner Pokemon throughout his history in VGC. He's used it so many different times, and if you are not prepared for it, Shedinja is a Pokemon that it has 1 HP, right? But thanks to its ability, it can only take damage from super effective attacks. So if you do not have any moves that can hit it super effectively, you're not able to hit it at all, and that can be a really difficult, hurdle to overcome from players that don't prepare to face Shedinja.
You got to make sure there's always something in your back pocket just in case that bug is to come out. Behemoth Blade to start off the turn coming out from Shohei is going to finish off this Kyurem as the Max Geyser into the Wonder Guard is not going to do anything whatsoever. Now a big reveal, it's going to be the Assault Vest on this Pokemon. Going to take a bit of damage from this Poltergeist.
Yeah, the Poltergeist, it's a stronger attack if your opponent is holding a held item, excuse me. So it actually does more damage and reveals information. So it's pretty helpful for Ben there to now know for the rest of the set that it is a Assault Vest on the Kyurem. But now that Zacian has come in for Ben, you can try to stay safe. You don't want to get hit by the opposing Behemoth Blade, right? You got to try to figure out at this point how these 2 Zacians are trained, which one's typically faster, or if they're both as fast as they can be, and you have to risk the speed ties every turn. But Kyogre's kind of not very helpful for the rest of this match. You can't ignore it because you can always crit Origin Pulse or something like that while the rain is up, and that can be bad for Ben. So you can't fully ignore it, but definitely right now Shohei's Zacian's a bigger target, and that's why he protects it.
Yeah, protect to make sure you're not going to be hit in response, and sure enough, that's exactly where the Behemoth Blade from Ben's end was going to be coming out. Origin Pulse, of course, we already know how that story goes into the Wonder Guard, but we'll at least be able to connect this time around on to the Zacian, picking up a good, healthy amount of damage. Poltergeist in return back into this Kyogre, just to consistently be chipping away this damage and actually do enough this time around to be picking up the KO and put Shohei to his last and final Pokemon. And I don't think there's anything to hit him.
No, at that point, this is what Shedinja does. It seems like 1 HP is just enough. You can have 1,000 HP or 1 HP. At this point, you don't have an attack to hit the Shedinja there, and as long as Poltergeist connects, you would eventually be able to knock it out.
Yeah, just doing that damage slowly or quickly. Zacian hits like a truck and is going to be enough to do the trick. Ben going to be taking this first match here in round 4.
And this is just a quintessential Ben Grismer team really with the Kirin White and the Sableye and Shedinja all really showing very well in that matchup. Shohei has to be a little more careful with his Dynamax usage, right? You saw the Kyogre turn one of Dynamax, did not get the knockout, and then lets the Sableye stay on the field. Then turn two, just had to hit 10 HP on the Sableye, so another wasted turn. And then turn three, the Max Geyser went into Wonder Guard ability from the Shedinja there. So if I'm Shohei, I'm looking for ways in game two for an adjustment to have a better Dynamax usage. If it's either the Thundurus or Rillaboom, or even if it is Kyogre, make sure that can actually do more damage than it was doing there. And one of the key things that we noted, Sierra, was those 2 Max Quake boosts from Kirin White were so pivotal in that matchup for Ben.
Yeah, and even the fact that the Max Quake boost was pivotal, you saw it in that very first turn that Shohei did attempt to swap out into that Thundurus, make sure that there wasn't going to be anything that connected, be able to go for the Water Spout in return, but it was a target into that Kyogre instead. So all of a sudden, Shohei would almost just seem like a turn behind at that point. You had the swap, you didn't bait the Max Quake into anything, and all of a sudden your Kyogre's doing so much less damage. And I think into the second game as well, it's obviously you don't want the Max Quake boost to be going up, but you also need a way to figure out how to be dealing with this Kyurem and Sableye sooner, because using a Max turn to take care of the Sableye you couldn't get rid of earlier was just disastrous. And we got to see how Ben ran through Shohei's team until the Shedinja was just sitting there looking pretty.
Right, that's why supportive Pokemon are so important in VGC. Things throughout the history of Pokemon like Amoonguss and Incineroar or Sableye or other Whimsicott, other prankster Pokemon, they're so key because every turn that you're targeting the supportive Pokemon, because it's a nuisance to your strategy, is a turn you're not targeting the important, attacker on the team like the Kirin White. So that's really a struggle that Shohei is going to have to figure out in this matchup. Is if you waste so much time because it's such a problem to deal with the Sableye, then that just lets the Kirin White with its Life Orb and its Dynamax and just incredibly strong stats that do massive amounts of damage there. It really just lets it steamroll your team.
Yeah, and it's interesting too, because there also has been cases where the supportive Pokemon have been in a spot where they can't really do anything. They're not there to be dealing damage. And if the Pokemon beside them aren't being able to be enabled at all, and they can't be dealing the damage, then the supportive Pokemon's like, oh, okay, well, I can't do anything either. So even if you're not really necessarily getting rid of the Pokemon, like the supportive Pokemon, but getting rid of what it's trying to set up, maybe that could be a way to also eliminate it. Because once the Sableye can't really help its partner Pokemon, what does it do?
No, definitely not. There's definitely there's many Pokemon throughout VGC's history that you kind of look at and you're saying, oh, I really love how it fits my team, really how it puts everything into the right slots. And then all it does is just watch all its friends get knocked out the whole time. You know what I mean? And you're like the classic example would be something like Crobat back in the day with Tailwind and some of the other things that Crobat was able to do. Like the Crobat dilemma was like, all right, had some really nice support with Tailwind and Super Fang, and maybe you got a poison off of something like that. But all it did was just watch all its teammates get knocked out as it was trying. So if you get in a spot like that you're talking about, it is very difficult to pull yourself out of that hole.
Yeah, because what can you do with the supportive Pokemon that's not meant for damage? Absolutely nothing if the Pokemon next to it isn't. So there's the 2 different ways that Shohei could really go about this in this next match. And it'll be really interesting to see which one he opts for, because just the synergy that Ben's team has in general, it is a tricky situation because this pure power and then just the denial with the Shedinja is just a little too much.
The other thing I was thinking about on Shohei is the Shedinja item reveal. It's pretty much usually Focus Sash and Safety Goggles. And if you let the hail stay up, you would have had it revealed if it took damage or not. It didn't, if it took damage, then it wasn't the Safety Goggles. If it did, it would have been able. So you didn't even get that information game out of your loss anyway, too. Like sometimes you can get a little saving grace, like, all right, a small victory was I gained more information out of my opponent, but you knew that Kirin White was going to be Life Orb and strong attacks, right? You knew what Zacian's set was. You knew what the Sableye set was with Quash and Ally Switch and things like that. So even in the loss, Shohei did not gain much information out of it.
Yeah, and that is not great going into this game too, because now winning these 2 back-to-back games, you're trying to readjust your game plan while still not having that full information that your opponent now has. At this point, Ben was able to take all the KOs, be able to get that information with this Poltergeist, and is like, okay, well, I already won. I'm already in such a great spot, and I know what I can really realistically expect. So if my opponent's making this change, well, I can just try and get ahead going about this route, whereas Shohei doesn't really have that advantage whatsoever. So definitely in a pin situation, and I'm so intrigued to see how he's going to get out of it, because this team, a bit more of a standard team, they are standard and they are strong for a reason.
Well, we are going to have the same lead, Sierra, here, as Shohei deciding that the turn 1 was not the problem. It was the strategies after that lead that ended up in the loss.
I mean, this is definitely a really strong restricted lead coming out from Shohei, as long as that pressure can be obtained. Last time we saw it didn't really get to, because the Zacian decided to be swapping out into the Thunderous instead, and then the Kyogre instantly crippled. Whereas this time, now Ben knows, okay, well, if I hit into the Kyogre, I can still have the same impact as that game 1, but now Shohei knows that this is a line I can do. This Zacian can just fire a Behemoth Blade off.
And Shohei definitely expects that his best answer to the Kyurem Light is Zacian with Behemoth Blade, doing the double damage to a Dynamax Pokemon. Obviously would be very strong into Kyurem there. But the question is if Sableye will let the Zacian attack it, because if you leave yourself open here without a Protect, you're probably going to have to eat a Life Orb Max Quake for your troubles there, and the Sableye is going to quash to make sure that, or it can quash, I should say, to let the Kyurem Light be able to attack before the Zacian can.
Maybe a situation of give a little, take a little, even if the Zacian is going to be on the receiving end of the Max Quake, maybe do something else. But if it is going to be on the receiving end, it will be through a Protect. Fake Out targeting right into that slot, which means a follow-up Max Quake might have just been headed that way. No, instead it will be into the Kyogre. It will be a kind of similar line in that sense going on into this game to make sure that this special defense boost can be gained, and the Water Spout in retaliation not going to be able to do as much damage.
Yeah, just somewhat of a repeat of Game 1's turn there, where the Max Quake brought it down and the Water Spout didn't do as much damage because of it. But that Protect, a very safe middle ground play that Ben made there, using Fake Out on Zacian to stop it from a Behemoth Blade if it didn't Protect, but also getting the Max Quake onto Kyogre to hinder the damage output that it can have, and also hurting its Water Spout there, and giving yourself the +1 special defense, which was so critical in Game 1, because the at +2 special defense Zacian, or excuse me, the Sableye was able to hang on from Kyogre's attack there. So now if you are Shohei, you're really in the same situation as we were talking about on turn 1. You have to worry about Quash being able to delay your attack this turn. And now that Kyurem has a special defense boost already and hardly took any damage, it's going to be hard to knock it out, and you're not even going to be able to if you just switch out Zacian.
All right, well, here's going to be a big adjustment going into the Zacian finally swapping out, but it will be into the Whimsicott instead, as a little bit of shenanigans happening with it. Vigo maybe not wanting to go for another move, maybe misclick. Some things maybe we'll never know. Now a Max Quake fired off from Ben to get another one of these boosts, do a bit more damage, and this Water Spout's doing Pebblesworth.
Yeah, and maybe Shohei a bit wary from Game 1, where he double missed Origin Pulse when he was at half health. He's like, I'm half health, this Water Spout's not going to be effective. So now choosing to click that on this turn, you're also kind of thinking he's going to Max Quake my Zacian slot, so I might be safe. But you get punished for that decision, because now you didn't take the risk of doing more damage with Origin Pulse, so you almost essentially didn't do any damage because of how low HP that the Kyogre is currently at.
It's doing not much. This time, no, not use Fake Out. Instead, it will be the ally switch to switch things around a little bit. Whimsicott joining the field is going to take this opportunity to set up the Tailwind to make sure that Shohei has the speed on his side going forward into this match. A welcome change going into things, but the damage that the Kyogre wasn't able to do previously is really hurting right about now, as no KOs picked up. Now a Max Hailstorm fired off into the Whimsicott to deal with it, does bring it down to Sash, but also going to be setting the hail.
Right, and that that hail would be able to do the 1 HP remaining there. I just think it's really interesting as the Whimsicott gets knocked out that a Sableye was able to take 3 hits from a Kyogre. It's something you don't really see every day, but because of the Max Quake boost, and then actually hangs on, doesn't get knocked out from the hail. Because of those boosts and because of how low of an HP the Kyogre is at, really been a problem for Shohei in this matchup. And that was a pretty nice turn from Ben, because now you're back in that same spot. You lost Dynamax, so I don't think, even with the Life Orb, I'm not sure how the interaction is going to work with how much Earth Power does into the Zacian, but you're still worried about Quash.
Well, in the situation, too, is now Shohei does have the speed advantage on his side and hasn't used Max whatsoever. So the Whimsicott, even joining the field for only that 1 turn, has really left that impact, because both of these Pokemon now can go and outspeed, and Sableye can only deal with 1 at a time, and even the little bit of damage that's been dealt, I mean, it starts to add up.
The question is, what did Shohei bring in the back as his 4th Pokemon? If it's the Thundurus, that's a great Dynamax attacker, as we've seen so many times so far throughout the day. And the Kyurem has already used up its Dynamax turns there. So you would have that Dynamax advantage, the staggered Dynamax later on in the matchup. But if it's something like Incineroar, it might be more difficult to break through Ben's team.
The Protect from the Zacian is going to make sure the Quash does nothing. Water Spout, you know it's not really going to be doing much damage. You don't need it to. You need it to get rid of this Sableye at this point. And, you know, for the light drizzle that this Kyogre has, it is going to be enough to finally take that Pokemon out. With the Quash comes the Earth Power, and Shohei not taking any impact from Ben in that turn.
Yeah, and now the Zacian is not scared about the Quash, so Ben is going to have to bring in another Pokemon on the field here. Could be a Zacian of his own. Could also be the Ditto if you wanted to switch in.
Oh, no.
And you gain, you know, how often can you get 2 Zacians on your team? It's such a powerful Pokemon. You might want to take advantage of that while you can. But at this point, if it is something slower than the Zacian, you are now okay with, you're not worried about getting knocked out before you can Behemoth Blade into the Kyurem, excuse me. So I would say this Game 2's Dynamax didn't work as amazingly for Ben as it did in Game 1. It pretty much like won him the game for it. It was still very effective, but with Zacian, who can't Dynamax, and with Kyogre being such low HP at this point, it's really going to be up to Shohei's 4th Pokemon to be able to pull this back and force a Game 3.
Yeah, and I would have to imagine it would be that Thundurus, and making sure it's nice and safe, hidden in the back in case that Shedinja does make an appearance. Make sure that you're not stuck in a situation where the game is lost because you'd have nothing to be hitting it. So I like the fact that he's using the Pokemon that he has now to try and deal with these problem Pokemon on Ben's side. Sableye is gone. The Kyurem still has a decent chunk of health, but I'm sure you could get rid of that pretty fast. And now, since you can outspeed the Zacian that Ben has, it gives you a nice window of opportunity to just start dealing that damage on your own.
But let's see what happens between these 2 Zacians on the field right now, right? You never know who is going to be able to attack first. So if you waited the whole game to just avoid Quash so you could attack, and then Ben's Zacian knocks you out before you can attack again anyway, that'd be really a heartbreaking turn.
So it's actually going to be the Incineroar from Shohei joining the field. Going to be bringing this Intimidate onto Ben's own Zacian. And that will be the 4th and final Pokemon at that point. This character goes into the back.
I waved bacon at you.
Off into the Kyurem.
I made bacon too, Bunny.
Up this KO.
Very fortunate
and tomatoes
for Shohei there that he was able to move first because of the Imprison.
Imprison from the Zacian. Gonna make sure that any moves shared are not going to be allowed to be used going forward. And you know what moves those are? That is going to be things like this Behemoth Blade. That's going to be things like this Sacred Sword. And
oh my God.
Pokemon from Ben.
That's a move.
Shifu.
He didn't even bring the Shedinja in Game 2. He made the adjustment with Shifu Single Strike. I'm just over here like,
Therapies.
Ben
I love
really
sodium.
It's
turkey bacon. I don't know if it has sodium.
That would have been the coolest pop off of round 4 of Worlds I've ever seen. There, but it just does not work out for him there. And you don't know if it is a speed tie or if Shohei is naturally faster than Ben's there. But with Urshifu being at full HP right now, it is a fighting type that's really strong into Incineroar. You can hit it with close combat. So But as we were talking about, Incineroar really is the best option for Dynamax left on Shohei's side. So if you get double HP, maybe you're able to take a close combat a little bit better there, and you can respond with Max Flare into the Zacian slot. You know, it doesn't. It's kind of tough, but it's going to be up to Incineroar here.
The Max Incineroar coming out at the Pokemon World Championships. I mean, the Kyogre is so low. The Zacian obviously cannot go for the Dynamax. So it's the only possible target, but still always such a treat to see. Quick Attack
You can only
is
use
going
Quick
to
Attack.
be hitting just a little bit of damage. Not that thing it
The
can do.
Fighting
But
Berry?
look at this. This Crude
The
Sword
Fighting
into
Berry?
Incineroar, the super effective damage. Gonna be doing absolutely nothing with the Chople Berry. Now the Max Flare into Zacian, and that is gonna deal the damage that is necessary.
Shohei brought this back with
down to the
Dynamax
Everybody and
Incineroar.
their mother has run Shuka Berry Incineroar all season, and Shohei shows up to Worlds with Chople Berry.
And now this hit from the Urshifu, Ben's fallen, and the Incineroar hangs on the final turn of Tailwind, so that will bring about the speed things that we talked about. Now the
Imprison
speed
still-
is even for both
is
of
Imprison
these
still
players.
up?
And Ben doesn't even get to
He-
use that
he
to advantage
destroyed
now
the-
that the Zacian is
Oh, they
taken
quit. Oh.
down. That maybe is a speed type
Wow.
we'll have to resolve in game 3. As
Shohei
that's
just said,
exactly
hey,
where we
I'm
get to
him.
go.
Don't play with
This
me.
is so awesome seeing
That's
how
crazy.
I love seeing different regions of the world interacting like
That's
this.
crazy.
US and Japan, the different strategies. Dynamax and Incineroar, the whole time we were thinking, Tierra, maybe it was Thunderous in the back because you have Max Airstream for the Shedinja, so you'd be able to hit it, you know, having something super effective. But he's saying, no, I'd rather the Incineroar because it's such a bulky Pokemon. Max Flare is really strong. Gaining that double HP to its stat when you do Dynamax it proved absolutely gigantic because of the Chople Berry. He was able to take both of those hits and hang on and get the knockout there. So now Ben's usually the guy that's like, hey, I'm the one with the tricks up my sleeves. What's going on here? Shohei is trying to match my game.
Yeah, well, the information that Joey wasn't able to get in that first match, he got in into this second match.
Yes.
Now you know about this in prison. Now you know that, Ben isn't worried about bringing the Urshifu, and actually will bring it into the match. The Shedinja's not going to be the end-all, be-all here. And we go into this last and final match with both players having a really good idea of realistically what the other can bring. And I'm so excited to see the beginning of that match was very much so the same strategies, but that second half, crazy.
And the other thing, if you're on Ben's side, right, this is kind of the old Smeargle dilemma from VGC's seasons past with Shedinja. You won game 1 and you brought it. You lost game 2 and you didn't bring it, right? What is on Ben's mind in this game 3? It doesn't seem like super critical in this matchup. It is when it gets down to Zacian Kyogre. If that is the 2 remaining Pokemon that Shohei has on the team,
crazy.
then it's just an auto win essentially at that point. But you're worried about Incineroar, you're worried about Thunderous as well. They can both hit it super effectively there. So I wonder how Ben is feeling on, Shedinja's probability of coming in game 3.
And as we're wondering about what Ben is thinking with the Shedinja, well, now Shohei also has to be thinking, okay, what is Ben thinking about the Shedinja? Because the last thing you want to do while making your adjustments for this third game is disrespect the fact that the Shedinja can be hitting the field at any point. Sure, it was covered in that last match. If it was Shedinja going there at the end, I mean, that's easy pickings for Incineroar. It has no problem with that. But all of a sudden, if you have these mind games. All right, well, Ben knows that I have this Max Incineroar that I can be using, and I'm not afraid to use. Is he going to cover for that? All of a sudden, do I need to then cover for what he's bringing? You got to make sure that Shedinja doesn't get left in the shadows and all of a sudden coming out for a nasty surprise.
And you also have to get more usage out of Kyogre if you're Shohei. Has really not been a great showing in these first 2 games for his premier restricted Pokemon in Kyogre. So if you are going to make the same lead, you have to have a different strategy, or maybe you can switch it up and have Kyogre safer in the back, and you're not taking that Max Quake on the first turn.
This
The
is a
Ditto?
big adjustment. The Ditto to start off, and it's going to be in the slot right across from the Zacian. You're taking that 50-50, and that means that will be a double restricted lead for Ben with that Ditto Imposter. turning into a nice, strong Zacian.
Yeah, the Ditto there, you had a 1 in 6 Pokemon chance of calling the correct Pokemon to be in that slot, and Ben gets the Zacian there. This is one of the things that is so scary with Ditto teams, these super aggressive teams, is you're punishing your opponent for their own Pokemon. Now Ditto has access to Behemoth Blade. If it is holding a Choice Scarf, that would make it faster than the Zacian in a 1-to-1 matchup there. But in other matchups, it helps with Ditto because it tells you all of the moves that a Pokemon has, but with the Zacian, you're not really too concerned. Most of his moves have been revealed at this point. But with Zacian, because it's not Ditto anymore, Zacian and Kyurem White on the field right now, that's a pretty strong offensive pairing for Ben.
And it's a tricky situation, right? Because normally you would see this Zacian
That
next to
Ditto's
Whimsicott.
crazy.
You're like, oh wow, it's Tailwind and Behemoth Blade. This is dangerous. This is fast.
Wait,
this
he
is
withdrew
dangerous.
Ditto?
It could be a sort of spot. The Ditto not wanting to stick around into the Zacian though, instead bringing out the Sableye is this Whimsicott now also swapping out. It is going to be a turn of everyone readjusting. And it was an Incineroar potentially as a response into that impostered Ditto.
Yeah, now you have to. The only people that can move this turn are the Kyurem and the Zacian there. So if there's the Dynamax that we see from Ben, all 3 games he decided to Dynamax the Kyurem on the first turn makes sense. There is no Quash. There's no Protect this turn. The Zacian is not worried about being delayed in its damage towards the Kyurem here. So that is something that can be more beneficial for Shohei.
Yeah, but also Ben being able to apply this pressure right out of the gate. We've gotten to see just how dangerous it can be. The Behemoth now from Zacian. It's all about where it's going to be targeting, just how it will fare, and it actually will be into this slot. Double damage, and double damage is going to be enough to be picking up this one-hit KO. This first turn back is going to be huge blow in this game 3.
And think about it, 2 of the 3 Pokemon we know are Sableye and Ditto. You don't really want to Dynamax them. Like, so if you try to save Dynamax for later, you're not going to get much value. But now you have none of it. Even if you try to save it later, you might get 1 or 2 turns. Now you get nothing there. So the Urshifu is going to have to put in a lot of work remaining in this game. And you're not even going to get to see it, because what are you going to do against the player of Zacian as Urshifu?
Oh my god.
That was 1 turn.
It was 1 turn.
I have never seen a game in the Pokemon World Championship just concede after the first turn. I mean, losing that Kyurem on the very first turn, it is a pretty over situation, yes, but still seeing how that played out and how Shohei was able to take the second game to then be lended, you know, this game 3 of opportunity where you can get that first read right is insane. But congratulations, Shohei. I mean, the first turn victory, still a victory.
No, absolutely. I mean, Shohei with a great, display of how to make adjustments throughout a set there. You go into it thinking Zacian Kyogre is going to be your best strategy, and then you realize that the Kyogre is not as effective as you would really like it to be in this particular matchup there. So having things like the Dynamax Incineroar and the Chople Berry being able to help you out in these matchups. Like, I'm not sure if the Chople Berry is for Urshifu, like if Shohei was expecting a big Urshifu uptick because there's been so many ghost types that have been doing well, like Lunala and Calyrex Shadow Rider. Maybe he was expecting a meta call that there'd be more Urshifus here at World, so that's what the Chople Berry was instead of the Shuka Berry that is much more common on the Incineroar. But like those adjustments in game 2 and then in game 3, just like calling that he was going to Dynamax and he wouldn't, and the Ditto was not going to be able to, knock him out or switch or whatever. That was a very brave play out of Shohei, and it worked out.
Yeah, I mean, just going for that first turn Dynamax when you're in that situation, it looks dangerous on Ben's end because you have that pseudo Zacian to be dealing this damage. You have this Kyurem that can deal the damage, but when you take a second to look at the situation further, a big reason why that Kyurem wasn't able was because of that Sableye. So the Ditto was really, really cool, but then you swapped that out instantly into the Sableye. You're not getting any mileage out of it. Even the Kyurem taking the opportunity to swap out to try and make sure that it can stick around for this turn where the Zacian's going to be unchecked, unable to get quashed to make sure that you can put that pressure on. Could have been the turn, but the defensive lead's not going to be able to do much when the Zacian on the other side so strong and powerful. It
was pretty cool that the whole set really did come down to Sableye, and that's for many older Pokemon fans who have loved seeing Sableye throughout the years in VGC. It's cool that it was so pivotal in this set because every turn of every game, it was, if he quashes, he's going to knock me out before I get the Behemoth Blade out. If he doesn't quash, then I knock out the Kirim before he can max quake me. Like, there's those plays that you have to make every single turn. It's a coin toss. It's a 50-50 in your head. What is he going to do
It's so
every
crazy.
turn? And that's why it's so stressful to play VGC, and it's even more stressful here, making those decisions at the World Championships.
Yeah, well, it is time for our post-game interview. I cannot wait to hear Shohei's thoughts after that one, so it's time to toss to Anna over on the stage.
All right, here it is.
Thank you. I am here with Shohei. Congratulations on a great game. You lost the first one, but then came back. How did you keep your mental strength?
試合の勝ちおめでとうございます。最初ゲーム負けたのに、どうやってまだ心強く次のゲームへ勝ちましたか
？1試合目は闇ラミに根源の波動を外してしまったで負けてしまったのですが、2試合目は、普段通りプレイしていれば勝てるというのは分かっていたので、特に落ち込むということはありませんでした。
In the first game, he got tricked by the Sableye. But in the second game, he just kept his cool and didn't let him fall for the same tricks. And he played to his game plan and he managed to win.
Yeah, tell us about that winning moment and how you feel about it. What happened and how did it feel?
最後の試合はちょっと短くて、どうでしたか？なんでそういうなりまし
Talk
た
about how your opponent quit. He left.
時間切れも、相手の力量というかなんというか力量なので、仕方がないですが、やはり嬉しい気持ちでいっぱいです。
His opponent timed out on the move selection screen, which is a shame. You don't want to win like that, but a win is a win, and he's going to move forward.
Moving forward, how does the competition look for you? Are you looking forward to playing any particular players or teams, or are any very challenging for you?
今からなんか戦いたい選手とかなんか戦いたいポケモンとかそうですね。Day 1から Day 2でもね。
Day 1だとウォルフグリックさんで Day 2だとアガチさんと、マルコ・フィエロさんと戦いたいです。
Well, if it's Day 1, he wants to play Wolf Glick, and he wants to play. Sorry, who was it? もう一回。
Marco Fierro.
Marco Fierro and Agachi.
Wow, that's a good list. Well, we will watch your games with great interest. Thank you. Congratulations again. And now we'll head over to Aaron at the analyst desk.
There's a lot to talk about. First of all, Ditto. He had the rights. I don't know why he just didn't go for it. I mean, maybe he predicted the Incineroar switch, but for him to not go for it is crazy. It's so crazy. I'm so upset. I'm upset for him. All right. So let's go back to who's left here. Day 1 Worlds. All right, so we have a lot of people that still haven't played, and they're doing Swiss. So I don't know how many wins you need to move on to Day 2, but oh man, that has to be so frustrating. Oh, it has to be so frustrating, man. Hopefully we'll see some better play in the next rounds of Swiss. Hopefully, bro. Hopefully. Jesus Christ. I want to hop on the PTS server and try to find a new map. I know it's available. Will I be able to though? Oh. Mind you, I have to work today. I'm thinking about leaving the stream up while I'm working.
Shohei, the real star.
Turn this up, but let's listen to what they're saying.
After 0-1 and, you know, losing in a really kind of convincing manner as well, and being able to really rein it in. So, I mean, first of all, Shohei, I think a very animated player. We've seen him actually compete at the World Championships for many, many years. In my eyes, definitely one of the top threats from Japan, and I think the way he adjusted in that second game, I want to highlight on a little bit, right? Because the first game, it felt like it was just kind of a complete sweep, right? I think part of it was the Shedinja coming out, right? As soon as the Thunderers fainted, Ben was like, okay, well, time to bring out Shedinja. That's it. And against Zacian plus Kyogre, that's exactly one of the reasons why Shedinja is a powerful pick in this format. Kyogre and Zacian, neither of them can actually really do anything into Shedinja unless you're running something really obscure like Snarl on Zacian. And that is a tech that some players run to specifically beat Shedinja, but it's like, well, is it worth actually giving up a slot like a quick attack, a Swords Dance, a substituted player up for Snarl? And for most players, that answer is no.
Yeah, I think it's super fun too. This matchup is like the reverse of what we used to expect from like some of the Japan versus US matchups, where it used to be we have the American players playing these like kind of boring bog standard teams. Like, oh no, like what crazy nonsense will the Japanese players have to beat us with? This one's backwards, right? Where it's like the really experienced, really strong Japanese player playing something more conventional, and the crazy young American player, right? Where it's fun to kind of like, I'm glad that both sides are kind of like contributing to trying to make this sort of off the wall team. You know, and it'll be fun all weekend, right? Kind of see the dichotomy where, you know, what type of style wins out.
Absolutely. I want to focus a little bit on that second game specifically because, of course, this is where Shohei really started that comeback, right?
Couch.
And so the leads were actually the same, right? So this is the first turn of the second game, and it's just Kyogre Zacian again. Now, before we even get started, this situation is really scary if you're Shohei, right? There's so many things that Sableye and Kyurem can do. For example, you can Quash plus Max Quake into Zacian. You can fake out Max Quake into that. You can fake out Zacian Max Quake Kyogre, which is kind of what Ben opted for here, and Ally Switch, right? That's actually what we saw to start off game one. And so it's really hard to fully know what's coming your way. And I think Shohei realized, okay, well, I lost to Shedinja in the first game, right? And Dynamax Kyogre, well, that can't do anything against Shedinja other than maybe Max Hailstorm, but Shedinja so often carry safety goggles, especially on a team with Kyurem White, right? And so you're thinking, okay, well, I need to get a better Dynamax, right? And so I think Shohei very smartly this time around just stays in with Kyogre and with the Zacian and doesn't Dynamax Kyogre either, saying, okay, I need to stall out the Kyurem Dynamax. Kyurem's one of the most impressive Pokemon in the format. In order to beat it, I'm going to have to try to play a little bit defensively early on because with Sableye, I'm not just going to be able to knock it out with Zacian immediately.
Yeah, I think it's really smart. You know, we've kind of seen this adjustment in a number of matches where players have realized they needed to play a little bit slow at the beginning. I think late Dynamaxing has been really effective so far today. We kind of see another one in this game.
Yeah, so, you know, turn one here, I think, ends up being a fairly good trade for Ben. He's able to, you know, deny a potential attack onto Zacian. Water Spout comes out. And so right now, it feels like Ben's still in a pretty good spot, but I think the next turn is pretty critical where Sableye actually just goes for another fake out. Doesn't get another attack off. Sometimes it actually is just the case where you just don't want to do anything with Sableye, and like your only option is Ally Switch. You don't really want to click Ally Switch, but maybe like a timeout or a misclick there. But Kyurem here critically just ends up going for another Max Quake into Kyogre, right? That could have been something like a Max Wormwind to maybe just get the knockout onto it, or maybe you predict the Zacian actually switching out, because if you can, for example, get the Whimsicott on the switch in through a Hailstorm and knock that out, suddenly there's no Tailwind support anymore and your Sableye still hangs around.
Yeah, I think that's kind of a turning point in the game, right? Where just not enough value out of this turn. You know, it's tough where, especially when you Dynamax early, like you're really committing to getting those first few turns right. In this game, yeah, I just think Shohei just had the upper hand.
Yeah, so of course, you know, Fake Out not really coming out. And here, this is the main thing with Kyurem, right? When you're using a Pokemon like Kyurem, you really want to get as many knockouts as possible, as quickly as possible. It's very much similar to, reminds me of something like Dialga, or maybe Solgaleo, where once the Dynamax is over, it just does so much less damage, right? And so the problem here for Ben is like he ended up spending 2 turns with Kyurem and actually not picking up a KO, and Whimsicott actually manages to come in for free. So Whimsicott now able to actually go for a Tailwind, and this is one of the classic problems with Sableye, where it's like, okay, you're really meant to support your Pokemon, right? Your partner Pokemon, that's Kyurem. But like, if Kyurem's not actually getting those knockouts, then you're kind of just on the field, you know, dancing around, but you're not exerting actually that much pressure.
Yeah, Sableye doing his first Gastrodon impression here, and kind of just like existing on the field. I think it's especially tough, right? Because yeah, Ally Switch is a big one where it's not. We see it here in the replay actually, but it's not a button that's inherently good to click, right? Like Quash, I guess, for instance, it's almost always good even if it's irrelevant, right? Like Ally Switch, you can actively make things worse for yourself by clicking it wrong. Sableye has kind of a bunch of moves like that, like, you know, Fake Out can only be used once, so yeah, it's a risky Pokemon once you're falling behind.
And I think Whimsicott's one Pokemon that Shohei did a fantastic job adjusting to, right? He didn't bring it in the first game, but brought it to the second game. Thundurus came out in the first game. It came in, wasn't even a good position to Dynamax, just fainted, and for what, right? But from Shohei's perspective, the reason why he probably wanted to bring Thundurus in game 1 is because in his head, he's like, well, I need Shedinja answers, right? So he had the right thought, but, Ben did a really good job knocking out the Thundurus before Shedinja hit the field, right? That's kind of, as a Shedinja player, whenever main win conditions, just knock out everything that can threaten you. So here, critically, right, there was actually the opportunity to go for Quash, as you mentioned. Instead, it's Ally Switch, and Shohei doesn't get baited into Moonblasting with the Whimsicott there. Instead, just gets the Tailwind up, saying, okay, now that I have Tailwind up, like Zacian and Kyogre are definitely going to be faster. Those are already faster, but can, help against Choice Scarf Pokemon in the back. And we were staring down Ditto. I think Ditto inherently, when I look at that team, I just assume it's Choice Scarf, right? So the Tailwind is really valuable. You don't get baited, and Kyurem actually gets an Origin Pulse along the way as well.
Yeah, I think it's worth pointing out what Pokemon isn't on the field here right now, also on Shohei's side of the field, where, he was much better in this game, even though he didn't bring the Thundurus, but then in preserving Incineroar, where we never saw Shedinja again after the first game, but if we did, there was never actually a chance where Ben could have sent it out and had anything happen, where he would have immediately had it get matched up with Incineroar on the other side. I thought that was a nice little adjustment. Ironically, the game where there were more available answers to Shedinja, he lost them all immediately and then played really well against that in the following two.
Exactly. So, I think the second game definitely the most interesting because it was more back and forth. And so as we go into kind of this end game, one thing critically was that Urshifu reveal, right? So this turn, I think a pretty standard one. You know that the Sable is going to feint after the Hail, make sure that it just doesn't get a Quash off so Kyurem doesn't get a free attack into that slot. So I think merely just making a safe play here, and Shohei, just wanted to guarantee a little bit of free damage with Water Spell, maybe pick up a knockout along the way. I think whatever Kyogre goes for here, maybe not super impactful, and you just, get some free chip damage onto whatever might switch in as well. So Earth Power does go into a Zacian slot, and now Zacian takes a little bit of chip. Now, before we move on, I think this inherently is an interesting dynamic on why Kyurem White is maybe not the most popular restricted pick in this format. You're so weak to Zacian, right? Okay, Behemoth Blade, he just KOs you, Dynamax outside of Dynamax. And so that's why Kyurem White teams typically have a lot of unique support that actually a lot of other teams don't run, right? So Ally Switch is more valuable because it's if you can deter one Behemoth Blade, that changes how the game is played. Scarf Ditto is common because it can just copy an opposing Zacian and then outspeed it in Behemoth Blade. And you not only copy their original attack boost, you get one as well. So it's like a +2 attack Zacian.
He doesn't have much
and then, we have the Imprisoned Zacian here as well, and that's something that's going to come out here soon.
Yeah, truly an awesome tech. And again, it makes perfect sense of this team, right? Where, if you see us at home, oh, I'm Imprisoned, that's awesome. I probably wouldn't just, slap that on whatever team you happen to have in, open in your team builder. But I think this specific situation, even though it didn't quite work out, it's super cool.
Yeah, this turn was one I was curious about. I didn't know exactly how fast the Zacians were relative to each other. And so I was thinking, well, if you're running Imprisoned, maybe you just want to run max speed. So at worst, you have a 50-50. And if it's anything slower, you just guarantee stop them. But critically, Shohei's Zacian actually moves first, so it is able to get that Behemoth Blade to knock out Kyurem. If Ben Zacian actually gets the Imprison off, then you deny the free attack, and then the Kyurem can just get a Earth Power off and maybe knock out the Zacian immediately. And suddenly, in my head, then that's a completely different game, right? Because Kyurem is conserved, and Incineroar plus Kyogre are both not very strong into Kyurem.
Yeah, I think it's worth noting, right? I mean, if that was a speed tie and it went the other way, this game's over, right there. Kind of the second one we've seen right that, where coin flip just kind of flips either way.
Actually, very critically, one thing I did forget was Tailwind was still up in this position.
Well, interesting.
I think that,
I forgot that too.
Yeah. It was funny because in my head I was like, okay, you don't really need Tailwind because you're already faster, but critically it actually really mattered for a situation like this. So Tailwind coming in, very, very clutch here. Zacian gets the Imprison up, but I think in Ben's head he's like, well, I can't really switch out right now, right? Because he's trying to play towards the Urshifu endgame anyway, and so you just sacrifice the Kyurem. It is interesting because there is the idea of actually switching Kyurem out, maybe sacrificing Urshifu to get Kyurem back in, and suddenly now you've imprisoned the Zacian. But it's still kind of scary. Like, Incineroar has fake out pressure the next turn. The Zacian can be pivot out, but I think that's one other route you can take. Instead, this was where we also got a lot of surprises. So the Imprison in itself was surprising. Of course, Incineroar now under the Tailwind still. The Zacian on Shohei's end can't do very much, and so Ben actually ends up opting for the double up onto the Incineroar with Sacred Sword and Close Combat and still fails to get the KO.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, we're going to find that Chople Berry again, which winds up being incredibly clutch here, keeping Incineroar on the field, although likely, the knockout that we're about to see on Ben's Zacian winds up probably closing this game anyway. But yeah, we were so close to seeing the Imprison MVP play. Like, it's not as close as we thought we were watching the game with the Tailwind there, but it's just that close.
Yeah, and so I think here, you know, quick attack, you can't obviously go for like Behemoth Blade, and so you might as well get some free chip damage off. The Sacred Sword here, you know, goes into the Chople Berry Incineroar. So before we even go on, I want to talk about Chople Berry Incineroar really quickly, because that's not very common on Incineroars in this format.
Yeah, I mean, we see Shucca Berry all the time. We see some of the other, like, more gimmicky items if you're trying to do something really clever with the Incineroar, but you almost never see Chople anymore, right? Just other than Sacred Sword, there just aren't many fighting type attacks in the format. Some of the things, I think I like it where, again, you know, it works well in the mirror. I think it happened to work out in a matchup I'm certain he never even considered here. But, like, yeah, I mean, anything you can do to give yourself an edge against the most common Pokemon, I think it makes sense. And that's kind of the one thing on Ben's side of the field that isn't, like, super unconventional, right? It's like, we've seen a Fusation, and we're going to see a few more before the dave's done, right? And it, like, weirdly runs into something that's, like, intended to counter standard teams while using one of the least standard teams we've seen.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, in this position, I would always expect the Incineroar to feint to a close combat plus Sacred Sword combination. One of the main reasons you want to run Chople Berry, I mean, we just talked about how it's so good against Zacian, but Zacian's one of those interesting Pokemon where it's like, okay, you switch an Incineroar, you get an Intimidate, but if they Behemoth Blade you, that still does a hefty amount of damage at neutral, and then a Sacred Sword can just finish you off, right? Like, you would need a lot of defensive investment in order to actually, you know, guarantee a survival there. And so, yeah, like the Incineroar here critically survives the double up, as you can see, and from that point on, it's basically over. But Scott, you mentioned a really good point to me during the second game, and it was if Zacian had protected here, we don't know if it has protect, right? But if it had the opportunity to protect there, then you just bypass the turn completely and like blow the Chople Berry away from the Incineroar.
Yeah, I mean, that's another thing. It's just that close, right? I mean, I'm assuming there's no protect there because I think it's like Ben seems too good to have just whiffed on that. But yeah, without that, you know, you get that one extra turn, you knock out the Incineroar without losing Zacian, and then suddenly the Zacian on the other side of the field never gets to attack again. It's just spamming quick attack for the rest of the game. So, you know, another way that, like, Ben was just inches away. It was a really good set, and I guess all the more props to Shohei too for winning one that I think was a really tricky set to navigate for him.
Yeah, and I mean, we have to touch on that game 3. Obviously, it literally ended in one turn, and I think Shohei had actually mentioned that Ben had timed out in the beginning of the game, because I know you and I were actually kind of puzzled when Ditto came out as a lead. The thing about Ditto as a lead Pokemon is like it is literally coin flipping, right? And it actually can work in the right matchup, but you have to be so confident on it, right? You have to essentially, I'd only bring it if I were like, okay, I either have no better options, or regardless of which Pokemon I'm copying, it will give me a significant advantage. And to Shohei's credit here, he brought the Whimsicott, right? That's another adjustment, leading it rather than going with Kyogre and Zacian. So normally you're like, oh, Ditto, you know, it copies the Zacian, but it's like, well, okay, Whimsicott can just Tailwind now, and Zacian pressures with Behemoth Blade onto either. This game essentially ended in one turn, right? But Shohei also made a really good call. He's saying, well, I don't even need to Tailwind and gamble on which one of the two, like, I can KO, right? Because Ben's playing this position is simply to switch one out and try to use the other one to get the KO. And Shohei's saying, well, I have Intimidate, right? And my Zacian I expect to survive a Behemoth Blade, so if I switch into Incineroar, your Scarf Zacian presumably won't be able to knock me out, and I'll just knock your Kyurem out, and it works out even better because the Zacian doesn't even stay in and try to attack the opposing Zacian. Instead, it was Sableye coming in.
Yeah, I think it's almost too bad, because I think what makes Ben's team great is that normally there are no safe options, right? When you're staring down the Kyurem Sableye thing, there is some option he can pick that will work against whatever you pick, so you kind of have to figure out how to manage your odds the best. In this case, Shohei Fuss, I think, was like a completely safe move, right? Like, barring like a critical hit or something ridiculous, like he's going to take a knockout and he's not going to have one come back in return, and that just can't happen with this order team that Ben's running.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure some viewers may be puzzled on why a forfeit after turn 1, but truly there is no way, I think, for Ben to come back after that. You're relying on Sableye, which is incredibly passive. Ditto isn't even really copying something great in that position. It would come in and copy the Incineroar, so there's really no path to come back there to victory. So really amazing job to Shohei for, I think, having a lot of resilience, especially after getting, you know, kind of blown out in that first game and bringing this amazing comeback. So I just love to continue to see the teams here, and I think, you know, this is the World Championship. Sometimes there are nerves, sometimes you time out. I think people often think, you know, oh, everyone should be playing optimal Pokemon, but you and I have been in that position before, and, you know, I've timed out in World Championships before, I've misclicked before. That's just how these tournaments are. They're really high pressure. We're all humans at the end of the day, and that's one really important factor to remember as well.
Yeah, and I think another thing is important to remember, right? I mean, each of these players only needs 6 wins to move on, right?
Yeah.
So 3-1, you're still on pace, right? So I mean, everybody's looking to go undefeated, you know, get that stress out of the way early, but you know, still a good chance we see both these players playing tomorrow.
Absolutely. So that's going to be it from us for this round. Thank you so much for tuning into the couch, and let's take it back.
Thank you so much, Aaron. I am Sierra Hunter, joined here yet again by Joe Brown. I have to say, I love the little analysis sections. I like being able to take a breath. I get to listen to talk about the game. go back through everything we just watched. It just feels right.
Yeah, hearing some legendary VGC analysts breaking down the matches that we just saw is definitely a treat, and I'm really, appreciating it, having it here at Worlds this year. It's pretty fun, and I'm trying to recover, honestly, Sierra, from that last set. But yeah, I have high hopes for our next matchup, but I don't know what's going to be able to live up to those expectations that have now been set. Like, that's World Championship level VGC. That's what everyone has to play at that caliber now.
We had everything in that last match. We got to see the Ditto, we got to see the nerves, we got to see the turn 1 forfeit. I definitely did not have that on any predictions, any bingo cards, nothing, the turn 1 forfeit. But it was great to see, and I do love the fact that they touched upon the fact that this is Worlds. These players are still really doing well, even though there was a mistake that happened earlier on. There was the timeout. Sometimes leads don't go right. There is going to be that nerves. There are going to be mistakes that are made, and it's only what you do now going on forward in the competition that should define your run, not just this one particular moment.
Right, for sure. We always have to remember that this is just one loss, right? So it's sometimes unfortunate because many times people who lose on stream, we don't see them on stream for the rest of the day, right? So you don't know what's tracking, but Ben could have lost that set and then win every other round for the entirety of day one, right? That's just how Pokemon works. So you can't really get too caught up in one loss just because it was on stream, because it's the same loss as it would be out on the floor as well, right? So you have wiggle room, you have the 2 loss wiggle room of moving on to day 2 at Worlds. So I wouldn't be too, and Kohei obviously is an incredible player there, so you don't feel too bad about losing that set.
I mean, you still can, but you can't be.
Oh, Shohei. I mixed his names up.
Yeah.
There. Kimura, yeah, Shohei, excuse me.
I mean, it was a great victory by Shohei, and the thing is now they just have to go on forward. Ben has to go on, just, the loss didn't happen, or it did. We just got to go on forward and make the impression going on here on out. But it's time now to get started with our next match of the day. See if we have one that lives up to the hype and the expectations as it's time to head over to the stage with our players. For our next round, it is going to be David Kutesh going up against Kohei Inamoto.
Yeah, so David Kutesh, a European player from the Czech Republic, has qualified for Worlds multiple times, 2 separate times, top 32 at the World Championships, as well as 7 different regional top cuts throughout his VGC career. So it's very impressive from David as well. I'm pretty sure David was pretty rock solid in the online era during the Players' Cups. I feel like I'm vaguely remembering how, great he was doing in those Players' Cups and performing in online events, and a very fun team builder. I know I've actually seen David have some really cool archetypes. A team I used in the Players' Cup was off of a Lapras team that David built as well, like a really fun strategy that he came up with on that team. So really excited to see how he does. And then Kohei Inamoto is a player where 2018 was his best season in VGC, as Kohei was able to qualify for the World Championships with a top 16 at the Japan National Championships that season.
Both players who have gone on to play at the World Championships, both players who have that experience playing in person and all the nerves and all the stress trying to make it through this day 1. So it should be really interesting now, since they are more seasoned players, to see how they go with these adjustments onto the stage.
Yeah, and if you're David, you have to feel confident, because you've probably had so much experience with going to the different regionals or special events in Europe throughout the season, seeing how the season is folded out. What is what is his wrinkle on the metagame? What is his area of expertise that he's played throughout Series 12 here this season? Like, what's something that you can come to the stage here in London and bring that can really surprise your opponents, surprise the rest of the field there? That's what I'm excited to find out, what his strategy he came up with for Worlds.
I mean, we also keep talking about the surprises, and I want to see all the surprises, but we do have to remember that some players are going to be going for these comfort picks through the day 1. Do I want to see that? I want to see the spicy stuff. I want to see what makes it on through that we never could have imagined, but we can't only just talk about the surprises.
No, it's an interesting dynamic between day 1 and day 2, because if you run something crazy on day 1, you might not even make it to day 2. So I really like what Kohei has brought here to the stage. Is anyone I've told all season,
Trick Room,
Palkia and Calyrex Ice Rider core or restricted pairing has definitely been my favorite through all of Series 12.
you're talking about, I love both of these teams. So you're talking about Kahez. I'm also looking at David's team here. We're going to be having this Gyarados, the Ferrothorn, Yveltal, which we've kind of seen off a little bit, but when it's utilized right, it can be working out so well. And I'm naturally just drawn to this storyline of this Dialga versus this Palkia. These two egg legendaries battling it out to tale told as time and space.
The space and time. We've had a pretty significant game based off of this matchup here in Dialga versus Palkia. So let's see how that faces off.
Now heading into the first game between these two players, the first look at
Dialga
what they can be
and
expecting
Palkia.
is going to be that ultimate face down as Dialga and Palkia hit the field. Partner Pokemon going to be Thundurus for David, and the Porygon 2 over on Keihe's side with that Trace to grab that Prankster ability.
Sinnoh fans rejoice in this moment right here. The Trace is actually pretty important as you have Prankster. It's not going to help you with Trick Room because you'd still have the lower priority, but if there was something else that Porygon is going to want to click throughout the match while it's on the field, you would have the priority thanks to being Prankster. And that also shows that the Thundurus being Prankster is not that Defiant set that has been much more popular, right, throughout most of the season. You think of the Defiant, you're going to punish Intimidators and do a lot of damage, but it's potentially a more supportive. This really seems like a protect the Dialga comp. You have 4 flying types as Dialga's main weakness is ground, right? So that's something that we can look at throughout this match is what can David do to facilitate his Dialga in this matchup?
Especially as that's going to be the Pokemon of choice to be going for this Dynamax to look to apply this early pressure. I mean, it should be well supported with the fact it is going to be that Prankster, more supportive Thundurus type beat, but it's not going to be the only Pokemon going for this Dynamax. Kouhei as well opting to apply this early game strategy and go for this Dynamax Palkia.
This is pretty cool for anybody seeing the Palkia versus Dialga here. I wonder what the Palkia has to do very strong damage to the Dialga there.
Definitely Max
The
Quake.
benefit, as the ally switches showed up, is that your teammate can really help you with Porygon.
At this point now, the taunt surely would have been going into the other slot, into the Porygon 2, is now hitting into this Palkia. And you know the Palkia in Dynamax doesn't care about the taunt, it just wants to be going for the damage. Now the Max Quake going to hit into the Porygon 2 slot. Critical hit, and honestly, I wouldn't really think it considering that damage that it done. It brings it down to about half, and that's about it.
Right, and it does reveal the Life Orb there. You're gonna get a Max Geyser in return, but remember you have Prankster recover at this point.
A crazy Porygon 2, that's for sure. The Max guys are going to go and hit into the Thunders on the other end and make sure that the rain can be set for this Life Orb Palkia in the future.
Thundurus is going to recover up its HP there thanks to the Citrus Berry. So Citrus Berry, Prankster, Thundurus, like not, you know, maybe not be the key to damage in this matchup. That turn, by not clicking Trick Room, you're not able to twist the dimensions so that you can have the slower Pokemon like a Porygon or whatever you have in the back. If you have Calyrex in the back, you don't have Trick Room set up now. And at this point, because Palkia is Dynamax, the Palkia is not able to click it either. So instead, he's going to switch out the Tapu Fini, lose the Prankster though on the switch. Not going to have that. Going to have to trace another ability on the way back in.
Maybe seeing a little bit more value elsewhere, but this supportive Prankster Thundurus is going to lower the special attack with that Eerie Impulse on the other end. Now this Tapu Fini just swapped in is going to be on the unfortunate end of this
Good attack.
Spike. That is a lot of damage. The Tapu Fini does hold on, but now David has a defense and special defense boost on his side. Now another round of Max Geyser into the Thundurus, just looking to finish that off.
That Eerie Impulse combined with the Max Quake, effectively kind of like a +3 special defense, not literally, but that's kind of how you can look at it. You're not too worried about special attacks coming out of Palkia and on this last turn of the Dynamax. And a nice play for the Max Steel Spike into Porygon. Not necessarily a read as it looked like, because Max Quake did half of Porygon's health. Max Steel Spike probably would have been able to take the KO there if it did stay in. So not a read, but still a very effective turn for David there, as it did a lot of damage. Now that you have the Ferrothorn in as well, it's not really worried as a grass and steel type. Not worried about facing down 2 water types that that Kohei has on the field here. And then Porygon in the back, we have to worry about the last Pokemon that Kohei has brought here, which he's either going to have to switch into Porygon or reveal it.
Yeah, not going for this last turn of Dynamax. Instead, bringing this Porygon 2 back out onto the field.
Easy.
Is that Trace, and it's going to get the Iron
That's
Barbs.
pretty good too.
Not something I would normally expect to see coming out. Now, Max Quake fired off into the Tapu Fini. Already brought so low from the Max Steel Spike. Last turn around. Just needs that little bit of damage, and that is going to be easily picked up here as another round of special defense boost, which could be critical on to this Ferrothorn. That's
definitely, we would consider a valuable use of your Dynamax if you are on David's side. And now it's time to set up what answer does Kohei have into a Ferrothorn boosting its defenses. If Calyrex is your last Pokemon, Dialga has 2 special defense boosts from the Max Quakes. Like, either way, you're in a really difficult spot because you're not going to be able to do a lot of damage to those 2 Pokemon on the field on David's end.
And that's the thing with Ferrothorn. We've talked about Pokemon even in past sets that once they're left unchecked, just start running away with the game because simply you cannot deal with them. Ferrothorn, you kind of need to take a second to set it up, and it's at the mercy then of your opponent's Dynamax, whether they have fire types, how they can eliminate it and slow it down. But since the Dynamax has been used up and actually swapped out, and it's already being allowed to set up on the field, so it needs to be finding a response and an answer to it quite quickly.
Yeah, the game can potentially get away from him before he's able to get started if he doesn't worry or he doesn't look out for it. But that's pretty big for David.
Yeah, a super effective Roar of Time hitting into this Palkia is going to be enough to be picking up the KO quite handily. And now the Porygon 2, we can also potentially play a long game and go for the recover. Body press though.
Iron Barbs.
It does it into the Iron Bars, but it's also going to be doing a good chunk of damage because it's doing a lot more than
the... How's it feel, Ferrothorn?
I mean, it's doing a lot more, the Ferrothorn's doing a lot more damage than the Iron Bars. I don't think it feels bad at all.
But it's funny to see, like, oh, this is what I've been doing to people for a decade as Ferrothorn with my Iron Bars, been really punishing them for making contact. I just think it's pretty funny how these
the rank master
have worked out in game 1 with Porygon.
Ice Rider, here we
go.
go.
A cheeky little one, that's for sure. But now, Kohei down to his last 2 Pokemon. We will see the Calyrex Ice Rider as that last and final one. And this is a weird situation now because Calyrex Ice Rider is one of those Pokemon that can deal massive amount of damage. But when you're staring down this Ferrothorn that's just looking to be setting up, it goes back down to you need to find an answer and you need to find it now.
Dialga has to recharge there, so you don't have to worry about the big damage on this turn. Is this a turn that David tries to set up again with Iron Defense, or does he already have enough damage with just +2?
Well, we'll have to find out after the Glacial Lance firing off. Double target, of course, dealing not really too much damage. Even if the Ferrothorn wanted to set up, it doesn't really feel like it needs to. It would have been helpful for the extra damage that was going to be dealing out. The body press into the freshly recovered Porygon 2 isn't going to be enough to be picking up the KO, but it's definitely taking attacks fairly well.
Yeah, that's pretty nice that Porygon was able to take 2 super effective body presses from the Ferrothorn there, but now the Calyrex is here. It's a tough battle against Dialga. It's a steel type, right? Calyrex is weak to the steel attacks there, so you're really worried, and if you don't get critical hits, it's going to be tough to break through the iron defense boost on the Ferrothorn there. It is a neutral attack, so that does help when you use the Glacial Lance, but barring critical hits is going to be very difficult to break through there. And David still hasn't even revealed his 4th Pokemon in this matchup, while Kohei is down to his last 2 Pokemon and maybe last 1.
Yeah, this Porygon 2 does not close at all being able to live onto that hit, so it's just going to be a simple attack to finish that off. The high horsepower to connect and at least take down the Dialga, and at least if Kohei is going to be taking the match loss, can at least take the information going into the second game of what David's 4th and final Pokemon is, potentially. It's going to be a body press coming out. It actually is going to take it quite well. It's only a +2 defense, so it's not dealing nearly as much damage as it needs to at this point.
And because of the Psychic Ice, it's actually a neutral attack in fighting there, so that definitely helps. A lot of times, we don't really see Calyrex click Psychic moves that often. You just think it's a Glacial Lance machine, so you don't think about that type in there, but it is a neutral attack. Revealing Yveltal as the 4th Pokemon here is interesting because it is a flying type weak to those Glacial Lances, but you would assume the Ferrothorn would be able to break through enough, and the foul play is also super effective.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, even if it's not going to appreciate a Glacial Lance, they won't even have to take one, as that foul play is going to be doing a heap load of game. The Ferrothorn was too strong at the end to be able to break through, and the rest of the Pokemon, on David said, even just being able to do that bit of damage, that Kohei is going to be taken down. I'm intrigued with how things are going to be going on into this second game, because it just wasn't enough pressure put out by this Palkia.
Yeah, I think the big thing to focus on after, the information we learned in that game, Dialga is weak to ground and fighting, and there are 4 flying types on the team, and the only ground attack is the high horsepower from the Calyrex there. So and Dialga is better in the matchup 1v1 against Palkia because of its Roro time. They're both dragons, but he actually hits it super effectively, where a dragon attack from the Palkia is just a neutral hit there. So it could be just kind of a matchup difference in how these teams are built around. So how can Kohei come back here, setting up Trick Room? If you get to that end state where the Calyrex has Trick Room up, and then your Glacial Lance, you're faster than Yveltal there, that could definitely swing the tides of the match there. So if Kohei can try to focus more on getting Trick Room successfully up on the field for his Calyrex to sweep later, because I just don't think against the Ferrothorn and against the Dialga that the Palkia is as integral in this matchup.
It's such a difficult situation, though, too, because sure, you're changing the dimensions to make sure that you could be the first one to attack with your low-speed Pokemon, but then Ferrothorn also being a very slow Pokemon. I mean, it's just a ball of steel and grass sitting there with a couple of barbs sticking out of it. It doesn't mind that switch, and then all of a sudden it's going to get access to those moves to hit first, and already with just 1 Iron Defense, we got to see the amount of damage that is dealing with that Porygon 2. Porygon 2 normally takes hits pretty well. It kept getting chunked down so much, so you have to be in such a perfect position, and even at the beginning of the game, the fact that the Thundurus did have that taunt, it was a situation where Kohei couldn't even go and set up right out of the beginning because of that attempt at the taunt to even stop the Porygon.
Right, but the thing with the Trick Room and like Porygon and Ferrothorn and Calyrex, like that matchup, the meta body press or Iron Defense body press Ferrothorn, if its only attack is the body press, then your Calyrex feels much safer because you're not going to get hit by any super effective attacks there. Sure. So even though you'll take damage from those Iron Defense boosted body presses, if Trick Room is up, you're now doing a lot more damage, potentially knocking out the Yveltal in 1 hit and definitely hitting the Dialga with super effective damage with those high horsepowers.
It's all about the timing if you can make it work, but instead it'll be an adjustment going into game 2 where it's going to be Intimidate's coming out from both trainers, as the Dialga and Palkia are still going to make that appearance, but the partner's going to be swapped out for something that puts on a little bit more pressure.
Yeah, I like the switch as both of these trainers deciding to bring their Intimidators in this game to the Landorus is, I guess, one way you could hit the Dialga. If it was to use Earthquake, you'd have to be worried about that. But with Incineroar, you have access to Fake Out on this turn. The safest Trick Room play of all time is Fake Out Trick Room. Like that's been clicked millions of times over the years in VGC. If that is what Kohei wants to go for on this turn, he'd be pretty safe to get it, unless Dialga Dynamaxes and goes for the Max Wormwind into the Palkia. So even that best chance, turn for Trick Room isn't guaranteed, depending on what David wants to go for. And then Landorus, it just wanted to get the Intimidate and said, I'll be back later.
Swap out is something that might help out a little more, and it will be that Ferrothorn that put in a bunch of work in that game 1. The Palkia, though, opting to just swap out into the Tapu Fini. You were talking about the potential to Max Wormwind or even just hitting into the slot, whereas the Tapu Fini, I mean, it doesn't mind a dragon move all day long.
Yeah, and then it looks like there is the Dynamax there. I was kind of debating. I was like, you see Dialga on turn 1 of the game, it's clicking Dynamax. You know what I mean? That's kind of how the strategy works there. So this could be really nice for Kohei if, as you were saying, a potential Max Wormwind goes into the Palkia slot, as Tapu Fini is a fairy type. But instead, it could just be nice, a nice switch in general.
At this point, it will instead be that Max Rock Fall, a lot safer of an option, hitting into the Incineroar that's sticking around on the field, brought all the way down to 1 HP at that point, being brought all the way down to a Focus Sash. But of course, because of the sand that's going to be set, not going to enjoy that whatsoever at the end of the turn, but it won't even stick around to find out. A parting shot to make sure this Dialga gets neutralized just this little bit, and Incineroar will live to fight another day.
Incineroar's basically got one more Intimidate in him, right? At 1 HP, you're gonna get knocked out from the sand if you ever stay in on a turn, but any attack would be able to take you down. So now the Palkia, that was a pretty safe play out of Kohei because he's still able to get Palkia on the field here. It didn't take any damage because of the Tapu Fini switch in there. But David also making the correct call that Palkia was not going to be a threat. That turn it was not going to set up Trick Room, so why don't I max Rockfall onto Incineroar slot? Now we are into a somewhat of a similar situation, although because of Misty Terrain, Dialga is grounded, right? So that would reduce some of the damage from a Dragon attack. But we're going to get it 2 games in a row, Sierra. We're going to get Dynamax Dialga and Dynamax Palkia facing off.
The tale as old as time, as we're going to see the Dynamax Palkia come out and hopefully get to do a bit more damage than it was able to in the first game as it faced off against its dimensional partner. Now, it's going to be the moment. The Ferrothorn wanting to make sure that it's set up and okay to survive into this end game. Going to go for the Protect to start things off. Now, the Max Steel Spike, we already got to see how much damage that's done in the past to the Tapu Fini, and it's going to do a bunch this time around and get this defensive boost. Now we'll have to see where this Palkia is going to attack for its Dynamax slot, and that will be the Max Flare. That is definitely something that Ferrothorn doesn't appreciate. Already look at how much damage that was able to do through Protect.
Right, that's through Protect. And now the sand is gone, so Incineroar would not be knocked out from that chip if it came back in. Oh, the Tapu Fini with Calm Mind, meaning that Kohei sees Tapu Fini as a potential win condition in this matchup. If Ferrothorn only has Body Press and doesn't have Power Whip or some way to hit the Tapu Fini super effectively, this could be very tough for David.
Yeah, especially with how well Tapu Fini matches into a lot of these Pokemon. I mean, Dialga doesn't like fairy stuff. We got to see the Yveltal in the previous game. We obviously don't know if it's come to this matchup. Landers as well wouldn't appreciate a Muddy Water, so that could be a really valuable Pokemon to be setting up, and seeing that how important it is to make sure that you have that longevity into the end game as well. Ferrothorn obviously not going to be faring well against another Max Flare, is going to switch out into the Yveltal, and that is going to confirm the 4th and final Pokemon coming out from David. The Tapu Fini just wanting to make sure through this turn of Dynamax from the Dialga, it is going to be safe. It will be the Max Quake, and it will be targeted into the slot, doing almost absolutely no damage. At least it will be a special defense boost on David's side, which does help counter the Calm Mind special attack boost just that little bit and help with what the Palkia is going to be using. The Max Flare into the Yveltal, a little bit boosted from the Sun, but that's about it.
Right, you get the Sun boost, but there's no same type of attack bonus, right? As Palkia is not a fire type there, so you don't get too much of an advantage from the Max Flare. But now that David's Dynamax has ended here in this game, the Dialga is a lot less threatening because you're using, just Flash Cannon instead of the Max Steel Spike. Yveltal is really here for the Calyrex in the back. He's kind of just waiting, but David was put in a position, I can't keep my Ferrothorn in against the Max Flares, but I don't want to bring my, my Yveltal to take damage. It took hardly any damage from the Max Flare boost, or Max Flare attack, thanks to the Max Quake boost that its teammate was able to give it. So if Yveltal can kind of just wait around, and this Snarl's definitely going to help so that you can get through Palkia's Dynamax turns, that's going to be pivotal for David.
Yeah, especially being able to drop the special attack and to hit both, importantly. Snarl sometimes can have the tendency to miss. Sure, those Pokemon don't get out of check whatsoever. At least the Tapu Fini will survive through that Flash Cannon, which will help out. A Max Flare yet again coming out from this Palkia, hitting into the Dialga. It's going to take that quite well, but I don't think it's going to be able to take this one quite well at all. Oh,
whoa!
Whoa! Instead, just kidding. The Snarl lowering that special attack is doing just enough that the Dialga holds on by 2 HP.
That Max Quake boost negating the Calm Mind boost. Pivotal there as Dialga hangs on with the 2 HP. That we were thinking you can't hit it super effectively. So if you just hit it with 2 strong neutral attacks like Max Flare and the Moonblast there, I think Kohei was also expecting it to knock out there, but I guess this Dialga is trained incredibly well on David's end, ready for these type of hits. Palkia's Dynamax is over as well at this point, so now if you are, that is something that David was waiting for, so you get back to a normal game state there. But your Yveltal, if you're just going to click Snarl every turn, it might be a little hard against this Fairy type in Tapu Fini who wants to Moonblast. Any type of attack will knock out the Dialga as well. So David is close to getting his Pokemon knocked out if he does not handle the Tapu Fini on this turn.
Well, it's going to be a swap coming out from Kohei as that Calyrex Ice Rider we got to see in the first game is going to make an appearance yet again. Now the Oblivion Wing, a nice way to deal some damage, but as well as recover some health, is going to hit into that slot. Not too much health is going to be recovered, though, as the Calyrex is going to be taking this quite well, all things considered. Now it's that Roar of Time also hitting into that slot. Calyrex going to take it just as well at the end of the day, and the Life Orb damage is going to be enough to take that Dialga down itself. Now the Muddy Water, this single target attack to hit into the Yveltal is doing very little. That was a single target.
Yeah, but the sun is up from the max flares, and I was thinking on that turn, if he clicked Moonblast, because the Dialga only had 2 HP, you get it knocks itself out from Life Orb recoil anyway, whenever it attacked. So the Moonblast could have went into the Yveltal slot, would have done a lot more damage than a Muddy Water in the sun did, but now David is forced to show his Landorus yet again. This Intimidate is going to be pretty nice onto the Calyrex Ice Rider. Actually, it's going to do nothing because the White Herb is revealed, which is going to get rid of negative stat drops there like Intimidate. So that's something that has been very common on Calyrexes throughout the format because of how prevalent Intimidators are in VGC. But it's not like it's a safe spot for Calyrex to be in, right? This is similar to game 1 where, sure, you can Glacial Lance, but Yveltal's not going to give you the chance, and that's why you have to protect in front of Yveltal.
Yeah, make sure they can stay nice and safe and make it around into this next turn. The U-turn from this Landorus, not very effective, but going to be bringing the Tapu Fini down into the red. And now that the White Herb from the Calyrex has been burnt up, the Landorus on the next turn can make a reappearance. For now, though, we're going to have to deal with the Ferrothorn coming back out onto the field. The foul play hitting into the Calyrex Ice Rider is going to hit right into nothing as another round of Muddy Water from the Tapu Fini. And we got to see how that went last turn in the sun. We get to see how it goes down this turn, doing not much at all. And that Yveltal is going to stick around quite happily.
Muddy Water can also give you an accuracy drop, right? So that could be an out that you can potentially be going for if you want to change the accuracy and make the game a lot more fun, because your opponent will not know if they're going to connect on their moves or not. But as we were mentioning earlier on in this match, Sierra, the Yveltal's job was to stick around and wait for Calyrex to get on the field so you can foul play it. You can try to go for a double protect in front of the Yveltal on this turn. Muddy Water will be doing more damage now that the sun has left the field, but this is the moment David has been waiting for. Yveltal in against Calyrex, being able to hit it with a foul play might be a spot to save Calyrex, as you could switch it out into the Palkia to take that instead, but he's deciding nope, he's going to let Calyrex go down.
Yeah, no chance against this foul play from the Yveltal, and now another round of Muddy Water. At least Double Connect doing a little bit more, but still against these two Pokemon taking it quite well. And the fact that was even a critical hit, the Yveltal, it's not really going to be doing too much whatsoever. And now this Tapu Fini that looked like it was kind of previously setting up with the Combine boost is now being set up against, as this Ferrothorn with the Leech Seed can start draining its health away and make sure that it is great heading into this end game and hopefully into a 2-0 victory.
The Leech Seed, or the leftovers I should say, is going to negate the Leech Seed from Ferrothorn is going to negate the leftovers recovery from Tapu Fini, so it's not really going to be able to get healthier just by sticking around at this point anymore, which is great news for David, as he can actually just knock it out with any attack he wants to go for. Oblivion Wing or something else he wants to hit the Tapu Fini with. So now Kohei is down to his last 3 Pokemon. This Palkia has already taken some damage. Dynamax has been used in this game, and if you have Water and Dragon attacks facing a Ferrothorn, you're going to have a bad time from the Palkia there. So is this the spot for Palkia to try to bring the game back for Kohei? Or do you think that the Yveltal, or excuse me, the Incineroar has the Ferrothorn covered? He's got Flare Blitz, something like that. You're just trying to waste some time to let Incineroar come in and clean up the Ferrothorn later on.
Another round of Snarl, so lower the special attack on Kohei's side, as the Tapu Fini's still going to be making his way through that, but it will be the Thunder from this Palkia instead to be dealing the damage. The Yveltal, though, is so great at taking that it's not going to matter. A Muddy Water miss onto the Ferrothorn. It will connect with the Yveltal at this point. It's taken so many attacks at this point. I mean, it's trained, it's vest, it's something, because there's no way it's been able to survive this long otherwise.
There's literally no shadow of a doubt at this point with how many special attacks the Yveltal has taken with no damage. That's not just the Max Quake boost. That is definitely the Assault Vest helping it out in that matchup. And this is definitely a slow and steady wins the race kind of moment for David, as he has the 3-2 Pokemon advantage. But you know, anytime Incineroar switches in a Flare Blitz into that Ferrothorn slot is going to knock it out. So Yveltal's actually really low right now, but so is the Palkia. So that Snarl could be important in if Palkia sticks around and has its special attack lowered, might not be able to knock out the Landorus at the end of the game. But Incineroar has just that 1 HP remaining, that it lost 200 health on turn 1. It's been so long, we kind of forgot about how it just barely hung on.
It's been sitting there waiting in the back, and sure, the Sandstorm's been gone for a long time, but the Incineroar never really quite in a great space to be brought in and down to the 1 HP. Gonna go for the fake out into the Yveltal slot. Feels like one of maybe the only safer plays. Into the other slot would have been the Iron Barbs. Flare Blitz would have been the recoil. Now it's going to be a hit into the Yveltal to at least finish and clean that up to bring it down to an even 2v2 Pokemon count. Body press though into the Palkia is going to be doing enough damage. There was so little health on Kohei's side, and this 1 HP Incineroar can do quite a lot, but this is not going to be the situation for it.
Yeah, and of course, even if he had more HP, it is a Landorus in the back that would be able to hit it with Earthquake. So the body press Earthquake combination is going to be enough to seal it up for David there. And this was a really fun set to see Dialga and Palkia matching up against each other.
It really, really was, and it's going to be... It will be the Dialga this time. I was always a Pokemon Diamond sort of person, but it will be the Dialga coming out on top this time around. Of course, you do need to finish the game off the Protect from the Ferrothorn to make sure nothing weird's gonna happen. The Earthquake, of course, only needs to do the 1 HP. Earthquake's not gonna be missing, and that will be enough for David Kotecha to take this game in a 2-0 victory.
Really fun set between these two players here. Congrats to David, who is a very fun, very innovative player to watch in VGC. And I think that matchup was just it was pretty fun to see to show like Max Flare on the Palkia, Max Rockfall on the Dialga. These are Pokemon that have common strategies and common things that they typically do, and you can throw some different moves or different items into this scenario to see how it changes up certain matchups. And I think just the combination of Yveltal with Snarl and Assault Vest, and then the Max Quake also really just hindering the damage output from the Palkia in this matchup just made it just almost impossible for Kohei to overcome.
Yeah, when you have that Assault Vest and you have that Snarl to slow down these special attackers, it's a really difficult situation because the Calyrex Ice Rider was also really well checked, and that was your only way of getting around that Vest, to get around those Snarls, get around those Max Quake boosts, and then there just wasn't enough damage coming out from Kohei's side to be able to take the game. But still, congratulations, David, for being able to pilot that so well. A very strong 2-0 too, I might add. That was a very strong showing coming out from it.
Absolutely, that's an impressive victory. If you can get a 2-0 on at the World Championships on day one, that's something you can write home about. Like, this was pretty strong. My team is working well, right? I'm currently undefeated in day one at this point. My 4 flying types are really coming in clutch on this Dialga team there. So I'm interested in following David's journey throughout day one and seeing how it ends up for him to see if he can make it through with this really fun team in Sierra. We've now seen 2 separate rounds here on day 1. The Dialga has been, is it the play right now? It's been pretty good.
That's the thing about day 1 as well. Everybody gets a chance to see the field and see how trainers have been innovating and what strategies they're wanting to employ for the Pokemon World Championships. And the strategies that have evolved around Dialga to make it such a strong pick have been quite interesting. I mean, I wasn't really thinking that I was going to see a Ferrothorn that was undefeated at this point and paired up so well with it. I mean, it was brought to both of those matches. It was something that was really difficult to deal with both of those matches. Just everything on the team being able to enable that Dialga has been really, really nice to see. And I mean, to be fair, I also didn't think I was going to be seeing it with this Yveltal.
Yeah, that was a nice addition to the team there for David, where I feel like Yveltal in this format has really struggled to find its spot. Like in previous years, previous restricted eras, we would have the Yveltal Groudon teams that were just a huge staple. But it's still there. Yveltal exists, and it's great into all these ghost types that are really good, like Lunala and Calyrex, Shadow Rider there, but and Calyrex as well as a psychic type. It's good into that matchup, but I don't think it's like found its footing. And who knows? Maybe this was the moment where we decided that Yveltal and Dialga were a match made in heaven.
Yeah, I mean, when you're in a format where it's so easily countered at a lot of stages, I mean, yeah, it's going to be difficult to find its footing, but it was so well utilized in this sense. I mean, you have that damage output, you have the snarls, you have ways that you're able to build your whole team around to be able to enable it. But it is time now to head over to the stage with Anna and with David for our post-game interview.
Thanks so much. I am here with David. You're undefeated so far today, right?
Yeah.
How does that feel?
It does feel pretty good. Like, my team looks pretty creative, but like I never really forced myself to be creative while team building. I just wanted to make team that's as obnoxious as possible. So
what makes your team obnoxious?
So for example, Calyrex, Ice Rider, Palkia, like you just have Dialga and Ferrothorn and they just can't really do much except for that flamethrower, which I expected to see, but well, I just managed to get around it, so things worked out.
It seemed like you had to play with a bit of patience. Was there some important things that you had to practice in order to take advantage of this team?
I didn't really practice much with this team. I just kind of threw it together. I had these pieces on my game already, so I just took them and I just got a team in the game, you know?
Well, it seems to be working so far, huh?
Yes, yeah.
How about going forward in the tournament? Are there any other teams that you think might be a challenge or players that might be a challenge for you?
Teams that might be a challenge, well, if I ever see Groudon, I got 2 Intimidates for it, so I guess that works out, you know? Gyarados certainly helps in some matchup, and Ferrothorn also helps against Geiger. Of course, it resists the moves, but Max Geyser sometimes does like still 60%, so I just need the Max Quake boost from Dialga, and then we're good to go.
It sounds like you're feeling pretty confident. Can you tell us about your history in competition and then what you're hoping to achieve here at Worlds?
Well, I started seriously playing at tournaments in 2015. I went to Worlds that year in Seniors Division, and I finished top 8, only to make a not so clever mistake in top 8 that lost me the game eventually. Basically, my opponent's team was slower than Breloom, and I could have just scored his entire team, but I didn't bring it for some reason. I guess I was just senior back there.
But this time you think maybe you have what it takes?
Yeah, I hope so. The team looks pretty and plays pretty, so yeah.
Yeah, obnoxious and pretty. That's all you need. Well, congratulations. Thank you so much. And back to you, Aaron, at the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Anna. Congratulations to David Kotesh. Once again, I am joined by my good pal, Scott Glaza, as we break down that previous round. And Worlds' day 1 has been so fun already, Scott. I think for me, David Kotesh in particular has been also one of those really innovative team builders. We actually just featured Ben in the previous round, and he also, like, those are 2 of the players I literally had on top of my list of, like, they're going to bring crazy teams. They did not disappoint, and, you know, David actually almost top-cut the World Championships in 2018 as well, losing the last round of Swiss, and so he did not disappoint with this team choice, nor with this play in that one.
Yeah, no, I mean, we haven't been helping to select the matches, but in my heart, I feel like we have, because all the people I want to watch are showing up on stream. I love David. He definitely he's posted a lot of the rental teams online over the years, and I tend to really enjoy his taste in teams. So I think I probably played a higher percentage of games with his teams than any other player. So glad to see him doing well, since he has single-handedly contributed to me having more fun. And I think everyone who watched that match probably had some fun too. It's really cool that we saw for the second time Dialga Ferrothorn, where that just hasn't been a thing previously. I think it's really clever. It's like a strong natural synergy where you get this nice effect where Dialga boosting the defensive stats helps with Pokemon. I mean, at this weird spot where like you need to defeat both of them very quickly, but you can only kind of like burn down one at a time, and many of the cases we've seen so far actually can't burn down either of them at all.
It's a really good point because, first of all, this isn't the first time we've seen that combination on stream today. Actually, 2015 World Champion Shoma Honami had a triple Steel-type team with the Dialga, the Ferrothorn, and the Zacian. And so let's talk about Dialga a little bit first before even breaking down that match, right? Because Dialga's won on stream both times it's been on today. In my eyes, it's always been one of the restricted picks with the most potential, but I feel like very few kind of high-level players have actually been willing to bring it to the European Internationals, North American Internationals. And I think part of the theory is when you pair it with Ferrothorn, Ferrothorn is already really defensive, loves to go for the Iron Defense combos. Dialga loves to go for Max Steel Spike and Max Quake as its two main means of offense, in addition to Max Wormwind. So suddenly, not only are you doing a ton of damage, but you're also boosting Ferrothorn, and suddenly you have two threats on the field that your opponent just can't ignore.
Yeah, I really like it. I mean, I think it's just a smart way to play the game in general, where you kind of get around some of those mind games about which Pokemon you need to protect when both of your Pokemon are so important that it kind of doesn't matter what your opponent does. You just have so much firepower that you're going to be able to get through it anyway. And I think to your point too. I mean, I think that's some of why we hadn't seen so much Dialga at these big events, right? Where even though there was this restricted Pokemon that had so much potential, it just didn't seem like it was solved. We hadn't quite figured out like what the good version. There was no Dialga equivalent of Rinya Sun or whatever, right? Where maybe if your tournaments had continued in this format after this event, people would have kept exploring this. But I think that's the fun of the World Championships, right? Is can you figure out the cool anti-meta underutilized Pokemon at the right time, and maybe these players have.
Absolutely, I think that's what makes this Worlds exciting in particular. So let's actually break down that battle a little bit. And before anything, actually, right now, this clip highlights kind of the strength of the Dialga compared to just the entire team. Actually, I think Dialga in itself inherently is amazing into this matchup because you've got a super effective Max Wormwind into Palkia, super effective Max Steel Spike into Calyrex Ice Rider, already kind of a nightmare for those restricteds to go up against. And the thing here is Palkia slower. The support Thundurus, by the way, also had Eerie Impulse, right? So you're able to really make sure Palkia can't do very much. I think support Thundurus plus Dialga in itself is a really strong combination. And in this first game, David executes it really just perfectly, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, this one's just never in doubt, where he did have a team matchup advantage, and you see Thundurus being a very obnoxious, as he said, which I think is just really clever, right? I mean, I think if you stop your opponent from accomplishing anything, you're going to win a lot of games.
And so, here the Ferrothorn is able to come out, and this is the position you're looking for, right? It's like, okay, Dialga's already threatening with a lot of damage, and you just get Ferrothorn threatening as well, right? So it's like, how do you actually deal with both of these threats at the same time? I think one thing that was really tricky in this matchup is that Palkia just never really had any ways to hit Dialga for super good damage, right? So it's like, how do you actually mitigate those first three turns of Dynamax from Dialga? I think the main thing with Dialga, what it likes to do is you Dynamax, you got the Life Orb, knockout, knockout, knockout. In this case, actually, David wasn't necessarily picking up like just a lot of knockouts immediately, but I think what he did a really good job of was kind of distributing damage all across the board, right? And so on the opposing end, these Pokemon are really bulky. They don't have very much offensive pressure, and how do you deal with all this bulk and all this offense coming out from the opposing end, especially as Ferrothorn continues to get free boost after free boost?
Yeah, I really like that as a strategy too. Because I mean, it's great if you can like a three knockout. Sure, let's do it. But most games you can't. And I think what's smart about this is like really the point of the Dynamax is to set up the board so that after it's over, you're going to win the game, right? And you can do that by ending it basically with the Dynamax, or you can just set up a position that's so favorable that you're going to be able to close it out. I think he did a really good job of that. Where I mean, everything was so weak and his Pokemon stats were so enhanced that it was just going to be fine. It kind of just didn't matter what happened from there.
To me, so I'm reversing things a little bit here, but let's pause and then press play again. This is where this combination feels so powerful, right? Where it's like you have this Dialga Ferrothorn duo. Porygon and Tapu Fini are just both so passive, right? So it's like not only does Dialga get the free knockout onto Tapu Fini here, but Ferrothorn is also able to Iron Defense. But to me, this is just more of a big picture thing, right? It's like I really don't think there were too many options, just given the lead matchup and given the strength of Dialga to begin the game, right? I think Thunder's Dialga was amazing already into the entire team. That core with Ferrothorn also super tough to deal with. And I think one of the strengths of Ferrothorn throughout this tournament is you now realize, okay, okay, well, Trick Room is really strong if you don't have any slow Pokemon, but, you know, Pokemon like Ferrothorn and Amoonguss are the classic, like, well, you set up Trick Room, thank you, now I get to take advantage of it. And so we never really even saw Trick Room be too prevalent in this set.
Yeah, I think it's pretty impressive too, because when you think about like kind of like older school Ferrothorn before we started the Iron Defense thing, like it was annoying if you had Trick Room, but at least it wouldn't like actually sweep your team.
Yeah.
This one can, right? We've seen it knock out an Incineroar already. We've seen it knock out Porygon too. This is not the sort of Pokemon that this Ferrothorn typically is able to knock out, right? But like it snowballs really hard, so just kind of another thing to worry about. And then also, you know, while you're Trick Rooming, if it just Iron Defense is on you, you both spent one turn for the same effect, except now for 5 turns your opponent has the advantage instead of you.
So I think it's pretty interesting to like look at the second game, because to me this first game felt like a matchup difference, and after like turn 1, turn 2.
Oh my God! No
it's
way!
So difficult to win,
Yo,
right? It's like
first of
you're just
all,
taking so much damage, you're not getting anything off of
wait.
and that's the nature of
I just want to say, yo, thank y'all so much. First of all, I am. So I work from home, so I'm streaming this live while being muted, right?
So what Incineroar was able to do was kind of mitigate that damage output from the Dialga, right?
I didn't expect to get raided.
You get the parting shot off, that's kind of
wow.
nice. Where do you actually go?
Thank you guys so much for the raid. Really appreciate you all coming through. Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much for the raid. Deacon and Nick, thank you so much for the raid. Mac, thank you for the raid. Sophia, thank you for the raid. Lexitron, thank you for the raid. Becca, thank you for the raid. Yoga, thank you for the raid. So sorry the alert scared you guys. Did not expect to be raided, honestly. But yeah, we're watching Pokemon Worlds, breaking down the VGC teams today. Just wrapped up the super long stream. Where are you streaming? I'm great, Becca. Thank you for asking. But yo, Worlds are going today. They have Pokemon Go championships. They have Pokemon VGC championships. Pokemon Unite is tomorrow. We'll be streaming that too. I want to watch some new games for real. Yo, we'll be here chilling. We will be here chilling. That's what we'll be doing. Yo, thank y'all so much for the raid, bro. I did not expect it. My volume was up so much.
David recognizes that. It's like, okay,
yeah,
well,
catch you off guard.
Palkia is so obvious.
Wow, I really didn't expect it. I'm
what
so grateful for y'all. Thank y'all. Oh my God. Here I am, like at work. Like I'm literally. I had to move my laptop to the other room so my job doesn't hear me, right?
Let me just make sure that I don't make like a major
I was like, yo, am I getting raided? Oh my God. So guys, thank y'all so much for stopping by, kicking it with me for a little bit. Again, this is just some breakdowns. Like there was a just crazy Dialga team with Ferrothorn. Ferrothorn hasn't been viable since Gen 6. So someone brought it back this time. Had a crazy Iron Defense, body press. Love the horn, the Bob, definitely drop the sub your way. Sophia, thank you so much. We'll be more immunitive. We'll stream 3 a.m. tomorrow with day 1 of Pokemon Unite Championships. I'm super excited for Unite. Seeing where it's going, but this is more so for my convenient pleasure. Hopefully for other people who like VGC as well, we'll be definitely talking about this. I'll be more so chat savvy. But thank you guys so much for coming by. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for the likes. I didn't even expect to get almost 20 likes today. I just wanted to throw a stream up, right, and be recording and have some content, break it down, edit it, give my thoughts on day 1 VGC. That's the whole thought process of this stream. But yo, thank you guys so much. If you guys want to chat with me in the chat, I will respond in the chat. I don't want y'all thinking I'm not here, but again, thank y'all, bro. I'm so grateful. Nick, such a beacon, bro. Such a beacon in the Pokemon community, bro. And I don't even mean that to be cheesy because of your name, but you are a beacon, dog. I really appreciate you so much. So thank you, bro.
Bypass an attack away from that Dialga, right? You're maybe considering switching it out into the Incineroar. It's at 1 HP anyway, it's going to faint from this hand. But instead, Fini takes the max Steel Spike, and just taking that much damage before anything you're really able to get set up with Fini, I think already puts you back. And, you know, very smartly enough, the Max Flare, it gets baited into the Protect, right? And so this is what we're saying. David's not just going to let you get a free Max Flare off, right? He has switch options available to him. Yveltal is able to switch it into as well. So to me, it really felt like a pretty extreme matchup difference, honestly. And David also executed it to really, really good, to a really good degree.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't that close, right? I half forgot about Landers when you're watching it. And it comes at the end, it's like, oh, wow, this game wasn't close at all. And I think to that point, too, I think David did an especially good job of protecting it. It seems like every game we've been watching today, Landers will come out there and just get, like, obliterated by some, like, usually max move. Or this time, it could have done a lot of damage if the game had kept going, right? Like, if you had to knock out 6 Pokemon, you might have been able to do it. I think that's just another thing that's really smart, right? Where all this attention is getting attracted by Dialga and Ferrothorn. So you have Pokemon that's sometimes a little bit easier to burn down. They just survive longer because you can't afford to prioritize them the way you could if half the team is just like non-threatening support Pokemon, which is kind of what happened on the other side, where Fini just not attracting enough attention even with the Calm Mind. Incineroar is basically irrelevant from the first turn.
Yeah. I think smart team construction is such an integral part of this game as well, right? Like, players can look good or incredibly strong because they have built a really good team that is able to give them all the tools available to them. And to me, it's funny, we were talking about Shedinja to start off today, right? And when Colin Hire won on stream, he had a Shedinja. He didn't even bring it, but it felt like his opponent was playing in such a peculiar way because they were trying to play around Shedinja. In this game, it feels like Ferrothorn is such a critical member, right? Because if you ignore Ferrothorn, it's like, oh, there's so many Pokemon that are actually weak to ice, right? Yveltal, Thundurus, Landorus, and Gyarados and Dialga are Pokemon that love to take ice-type attacks either. But the idea is, okay, well, Calyrex Ice Rider is really popular in the format, so is Amoonguss. This Ferrothorn single-handedly is so strong into this entire team composition, right? That's actually why Palkia has Flamethrower, because it's really good into those steel types, namely Ferrothorn. But what David does is he protects the Ferrothorn super well, like you said. So, in the previous turn we had covered, Ferrothorn protected, ate up a Max Flare. This turn he just switches out into Yveltal, right? And it's such a safe play because it's like, okay, if I'm able to knock out the Palkia, then there's really just no real power going into the end game, right? Against the Ferrothorn here. So here it's Max Quake into Tapu Fini. Tapu Fini finally does commit the Protect, right? I think part of the problem is it's hard for the Fini to get going because there's still multiple turns of Dynamax on Dialga's end. But this combo is just so annoying to deal with, right? It's like, okay, now you have a special defense boost on both. The Yveltal can just foul play the Calyrex Ice Rider. Max Flare here into the Yveltal. I mean, that's honestly very sad damage for what is a max move onto a non-Dynamax Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of creates problems for the rest of the game, right? Where the special defense boosts aren't going to go away. Almost all of the Pokemon we saw on that side of the field need special attacks. So, like, basically negates the effect of the Calm Mind, right? Where, especially because, like, in, Yveltal's case, it probably has with the, when everything is going, a higher special defense than Tapu Fini has a special attack, right? So it's actually losing while both of them are boosting.
Exactly. So at this point, it's like, okay, Fini's still around for a little bit longer, but Palkia's Dynamax just felt really weak in this matchup, right? Like, look at that Snarl there as well. It's like, okay, now you're against 2 Pokemon that have special defense boost, and your special attack is dropped, right? So it's like, Fini came out, calm-minded, okay, sure, but where's the damage coming from here, right? So Max Flare into the Dialga slot. The idea here is, it's just your most consistent attack. I'm not sure Palkia even has Max Whirlwind or Quake given the lack of it throughout this set, but the problem is Dialga's Dynamax just did so much more damage throughout the course of the battle, and this turn, critically, even hangs on with 2 HP. So it's like the combination of Snarl and these special defense boosts add up so quickly, and I think that is one of Dialga's key strengths, is that the main moves you want to use also boost up your defensive stats.
Yeah, I mean, I think it really helps with the risk-reward of the decisions, right? Where, like, hitting the Max Quake into Tapu Fini wasn't, like, fantastic, but that special defense boost winds up mattering, right? Where, like, if you've done the same thing with maybe a more offensive move or attacking into that Protect really hurts you. I think, like, the variability and the effects of this team is a little bit smaller than most teams because even if you aren't taking, like, the big blows of damage, you're still at least progressing towards your win condition. So kind of like the worst case scenario for what you're doing is a lot better than with most teams.
Yeah, definitely. So, we've been talking a lot about how David's been able to pilot it to a victory, but my last question for you, Scott, is how do you play it any differently from the opposing side? It already feels like a really tough matchup. We saw some creative, solutions maybe with the parting shot on turn 1, but it still wasn't enough. So do you think maybe another Pokemon could have been relevant here, or maybe just play in a completely different matter?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel like the same thing I kind of felt like when we were watching the previous match between Choma and Aaron Trailer. We're like, I would have liked to see Amoonguss more. I mean, yeah. Even though you're still like, it's not a surefire solution by any means. You're still gonna have to make the right reads. I think at least with that Pokemon, there is a path where if you do make the right read, you can win the game. I think most of the times we've been seeing this Dialga game, it just felt like the Dialga player was so much in control of it, Dialga was going to win, right? It just kind of just didn't matter that much. Or at least with Spore, I mean, Sleep, It's hard
good,
to deal
it's
with.
good.
Yeah. Not being able to act is really effective, and especially for this team, if it gets some action, even if it's not as effective as they want it to be, it moves you toward the win condition faster than it does for the opponent, right? Where Spore just stops you completely. I think it's worth trying at least. It's interesting. I guess we had Amoonguss players against it both times, and we only saw it once in 4 games.
That's a really good point. That is, I think, one of the tough things about running Amoonguss and Tapu Fini on the same team. Naturally, you set up Misty Terrain, so you can't Spore as easily. It's really hard to bring both of those comfortably, so I agree. Like seeing something like Amoonguss over Tapu Fini, maybe something like an Amoonguss Porygon lead. I think it's hard to lean into Trick Room, but in my head, what's interesting is, okay, if you set up Trick Room, yeah, the Ferrothorn's annoying, but you do have Palkia for Flamethrower, right? And it's suddenly, if you get up Trick Room, your Calyrex can at least match or deal a lot of damage to Yveltal, Dialga, and Landorus, and Thundurus, right? So it's like, even though Trick Room feels kind of tough there because of the Ferrothorn, I think it might still be an okay approach, and Amoonguss not only pressures with Rage Powder, but also pressures with the, redirection as well, and then Spore, of course, as well. And so, yeah, I think that was one in which, felt like the winner had a really good matchup and also executed it, very, very well. So congratulations to David Kotesh for going 5-0. This tournament is really heating up. We're down to the final few rounds to see who will make it out of day 1, but we'll be taking a short break. So thank you for joining myself and Scott here once again on the couch.
Welcome, trainers. My name is Aaron Zhang, and today I'm here to teach you about Palkia, the spatial Pokemon. While Palkia has been somewhat viable in previous restricted formats, it's really been able to shine in Series 12 VGC thanks to a couple of key reasons. First of all, it has very well-rounded stats, with an incredible base special attack stat, solid defensive stats, and a base speed stat that is higher than common threats such as Kyogre, Groudon, and Yveltal. Palkia's Dragon Water typing is also valuable, allowing it to resist Steel-type attacks such as Zacian's Behemoth Blade, Water-type attacks such as Kyogre's Water Spout, and Fire-type attacks such as Gigantamax Charizard's G-Max Wildfire. Finally, Palkia can deal massive amounts of damage through Spatial Rend and Hydro Pump, as few Pokemon in the format can reliably resist both Dragon and Water-type attacks, making it an incredibly powerful Dynamax option. The majority of Palkia normally run a combination of Hydro Pump, Earth Power, Spatial Rend, Trick Room, and Protect. Palkia also gets access to strong coverage moves such as Blizzard, Fire Blast, Flamethrower, Power Gem, and Thunder, which can be powerful options on the right team. As for its ability, most players opt for Pressure, as it can reveal valuable information in regards to how fast opposing Pokemon with certain abilities are. Although Telepathy is occasionally seen when Palkia is paired with Pokemon that like to use attacks like and hit allied Pokemon, such as Therian Form Landorus with Earthquake or Bulldoze. Palkia generally likes to run an item that can maximize its total damage output. Its signature item, Lustrous Orb, is a natural choice, increasing the damage of Water and Dragon type attacks with no drawbacks. Life Orb is also a common pick as it has a slightly higher damage multiplier than Lustrous Orb, and can also boost attacks such as Earth Power and Flamethrower. You may also occasionally see defensive items such as Assault Vest, Misty Seed, Safety Goggles, and Psychic Seed. There's a ton of flexibility in how players can train their Palkia. Some players opt to invest heavily in Palkia's special attack and speed, ensuring that it can naturally outspeed slower Pokemon such as Kyogre and Groudon. These Palkia are often paired with Zacian, creating a strong restricted duo that can deal huge amounts of damage. These compositions are quite flexible, but you'll often see common support Pokemon such as Incineroar, Porygon 2, Amoonguss, and Thundurus. Interestingly enough, despite Palkia's high base speed stat, many players often actually opt to not invest in speed and focus more on Palkia's HP and special attack. This is because Palkia is often used as a Trick Room user alongside slow Pokemon, such as Ice Rider Calyrex, Amoonguss, and Porygon 2. These compositions also occasionally include support from Pokemon such as Tapu Fini, Regieleki, and Gothitelle. The combination of Palkia and Ice Rider Calyrex has been especially popular as both Pokemon can set up Trick Room and are powerful Dynamax options. Palkia also covers for Ice Rider Calyrex's weakness to Fire-type and Rock-type Pokemon with its Water-type attacks, and can set up the Rain through Max Geyser. In order to beat Palkia, trainers often look towards using super effective attacks such as Play Rough from Zacian. You can also lower its special attack through attacks like Eerie Impulse from Thundurus or Porygon 2. Finally, Palkia struggles in particular against Tapu Fini, which resists Water-type attacks and is completely immune to Dragon-type attacks. Tapu Fini can also set up the Misty Terrain, which reduces the amount of damage Palkia can deal with its Dragon-type attacks. Overall, while Palkia's usage is a little bit lower than some of the other restricted Pokemon in Series 12, such as Zacian, Kyogre, Groudon, and Calyrex, it has proven to be one of the strongest options in the format. Keep watching to see how Palkia will impact this tournament.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to round 6 here at the VGC Pokemon World Championships here in London. I am Levita Akjosh Chromie, joined on the desk by Lee Provost once again. This so far has been one of the most amazing World Championships ever. I mean, not only have the games been phenomenal across all of the different games that we're showcasing this weekend, but I think the biggest thing is the energy in this arena right now.
Oh yeah, it's you can just feel it in the air, and I mean amongst the players especially, it just feels electric here. And you're right, we've had incredible games to kind of kick off the event for the weekend, and we are only just beginning, Lou, so it's what to expect from the rest of the weekend.
I mean, the thing I love about this kind of venue so much at the moment is that we have got players who are obviously competing in day 1. We've then got our day 2 players who are kind of here wandering around the venue, maybe trying to see a little bit about the teams that are currently being played, and maybe either kind of think about how they would strategize against them, or just kind of get a sense for how the World Championships is already shaping up. But I think the other really cool thing is all the spectators who are here just enjoying Pokemon. And I have to say, not only is like the energy amazing, but the dress code that people have gone for, everybody has kind of upped their game on all fronts of things.
Oh yeah, and I'm sure the Pokemon Center being here in the location is definitely helping with that. But you're right, everyone is in a great mood. It just feels amazing to be here, and the action is backing that up and just kind of hyping the whole atmosphere even higher than what was to be expected. So it is amazing to be amongst, and we've still got a few matches to go today. So, you know, we've seen a real mix of different Pokemon already today. You know, there's not been one real standout team that's been played a lot. We've seen combinations of different restricteds, especially. We've seen a few, a couple of Dialga, which have done quite well, and obviously the Calyrex Ice Rider as well, which is, you know, doing its thing. But I honestly feel like Ferrothorn, every time we see it, is having such an impact today, you know, and it's really, I feel, a strong call. We talked about it earlier, but it feels like that is getting to be the Pokemon of the day almost.
It's been all about the steel types for me. I mean, we knew coming into this competition that Zacian was going to be a key Pokemon. You know, you either are running it or you're going to come up against it. It's just one of the top Pokemon right now, okay? And then we've had Ferrothorn. Like, that's been such a surprise for you and I. Like, it's a Pokemon that I think had got forgotten over time. And now that it's here and doing so well, you know, being able to set up with its Iron defenses and the Leech Seed, that's a blast from the past, if anything I've seen. And also Dialga being the surprise restricted Pokemon out there. I mean, I knew that we might see maybe 1 or 2, but particularly on the broadcast and around the venue as well, I've been seeing it time and time again.
Yeah, and it's been so impactful, and nearly every match there's been brought to, you know. And on the analyst desk just before with Aaron and Scott, you know, they're talking about the parting shot into it in that game too. But it didn't really make much of an impact, you know. It's still very strong, it's still hitting extremely hard, and it's very difficult to kind of stop. And it's just been phenomenal. Every time we've seen it, overwhelming. And like you say, it's an interesting choice because of how popular Zacian is in this format. And you think, okay, well, my team comp, I've got Zacian already in there. You kind of then forget about adding any more steel types. But a lot of these trainers are thinking, no, I'm gonna add another one, and I'm gonna add another one, and then, but they're compensating for that weakness, or the kind of the stacking of weaknesses there with really smart picks. I mean, we saw David Kutesh's team with the Dialga in there, but then he had around it all of those flying types to compensate for the other weaknesses that I had. So it was really built up all around that one Pokemon. So a lot of players are putting, you know, all of their confidence into Dialga, which is really paying off today, you know, as we're getting later into these stages, into the rounds. We're seeing how well it's kind of performed up to now and potentially into day 2.
Well, that's the thing. If you've got steel types on your team, right, you need some kind of ground resist to be able to switch in on, and those flying types are perfect for that because it's not going to deal any damage whatsoever. And I think the cool thing about the steel types coming into the fray is on almost every team as well is an Incineroar. And Incineroar's the Pokemon that we all know and love. And not only is it, you know, a cat, which makes a winning point already, but it has that Intimidate, such a key ability to be able to lower the physical attack of your opponent Pokemon, but also to have the utility to go for Fake Out, flinch one of your opponents, go for the parting shot, and, you know, drop a stat, switch out, come back in. And we see this time and time again with Incineroar, how well it is pivoted in and out of the battlefield. And you would think such a Pokemon that's so popular would be really problematic for all of these steel types, but because of the composition of a lot of these trainers' teams, they're able to really navigate around Incineroar expertly.
Yeah, and that's a big thing. And the one plus about Dialga, I'll come back to Dialga again, especially against the Incineroar, is that it has access to that max Quake attack,
Yes.
which really threatens it, and Max Rockfall
That's
as
what
well.
I've
So
loved,
there's-
is the Max Rockfall.
Yeah, and there's a couple of options there, you know, and Incineroar doesn't really, especially if the Dialga's holding something like a Life Orb.
Yeah.
Have trainers calced for Max Dialga boosted by a Life Orb. It's a very strong attack. So you're not really inclined to leave your Incineroar unless you're super confident of that specific attack coming in. I can survive that and get a parting shot out, but at the same time, you're taking a lot of damage. And then for the rest of the game, the Incineroar's not really as effective as you maybe want it to be, not as fresh when you bring it back in to cycle those Intimidate parting shots. It really lowers the kind of narrows down the accessibility of Incineroar for the rest of the game. So Dialga's a perfect example, you know, and I think it probably goes up against something like Incineroar a lot better than Zacian does, which feels like when it's face-to-face with an Incineroar, depending on the situation, a lot of the time it wants to retreat, it wants to switch out, to come back in and reset that Intrepid Sword boost.
And I've been shocked as well so far at the lack of Charizard that I'm seeing. You know, speaking of fire types, although you've got Incineroar that's, you know, a really key Pokemon, we've talked about how good Charizard has been on teams as well. Being able to be in its Gigantamax form and use that G-Max Wildfire, set up the residual damage, as well as obviously just hitting really hard in Sun. It's an interesting choice that we haven't seen it as much, and that could also be really benefiting the plethora of Steel-type Pokemon that we're seeing. I mean, it's not only Fire-type Pokemon you have to watch out for, though. The Ground-type Pokemon are around. And Lee, I'm going to say it, I've not seen enough Gastrodon for my liking. And that's a Pokemon that, you know, can hit really well with those Ground-type moves. It could cause a problem for the Steel-types, but it's not here.
It isn't here, and we haven't really seen much of it at all, which
I'm
is
so sad.
Which is surprising, yeah. And I think the same about Charizard, but the Gastrodon in particular, because, you know, the thing that it has going for it is, even if Ferrothorn is popular, it's not really threatened by most Ferrothorns, most of your standard Ferrothorns, especially the ones that we've seen played today, because Ferrothorns are opting for the Iron Defense and Body Press, and then Leech Seed and Protect normally is the set that we see. So they don't have that grass offensive move on it. Gastrodon has the freedom in front of it to yawn it, protect, put it to sleep, and then wear it down with, you know, a combination of something like Earth Power. So it's pretty comfortable in front of it. It's the same for Dialga. The problem is, even again, going back to this with the Dialga, because it has access to that max Wormwind, it's hitting so hard, so you do need some sort of, you know, defensive coverage just to help you against something like the Dialga. But there would be nothing wrong with maxing Gastrodon in front of a Dialga, potentially, you know. But again, you've got the ability to put Dialga to sleep with Yawn and things like that. So it is a little bit surprising we've not seen much Gastrodon today, and the lack of Charizard as well is I thought we'd see a lot more. But these players have made I think it just reiterates a point of how good a call these players have made, and a brave call, because in a field full of, you know, the Rinja Sun teams, the Charizards, the Groudons, I think these teams might struggle a little bit more than they have shown to so far. So, you know, on a different day, it might be a different story, but it's not about a different day, it's about today. And I think this is the big thing. These players have made an extremely good call, and these teams are performing extremely well.
That's the thing, though. A lot of these teams could be hiding themselves a little bit, maybe for day 2. Maybe we'll see a little bit more Charizard and some Gastrodon, hopefully, in those day 2 teams as well. But that's tomorrow's broadcast. We've got to focus down a little bit more on today's. And one Pokemon in particular that's really kind of stood out for me is that Palkia. I talked about it a little bit earlier, where I really kind of like this Palkia and Calyrex Ice team. And we've seen it on the broadcast a couple of times with varying degrees of success, but I still think it's going to be my pick for maybe going all the way.
Yeah, we had the spotlight video as well about the Palkia before coming back into the broadcast, and it is an extremely strong Pokemon. I mean, and it has the tools to deal with these steel types pretty well, you know, like the max flare that it has, the ability to deal with things like Ferrothorn, and with that attack, it doesn't care about any sort of iron defense. So Ferrothorn, you can do what you want, because if I can get this one attack off into you, then it's game over, you know. So it's a very versatile Pokemon. It's got access to things like Trick Room as well to support the Calyrex Ice Rider, and it's just one of those Pokemon that you think, right, if there's a lot of Kyogre in the field, well, what's your pick going to be? Always going to be that Palkia.
Exactly, and I want to address as well, we're at round 6 of the competition, okay? We're going to have 8 rounds of Swiss today. And so we're at that point where you kind of really have to dig deep and push through. You're going to be tired, you're going to be drained, you know, the adrenaline's going to be draining a little bit at this point, but particularly if you're in a position where, you know, you're maybe at X2, you have to keep pushing through and getting those wins, because as soon as you go X3, you're out of the competition at this stage. And we've already seen throughout the day a lot of players maybe, you know, falling short of that goal that they set for themselves and already knocked out of the World Championships. But I think those players in particular who still have that day 2 in their sights, this is where they really have to find that focus and kind of just keep that eye on the prize and make sure that they're getting all those wins to try and get into day 2.
Yeah, it is the business end of the day for a lot of these players, and you know the pressure is piling on, but this is where we kind of these players prove themselves to be worthy to go into day 2 and be these competitors that potentially are going to be picking up one of the trophies at the end of the weekend.
Exactly, and I believe our round 6 pairing are on the stage. So let's take a closer look at our players who are seated, ready to dive into round 6. I mean, there are only 3 more rounds left in day 1 for them, and we're going to be bringing an awesome match for you guys.
Yes, we've got 2 players here, one from Japan and one from the United States. We have Raghav Malavia versus Jinjiro Shikari.
Yes, exactly. I'm so looking forward to seeing both these players. They're currently 5-0. So really looking forward to seeing, you know, their undefeated runs carried through. Of course, that's only for one player. One player will have to take a loss on their roster at this point.
Yeah, that's it. And, you know, both players at this stage, undefeated. This is incredible going into this tournament with the caliber of players that we have seen already, the teams that we've seen, and still to be at this stage of the tournament and undefeated, it's incredible. So all the pressure on these players, but you know, the both players will know what to expect coming into this match. You know, you're getting deeper into the tournament now, you're undefeated, your opponent's undefeated, you know whatever you got coming up next is going to be an incredibly difficult challenge. And it'll be interesting to see how both players approach this one. Do you want to recap the teams for us, Lou?
Yeah, let's take a closer look. So Jinjiro is going to be running a Calyrex Shadow Rider. I don't believe we've been able to take a look at one as of yet. Regieleki, a Landorus, Zacian, Whimsicott, and Incineroar. And then Raghav is running a Kyogre, Shedinja, oh, love to see it, Incineroar, Zacian, Thundurus, and Grimmsnarl. I mean, that Shedinja could be getting up to some tricks.
Yeah, another Shedinja here on the stream. We've had a few already today, and we're going to get another one, Lou. So again, we've talked about Shedinja and how it is impactful even at this stage of the game, because it's something that you do have to think about. But Jinjiro has got access to that Calyrex Shadow Rider, and that is something that we haven't really seen too much of today, and it does have the ability to hit that Shedinja and potentially knock it out, depending on the item that it's got.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a really interesting matchup. I love seeing the kind of fast-paced team that Jinjiro has, you know, opted to bring here. You've got Pokemon like the Shadow Rider Calyrex, super fast, can hit so hard on that special attacking side. And also Regieleki can do the same thing, really fast, really especially offensive. And then again, speaking of fast Pokemon, Zacian's there, it hits the physical side, but you've really got a speedy mix of Pokemon, and throw in the Whimsicott that could go for a potential Tailwind. Speed is going to be key, and when you look at Raghav's team, it's not like it's a Trick Room team either. So I really think, looking at the options that both of our trainers have, whoever's going to be able to gain that speed advantage and hit for is going to be at such a strong advantage, because it's not like these Pokemon only hit for a little bit of damage. They're going to be getting, you know, potential 2-hit KOs here.
Yeah, very offensive teams on both ends, you know, but you've got to say Jinjiro with that Whimsicott has the advantage in speed control instantly, you know, with access to potentially that Prankster Tailwind. But you've got to worry from, you know, Raghav's side of the field. Has he got Fake out there? He's probably got it on the Incineroar, so that's a way to shut down that, you know, Tailwind straight away, and potentially even the Grimmsnarl as well. So there are options there, and obviously the Grimmsnarl is something that you can rely on heavily. Raghav can lean on it for that speed control on his side of the field as well.
Well, interesting leads coming out here for Jinjiro. It's going to be the Regieleki and the Whimsicott. So again, threatening something like a Tailwind speed advantage here. But on the flip side, Raghav has got the Incineroar and the Kyogre. So fake out pressures on the field as well. But who would you target, Regieleki or the Whimsicott?
I think if you were going for the fake out, you'd always want to opt to go for the Whimsicott. Now, there is a chance that Jinjiro will maybe possibly max the Regieleki. It is an option here, because if he does suspect the fake out in here, he can go for a max and then attack into the Kyogre. But it is very early on in this game, so you've got to be careful when you decide to max and when not to.
And it's very early on to see a switch and a Shedinja out here at the World Championships. Going to be switching in for that Incineroar on Raghav's side, as Jinjiro opts to go for a Dynamax, and it's going to be that Regieleki, applying a lot of offensive pressure, particularly in the face of that Kyogre. You can deal so much damage with a Max Lightning, and even if Incineroar had stayed on, you can't fake out a Dynamax Pokemon. So I think a really safe position here for Regieleki to be in a position to deal out some big damage, but Raghav's going to be like, hey, I need to get some extra HP if I'm facing down against this Regieleki, and we'll go for the Dynamax on Kyogre.
Yeah, I think if you are staying in against the Regieleki, you've got to try and make a few moves to yourself to kind of give yourself that buffer so you don't get knocked out straight away. And if the Kyogre is holding something like the Assault Vest, we've seen it quite popularly held item on Kyogre today, then you know if you are maxing, you're going to be able to take an attack even from the Regieleki, which is hitting for super effective damage.
Well, Jinjiro is going to go for a Protect and a Tailwind here as Kyogre goes for the Max Geyser into the Max guarding Regieleki here. So no damage, but the Tailwind crucially set up on Jinjiro's side of the field. That will certainly gain the speed advantage, but my issue is the Shedinja's now on the battlefield. It could go for anything here, like an ally switch, and be so disruptive.
That's the problem. You know, the ally switch could come out here and it causes all sorts of mind games, but we're not seeing an ally switch. We are seeing a fake Tears though, and doubled up with the Max Lightning from the Regieleki into the Kyogre. Oh,
one hit
huge
KO.
hit.
I mean, I love that synergy there, Lee. Going for the fake Tears, not being afraid of a potential ally switch here, and just knowing that you can get rid of that Dynamax Pokemon straight away. What a phenomenal turn there for Jinjiro.
That is a massive turn. The surprise fake Tears coming out, and you know, you feel comfortable with that Assault Vest potentially on the Kyogre there, but not with the fake Tears. That -2 special defense, and then boosted by that, you know, the already strong Regieleki is enough to take it down in a huge turn here. And Ragam not getting really any use out of that Dynamax Kyogre there.
That's the thing. Jinjiro's certainly got the momentum now. You've got the speed, you've got the power with that Regieleki, but Raghav still has that Shedinja on the battlefield, and it could still get up to a few tricks. We saw it go for Poltergeist there. Doesn't do too much to the Regieleki, puts it in a slightly precarious situation, but the Zacian is, I think, going to be the key Pokemon. Obviously, if you're Jinjiro, you need to find a way to get rid of that Zacian for later on in the game, but you have to also make sure that you have the utility somewhere on your team to deal with the Shedinja. You can't just let it sit there and kind of throw a party out there.
No, and that's the thing. If you've got answers in the back, then you feel a little bit more comfortable. But if you haven't got the answers in the back, you've got to start kind of surmising what your game plan is to close this game out. Because we've seen games before where Shedinja might be 1 against 4, but it is enough to take your opponent down because they just don't have answers to deal with it.
Oh, an Air Balloon Incineroar. I haven't seen that in a hot minute. That's really interesting to see on the battlefield. And a great switch in here to throw the Intimidate down against that Zacian. Shedinja is using his Wonder Guard ability to not take any damage here, maybe thinking there was going to be that ally switch, but once again, Regieleki going to fall victim to the Poltergeist, but is hanging in on there as it comes out of its Dynamax form. But I love the Incineroar coming in. It's normally a Pokemon that has a utility to deal with something like Shedinja, and its ability just helps put Zacian back in its place a bit.
Yeah, and now it gives you the access to that fake out to make, you know, slow down Zacian for another turn and kind of maybe force it out here, because do you really want to leave Zacian on the field now? It's protected. It's going to be susceptible to that fake out now, and it's also neutral attack. The Intrepid Sword boost that it's just got has disappeared with the Intimidate, but you can see there that there was the predict there for the ally switch from Jinjiro's side of the field, and it didn't quite pay off there from, and the Shedinja is slowly chipping away at Jinjiro's side of the field.
Yeah, and I like this switch here, preserving the Zacian, being able to reset that Intimidate later on in the match, while throwing down an Intimidate on the Incineroar and Jinjiro's side. It's going to go for the fake out into the switch in Incineroar, only dealing a minimal amount of damage. Shedinja does go for that ally switch, so even if it's not going to be too effective in this situation, at least it's been revealed. That's good information. As Regieleki goes for the Rising Voltage, calls it, and it goes into the Incineroar, picks up the KO against it thanks to that electric terrain on the field, just making it super duper powerful. I mean, Regieleki just taking names here.
Yeah, just picking whatever it wants and then removing it from the field. It's a nice call with the ally switch there, especially with that fake out combination, you know, just to make sure that, well, if you go for it, I'm going to punish it. If not, then I've still got the option next turn. I'm not on any immediate effect, because if the Shedinja does attack here, then it might have been a little bit awkward, because the Regieleki now is probably in that range to get picked off by something like a Shadow Sneak. But there's Zacian coming back onto the field now, and Incineroar still in a decent enough position, but switching out to preserve that Intimidate, potentially come back in at a later stage of this game.
Yeah, I like that. Preserve the Incineroar, and I think quite wisely protect that Regieleki. Like you said, there could be a Shadow Sneak, and there we go. It's been revealed by the Shedinja. So now Jinjiro is going to be aware that that could potentially remove the Regieleki from the field. Whimsicott are going to be easily able to take that Sacred Sword, board. So I think, again, really good switches here, good board positioning. And I think Jinjiro making sure that that Incineroar is safe is key, because not only can it use the Intimidate against the Zacian, but it has the utility to be able to deal with something like the Shedinja. And you have to make sure that you have that Pokemon, otherwise Shedinja's just going to be able to stall out the team.
Yeah, that's it. And I think now with Whimsicott, depending on its other options, it can set up another Tailwind here, which could give Incineroar that just little bit extra that it needs to maybe, depending on how it's trained, to get the jump on maybe Zacian, but I don't know. It maybe a more defensively built form. But oh, we do see an Encore come out from the Whimsicott here onto that Shedinja, and it will be locking it into that Shadow Sneak.
Yeah, absolutely love that play there. You know, locking into Shadow Sneak, you don't have to worry about any ally switch here. You can see it going for that Shadow Sneak into the opposing Whimsicott, going to deal minimal damage here. So Regieleki able to survive out the turn. The Electric Train's gone. It's going to be a little bit sad about that, but it can still certainly hit hard. I mean, I think if you're Jinjiro here, you know that Raghav can't switch out now. You're down to the last 2 remaining Pokemon. You need to get that Shedinja dealt with now while it is locked into this Encore.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think it takes away the worry, the questions about the ally switch now. So you really want to get your Incineroar onto the field fresh, and maybe letting your Regieleki go down is the one thing to do, to allow it free switch in, get the Intimidate off into the Zacian, and then be able to use these fire-type attacks into things that are going to be hit super effectively. And with the rain gone now as well, it's going to be doing a lot more damage to that Zacian.
This is the perfect situation for Jinjiro here. You've got the Incineroar back on the field here. You know the Zacian's going to be locked into Protect, so you don't have to worry about it going for any of those Sacred Swords. You can just let it sit on the field while Incineroar deals with that Shedinja. And then, you know, once the Encore's worn off on that opposing Zacian, then you can deal with it.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. And I think if you are Jinjiro, you may want to just concentrate down on the Zacian, get rid of that. Although we are seeing it locked into the Protect here. But if you get rid of that, then Incineroar has a way easier job against that Shedinja.
Well, Shadow Sneak going to come out into Whimsicott, not get the KO, but a little bit of chip damage here as Incineroar just goes straight up for the Flare Blitz. Going to connect down onto the opposing Shedinja here. Going to be revealing the Focus Sash, so good information to know what item it's carrying. Sometimes we see it with safety goggles, for example, so good to see it here. And that's good information for Jinjiro, knowing that just, you know, one more of those Flare Blitz is going to be able to pick up the KO.
Yeah, and the Encore ending there for the Shedinja. So you would imagine now Whimsicott sticking around on the field. He's going to go for that Encore once again, lock it into that Shadow Sneak, and allowing the Incineroar to take it down now with a Flare Blitz. And then, like you say, the Zacian's in a really awkward position as well. As long as this Whimsicott sticks around on the field, then it is going to be able to fire off those Encores. But unfortunately, Ally Switch coming out, just going to be able to stop the Encore coming onto the Shedinja right now.
Yeah, Ally Switch getting the priority, but Jinjiro is able to call it here and goes for the Flare Blitz and wipes that Shedinja off the battlefield. So fantastic call there from Jinjiro, knowing that the priority bracket there was just going to, you know, stop Whimsicott from having fun with Encore, but I think it certainly had its parade today. And now you've got this Zacian in a really difficult situation.
Yeah, and now the Encore's gonna definitely come out again and then just lock it up and make it impossible for the Zacian. You're just gonna have to get around these every other turn Protects and hope that, you know, there's not too many double Protects to have to avoid here to close this one up, as we see the Flare Blitz come out into the Zacian, and not quite enough this turn.
Not quite enough, but I'm sure Incineroar is going to be able to finish the job in the next turn or two. And I mean, normally Shedinja's that Pokemon that can be so disruptive and so annoying to deal with, but I love how Jinjiro just kind of flipped the game state here and just went, you know what, Shedinja's annoying, but how about my Whimsicott? Let me cause a little bit of disruption on the battlefield, and that's how he was able to get this Game 1 victory.
Yeah, and the options there that we don't really see too often. You know, Fake Tears is one of those options that you're aware of, but you don't generally see it too often. But so useful, especially when paired up with that Regieleki. It has the Life Orb as well, and we saw how devastating it was to that Kyogre, just removing it from the field. Raghav got nothing from his Dynamax with the Kyogre there. And then the Encore, the surprise Encore, really disruptive, locking out your opponent almost. And Raghav really didn't have too many options. He managed to get that Ally Switch off, as he mentioned about the priority bracket there, but predicting that the Ally Switch was his only option there. It was a really smart play from Jinjiro, where he went for the Flare Blitz into that slot to make sure, well, I'm going to take it out of the equation now, and then just really giving Ragav no other options.
I mean, Jinjiro completely controlled that endgame state, right? Was in complete control with the encore and the targeting, making sure that the Regieleki went down at the perfect time to get the Incineroar onto the battlefield, and then didn't even need to utilize anything like the fake out. You just had to go for the damage and make sure that you didn't lose focus on those encore turns, because the last thing you want to do is slip up on the count and then suddenly the Shedinja or the Zacian is free to go for a separate move. And I mean, normally you look at Shedinja and I'm like, hey, look, Lee, this is why we can't have nice things, because Shedinja exists, right? It's so disruptive. But then this Whimsicott just kind of went, hey, I've got loads of good answers to you, and if I can play around you perfectly, I can completely lock down Raghav's team, and that's exactly what we saw.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about it was there was no restricted use there. You used the Whimsicott, the Regieleki, the Incineroar, really predominantly to close that match down, and it was mainly through the support of the Whimsicott as well that was able to really kind of disrupt and cause all the issues for Ragav. But he is aware of it now. He's aware of these options going into this next match, so he will have to adjust. Maybe we see some different picks going into this next one. You know, something like the Grimmsnarl, it's going to be immune to that encore. It's going to be immune to anything the Whimsicott can do, especially the fake tears, being that dark type and the prankster immunity that it does carry with it. But then what do you not bring to this match? You know, that's the big question. But you need to get, I think if you're Ragav, you need to get more out of your Kyogre if you decide to go for the Dynamax with it. And it makes sense to go with the Dynamax with your Kyogre because of potentially how bulky it is and the damage that it can put onto the field.
Yeah, it's a great Dynamax Pokemon. And don't forget, Pokemon trainers as well. Whoever wins this game will be 6-0 and advancing to day 2. The other player will still have to battle it out in the next couple of rounds. So this could be such a critical match for one of our trainers. But the leads are out. It's going to be Regieleki and Whimsicott once again, and opposing on Raghav's side. This time it's Kyogre paired up with Grimmsnarl. So we've got 2 Prankster Pokemons on the field. 2
Prankster Pokemons here, but one is immune to any Prankster moves from the other one, which, you know, makes it a little bit easier for Ragav to kind of flow around the field. But are we going to see the max turns again, the same max turns again from both players? We are potentially seeing the Regieleki here, max from Jinjiro, so are we going to see that same play again? I don't know if he's aware of the set on the Grimmsnarl, but there's always a threat of Grimmsnarl having fake out, so you've got to be aware of that if you are trying that fake tears and max lightning attack into the Kyogre, because potentially that could get disrupted with something like a fake out. But you've also got to consider that there is Light Screen as well, which is a more reliable source to give you a bit more protection.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I love how bold our Pokemon players are being right now, going for these Dynamax choices with the potential for Grimmsnarl to do so many things. You know, it could go for the Scary Face, lower the speed of that opposing Regieleki, but then there could be a Tailwind from the Whimsicott. So many different speed shenanigans. But Regieleki actually going, no, I'm going to go for the Max Guard here. I'm going to let Whimsicott go for the Fake Tears this turn, so I'm in a great position going forward, reducing the special defense of Kyogre by 2 stages there, as Grimmsnarl does set up that Light Screen. So many different intricate plays here when it comes to kind of those stats, whether it's speed, defenses, or anything like that. It's going to be the Max Hailstorm coming up from the Kyogre, though, into the Whimsicott, and I really like this play because it takes Whimsicott right down to its Focus Sash, sets the Hail as well, which is going to deal with Whimsicott at the end of the turn, so it is bye-bye for Whimsicott.
Yeah, great play here from Ragav. You know, he does take the fake tears, which is not ideal, but he does get the Light Screen up. But targeting down into what is one of the more problematic Pokemon that he had from that game 1. Removing it now, it's not an issue going forward. He doesn't have to worry about any more fake tears coming out onto his side of the field. He doesn't have to worry about that encore that was so annoying to deal with. So really smart play from here, predicting that Max Guard from the Regieleki like we saw in that game 1.
Yeah, no, I absolutely love that. Maybe the Shedinja's hiding in the back, so getting rid of the Whimsicott could be really critical here, but Jinjiro bringing out the Calyrex Shadow Rider. I love to see this. You've got 2 very fast and speedy Pokemon on the battlefield. It's going to be really difficult at this stage.
Yeah, but there's no Tailwind here from Jinjiro's side of the field. That has been taken away. As we see a Scary Face come out from this Grimmsnarl, it is going to reduce the speed of that Calyrex Shadow Rider.
And the Max Lightning is going to come down into the Kyogre. It's not going to be enough to pick up the KO. Light Screen absolutely coming in clutch, able to allow that Kyogre to survive that Max Lightning that we saw be so devastating in that game 1.
Yeah, and now Kyogre is going to be able to get off this Max, guys. It's not boosted by the rain, but it's still going to hit extremely hard into that Regieleki. Not quite enough, and you kind of want the hail to still be on the field. It's been overwritten by the rain now, but that chip damage would have been very useful here as an Astral Barrage comes out from the Calyrex Ice Rider and does take down the Kyogre. But the Kyogre got a lot more out of it this turn. You know, Ragav got a lot more out of the Kyogre this turn than he did that past turn.
Yeah, it definitely got a lot more usage, but I'm really worried about both of these Pokemon on Jinjiro's side. The Regieleki, yes, it's got dwindled HP, but it's still very fast. The Calyrex Shadow Rider is, you know, a little bit slower at this point, but it has got that Grimnay boost as well. So offensively, it's still very scary to deal with. But I think the Grimmsnarl certainly has, you know, that utility to kind of deal with them a little bit and be disruptive. Yeah,
and now you've still got, like you say, the Grimmsnarl is going to be able to put a scary face down onto maybe the Regieleki here. So the Zacian can deal with it. But we've already seen Zacians played already this weekend with the quick attack. Potentially that as an option. It takes down the Regieleki, and then your Grimmsnarl's left to disrupt further the Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Well, no quick attack coming out here. Instead, it's going to be the scary face. And I think this is a great play here. Just, you know, weakening the speedy, you know, presence of Jinjiro's Pokemon, allowing that Zacian to have the speed control and go, hey, I'm going to go first, and I'm going to connect down into this Shadow Rider Calyrex and pick up the KO. We know it's not the Focus Sash variant because we saw that on the Whimsicott earlier, so just the sheer power of Zacian able to get that knockout. Regieleki able to fire back with a Max Lightning, and it is in the electric terrain as well, but again, Light Screen being so pivotal to stop these Pokemon being one-hit KO'd.
Yeah, and if you are, Raghav, you know, taking down that Calyrex there is probably the smartest thing if you have got that Shedinja in the back, because getting rid of the Calyrex there is the one of the things that can really put a little bit of a stopper in your tracks.
Yeah, and the Incineroar's going to join for Jinjiro here. Again, with its Air Balloon, absolutely love seeing that item choice on there. We've seen so many Sugar Berries in the past, but I believe on this broadcast we've seen a Focus Sash Incineroar, now we've seen an Air Balloon. I love this creativity, and it's in a good position where, you know, it's done that Intimidate on the Zacian. Zacian's at very limited HP, and you have the potential to go for a Fake Out now. Yeah, and the Fake Out is what's going to be really useful here for Jinjiro to disrupt that side of the field, almost force that Zacian into protecting because of the threat from a knockout. Regieleki is on its last legs though, because the next attack will take it down. Even if it doesn't knock out an opponent, the Life Orb Recall will knock itself out. So you want to get the most out of this next turn. Yeah, and Raghav once again, you know, retreating that Zacian, preserving it, wanting to maybe reset that Intimidate for later on in the game, and bringing the Incineroar in to throw an Intimidate down against both of Jinjiro's Pokemon here. We're going to see the Regieleki go for the Rising Voltage. Again, in the electric terrain, connects down onto the Grimmsnarl that's still sitting on the field, but not for much longer. It does get KO'd, and now Raghav is going to be forced to bring that Zacian in from the back as Regieleki gets KO'd. But this is the thing. You've got Incineroar versus a Zacian and an opposing Incineroar that's going to have utility for Fake Out in the next turn. Yeah, and you kind of wanted to see a parting shot then maybe into that slot, but going for the Flare Blitz, it makes sense just to get damage onto that Zacian. But like you say, Raghav managed this endgame very well and put it down. No Shedinja here, bringing maybe more reliable Pokemon for this matchup, and in a good position now to take advantage of that Intrepid Sword boost it's got. It doesn't have to worry about the Intimidate, and even though it is very low health, if you can utilize the Fake Out here from your own Incineroar, you're going to get a free attack off, and that's going to be enough potentially to close this game up for you. Yeah, and you see the forfeit going in there. So we're going to be a game apiece and pushing to a game 3 here in Swiss Round 6. So the next game will determine which of these two players is going to be advancing to day 2 at this stage in the competition. The other person's not locked out by any means, but just at this point, someone is already guaranteed to make that day 2. Yeah, in a very, very tense situation going into this next one. 1-1, what a set we've had so far. And, you know, Raghav, it didn't look good for him going into that game 2. I thought, how are you going to adjust here? But he adjusted so well. The Grimmsnarl adjustment was exactly what he needed. Took advantage of the fact that he had the speed control. He removed the speed control on Jinjiro's side of the field. And that was the big thing, because then you've got no options to support your Pokemon. And the Grimmsnarl just having a field day can just Scary Fist whatever it wanted. And you kind of saw that play out. And Raghav just take advantage of those bold situations that he was putting himself in those late games. I think going into game 3, I think you've got to have the same mindset of, I dealt with the Whimsicott really early and effectively, so I've got to try and do that again going into this next set. I 100% agree. I really liked how Raghav identified that Whimsicott was the issue in game 1. So in game 2, just completely focused down, got rid of it, because even though, you know, Raghav didn't bring the Shedinja in that game, Whimsicott paired up with the Regieleki, going for something like the Fake Tears and a Max Lightning, can be so disruptive no matter which Pokemon it's targeting into. So I love the adjustment by Raghav, not only to target down Whimsicott, but to drop the Shedinja and then bring Grimmsnarl in that can go for those scary faces and just allow a little bit more control over the speed of those Pokemon. Because if you're kind of messing around with the speeds, it forces that Whimsicott to go, hey, maybe I can't afford to go for a Fake Tears here. I have to go for a Tailwind. And then the hits from Regieleki are not going to be hitting so hard.
Yeah, and looking at it from Jinjiro's side of the field, it's how do I preserve my Whimsicott a little bit better? How do I get the most out of it like it did in that game 1? And I think that's the key to him winning. You identified it right at the start of this game. He's got some really big, hard-hitting Pokemon. He just needs to get them in the right situation with the right support next to him. And if he can do that, then it really does lock Ragav out. So everything to play for, Luke, going into this next one. It's going to be an extremely intense game. I think all players are either going to make very brave, maybe risky plays, but also at the same time, do you want to make those big plays, or you want to just preserve things and try and slow the match down, try and position yourself a little bit better to lock this one up?
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. And, you know, I think if I was Jinjiro in this situation, that Whimsicott, it's a Pokemon that's really difficult because you kind of want to preserve it and keep it safe in the back, but then leading with it's so crucial. You can play so many mind games. But Raghav's going to be leading with the Grimmsnarl and the Zacian, so Kyogre's not out in the leads this time. It's maybe kind of going, I think there might be a Regieleki, but there's not. Jinjiro's gone for a Zacian as well, and paired up with that Whimsicott. So I love this board state, Lee. We've got 2 Zacians and 2 really disruptive prankster Pokemon.
Yeah, and both the prankster Pokemon that we've got on opposite sides of the field don't like sitting in front of a Zacian.
Exactly.
So I like the adaptation from Jinjiro here because he has brought the Zacian to potentially deal with that Grimmsnarl, like how Ragav dealt with the Whimsicott in that game too. So if you can remove the Grimmsnarl early on, if you are Jinjiro, then it really makes things a lot easier. You don't have to worry about that speed control, the disruption, or the support through the screens going forward.
Well, speaking of screens, Reflect is up on the battlefield for Raghav here in the face of the Zacian that is going to go for the Behemoth Blade here. So jumping up to the sky and finding its mark down onto the opposing Zacian here. Dealing a significant chunk of damage, but that Reflect certainly paying off as Whimsicott goes for a Dazzling Gleam. So just getting a little bit of chip on the Zacian, but critically about a third of damage onto that opposing Grimmsnarl, putting it in a dangerous position going forward. It's going to be very vulnerable to one of those Behemoth Blades. The Behemoth Blade, however, is being returned. You know, it's just one Zacian going into another one, and it still deals a really significant chunk.
Yeah, just going after each of the Zacians here, and it does make sense because of how much of a threat these Pokemon are. Thinking, well, I can remove, say, the Grimmsnarl whenever I want, really. I don't mind the Reflect going up this turn, so I'll go for the opposing Zacian, and probably the same kind of train of thought from Ragav here, just to remove the opposing restricted, and then if you still, you know, got your more powerful restricted in the back with your support option intact, then you're sitting in a way better position going into the rest of the game.
Whimsicott going to click that Tailwind button and boost up the speed, making sure that the Zacian and any future Pokemon are going to be nice and speedy on Jinjiro's side of the field. But, oh, we see the reveal from this Grimmsnarl. It's going to be the Babiri Berry. Now, this is a really interesting choice. I've seen it rise in popularity. You know, Grimmsnarl dropping like clay to pick up a berry so it can survive these Steel-type attacks. But that Dazzling Gleam paid off so much that the Zacian is able to get the KO despite the Babiri Berry trying to weaken that Steel-type attack.
Still going down, and the Babiri Berry just not enough there. Like you say, the Dazzling Gleam just enough to put it in range, even through the berry to pick up the knockout, and you do remove that support option, and that is huge for Jinjiro there because the Grimmsnarl was so disruptive in that game too. Now it's gone, and you've still got access to your Whimsicott here. That's huge because you've got your Tailwind set up. You bring in something like the Regieleki now that we're seeing him do. He's got access to that Fake Tears combination that we saw from game 1.
I can honestly feel the adrenaline building right now because, yes, if you're Jinjiro, you've just lost your Zacian, but it gives you the free switch into this Regieleki, and now we've got this game 1 and 2 situation again. Regieleki and Whimsicott against that Kyogre, and Zacian, you know, sitting in a pretty dangerous position. I mean, this is where Whimsicott can play those mind games again. Tailwind's already up, so we can just go straight away for something like that Fake Tears with a follow-up from Regieleki because there's been no Dynamax on Jinjiro's side.
Yeah, and that's the big thing, you know, you've got to be a bit careful with the Zacian still. It can do a lot of damage to either Pokemon on Jinjiro's side of the field, and this could be a bait here from Jinjiro, from Ragav here, as we see the Zacian switch out for that Shedinja.
That Shedinja just getting up to so many tricks. It switches in. Now, I wonder if Jinjiro has fallen into the trap, though. We've seen some good predictions around Shedinja in game 1, but this is game 3. It could be a whole different game.
Yeah, if you target it into that Zacian, you're fine, but if you target it into that Kyogre, it's not a happy ending this turn.
Well, Regieleki is Dynamaxed up. It's going to be looking to apply some strong pressure, but it goes actually for a Max Guard, okay? We've seen Regieleki do this a couple of times, so it's just holding back a little bit as Whimsicott does go for the Fake Tears and connects down onto that Shedinja.
Okay, so into that Kyogre slot, and we've seen this play multiple times here, just to kind of set that up, protect the Regieleki, and then unleash it the next turn. So we know this next turn, it can go for an attack into the Zacian, but you've got to worry about the big issue is the ally switch here.
Yes.
And do you guess right? If you guess at all, or do you think, I'm just going to ignore the fact that ally switch is there and I'm just going to attack into the Zacian? Sometimes the best way to go about it, but also sometimes not the best way. It's a real mind game, and it can cost you games. We've seen it happen many times before.
We certainly have, and I think Jinjiro is one apiece for predicting the ally switch and getting it right and not getting it right. So we'll have to see what tricks Ninja's going to get up to. I mean, the Incineroar switch in here is great. Once again, you intimidate the opposing Zacian, and you can apply pressure to both of these opposing Pokemon.
Yeah, and we do just see the Zacian go for the Protect here. So I'm going to utilize probably something like the Poltergeist on the Shedinja here, but you are going to see some damage onto the Zacian. It is quite a lot of damage through that Protect still. And now Jinjiro setting himself up where he's got this next turn, potentially got Fake Out, stop the Zacian attacking this next turn, and kind of go into that target. But you've still got to worry every turn, this Shedinja on the field, is it going to go for the ally switch or not? And can I guess if it does and get the slot right?
Exactly, and particularly when Zacian's on such little HP, you know, really anything Regieleki or Incineroar are going to do to it is going to get the KO. But if the ally switch has come into effect, it might free up the Zacian to be able to pick up a KO against the Regieleki with something like a Behemoth Blade before it's able to get the KO on the Zacian. That said, you know, Regieleki and Incineroar, both good Pokemon. If you want to predict something like the ally switch, you might just target into either Pokemon, and then no matter what happens with the ally switch, you might be able to get a KO, but it all depends on the speed if that Zacian's able to pick up the Regieleki.
That is it, and we've seen an airstream, a max airstream come up from the Regieleki into that Shedinja. It is going to take it down to its Sash, but no ally switch coming out here. Huge reveal here from Jinjiro's Regieleki as he goes into that Shedinja.
Regieleki on the world stage doing some incredible things, getting the speed boost up as well, and just being able to have a move to hit against it with the follow-up from Incineroar Snarl, getting the KO. What amazing synergy from Jinjiro here. Nobody expected the Regieleki to be able to get that damage down, and then the follow-up, oh, it's amazingly.
And the Behemoth Blade now going to come out. Is it going to be enough to pick up the knockout onto the Regieleki? It is neutral. It's not enough, and the Regieleki still able to hang on now. So the Tailwind pittering out as well as that Reflect on Ragav's side of the field. But what a play to get rid of the Shedinja. You worry every single turn when Shedinja's active. You think, how am I going to get rid of this? And, you know, Jinjiro's dealt with it perfectly, revealing that max airstream, getting the speed boost for the Incineroar as well, which is always nice. Maybe not going to be that beneficial against these two Pokemon on Ragav's side of the field, but like you said before, the Zacian's on such low health now, it's going to be difficult to kind of make any momentum swing here. But Ragav does have one thing in the bag left, and that is his turns to Dynamax, and it probably is going to be that Kyogre. It's his only option right now.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, I'm still in shock from that Regieleki. I mean, I love the play so much because even if there had been the ally switch there with the Life Orb, I think the Max Airstream would have still picked up the KO against that opposing Zacian. Jinjiro has all the utility to switch in that Whimsicott. I think Regieleki does deserve a little bit of a break at this point. It's certainly been doing so well in this set. And Ragav, to no surprise, is going to use that Dynamax while the Kyogre is at full HP to double up that HP stat and just try and apply some pressure. But interesting to see the Regieleki actually leave in the face of, you know, this Kyogre on the battlefield.
Yeah, and I think it's a good play. If you're suspecting the Max Geyser to come in here and potentially something like a Behemoth Blade, the double up into this slot would be problematic. But if you are able to outspeed that Kyogre with your Incineroar, you're going to get a parting shot off potentially, or just a Flare Blitz into that Zacian and remove it from the field. And then you've got something like the Fake Tears and then that Regieleki combination to hit that Kyogre for super effective damage.
But Whimsicott's not going to be hanging around. As the double up from Ragav into the Whimsicott does remove it from play. So we'll know Regieleki will be rejoining the battlefield very shortly as Incineroar goes for a Flare Blitz in the rain, however, but it is going to be enough to pick up the KO against that Zacian, just leaving this Kyogre against a Regieleki and an Incineroar. I mean, we know that Max Geyser can deal with both the Pokemon at this point in time, but I want to know how much damage in electric terrain that Regieleki is going to be able to deal. And, you know, seeing, as we know it has Rising Voltage, it's just going to do so much to this poor Kyogre.
Is it enough to take it down, though? That's the big question, because, you know, you can't afford to protect the Regieleki here. It's got so low health, you know, even a Max Geyser through the protect at this point is going to knock it out. So you have to go for the attack and hope that it is enough.
Oh.
Not quite enough to take it down, but you can't not attack into it this turn as well. So it really all falls down to that Incineroar. It has got Snarl, though, so if you go for Snarl here, is there the reduction in that special attack going to be enough for you to at least survive the next turn. I don't know. I would question it quite a lot, especially with the item choice. We know the air balloon is there on the Incineroar. It's not got a Passion Berry or anything like that to really give it a boost that you need, but we don't know how it's been trained. It might be able to take it. It would be very surprising though. Has the rain stopped though? The perfect timing for the rain to stop. So this Incineroar might be able to get this one out, but the rain will be set back up again. Unfortunately, this last turn.
Oh no,
that is
Incineroar
enough.
absolutely drops to the Max Geyser, meaning Raghav will be able to win this set 2-1 and advance to day 2. I mean, what an amazing turnaround at the end of that game 3.
Incredible, incredible turnaround. I thought the whole time, I was like, it down and out. It didn't look like he had a chance to come back into it. But then utilizing the Kyogre at the right time and just really making the right plays every single point when he maxed that Kyogre. And, you know, that shows how powerful Dynamax really is, you know. And massive, massive congratulations to Raghav, who will be moving on to day 2. He confirms he plays day 2. That's incredible. What a set for him to do it in as well.
And just what an amazing turnaround in that game 3. I mean, we were there feeling Regieleki, particularly in game 1 as well. Regieleki got so many good KOs and it was doing so well in this game 3. But it really does just highlight how amazing Kyogre is. And you can see why it is one of the hot favorites to take this whole title, right? I mean, not only in its Dynamax can Dynamax be so great, but the natural bulk of that Kyogre really came through against that Regieleki. You know, that was a Life Orb Regieleki using Rising Voltage in electric terrain, and it wasn't enough to pick up the KO against it.
That's the when you say it like that, you're thinking, how? How does this Kyogre, how is this possible? But how Raghav's trained his Kyogre with the Assault Vest as well. Being able to take a Rising Voltage in electric terrain with the stack of the Life Orb boost on top of that is incredible. And like I say, you know, he picked his targets perfectly. And unfortunately for Gingirio, the Incineroar just wasn't able, even without the rain there, to able to really reduce the attack enough so it could utilize that Snarl and close that one up. But I mean, massive props to both players there, and what an entertaining game for us in this round 6.
I love that. I hope, you know, everyone watching at home enjoyed it even half as much as we did. And I think something we were talking about earlier is how the item choices on these Pokemon, I think, are going to be the key to victory. And clearly the Assault Vest on that Kyogre, you know, allowing it to have that extra bulk, that extra longevity, just allowed it to be able to survive. And again, that item choice was critical. And so those little decisions, the little choices that our trainers are making coming into this day 1 competition are what are making the difference. And I love the way that endgame played out.
Yeah, and you know, it's not just the longevity it gives you with that item choice, you know. One of the drawbacks with the Assault Vest is you can't use any supporting moves, so things like Protect you can't use, so you're kind of forced to use 4 attacking moves. But for something like Kyogre, it's perfect because you have that difficult decision sometimes. Do I play Ice Beam? Do I play Thunder? Because you need Origin Pulse and Water Spout. You need those 2 attacks. But then if you're playing Protect, then yeah, it's a really difficult decision because both are viable options. But with the Assault Vest, you've got that longevity, you've got the defensive stability behind you, and you have all the move options you need. So you've got really a lot of flexibility with it as well. So it's just such a complementary item for Kyogre, and I would have never guessed at the start of the format that this would have been the kind of preferred item choice on Kyogre. You know, we saw Scarf, we talked about the start of the show.
Mystic Water and Life Orb.
Mystic Water, Life Orb, all really viable options, but you've got to say, with all the perks that you get from the Assault Vest, it's really a difficult item to look past with something like Kyogre, especially when it goes for that Dynamax. Those rain-boosted Max Geysers are just something else. I know we've talked about G-Max Wildfire in the sun, but you know, it is up there. It is up there with the damage output, and to be able to take on a Regieleki, you know, I know it was dwindled in health, but to be able to take that attack in that position, it really just showcases how good this Pokemon is.
And I mean, the supporting Pokemon in that match as well were phenomenal. Like, you know, we have to talk about Grimmsnarl and the Whimsicott as well. You know, Whimsicott in that game 1 was key to shutting down what the Shedinja was getting up to. And just going for that Encore, I thought was a really clever way to, you know, really stop Raghav in his tracks a little bit, and then force that, you know, the game 2 came in, and then the Grimmsnarl was forcing that game 3. And I absolutely love that adjustment, just being able to use your Pokemon and their kind of support moves to either lock a Pokemon down, drop a stat, whether it was the special defense or whether it was the speed, depending on the support Pokemon in question, I think was amazing. And I think we should probably throw it over to the interview so that we can hear how amazing that match was from Raghav themselves.
I absolutely agree. I want to hear the story of that match from your perspective. What was the story of it, and when did you have to kind of make adjustments that ultimately led you to the win?
So the scariest thing was the fake tears from Whimsicott. It kind of just ruined all my damage calcs, and the rest of the set was kind of me dancing around that. And I didn't really feel comfortable leading Kyogre game 3 because of that fake tears plus a Lecky combo. So really the set was just me trying to Dynamax at the right moment, trying to survive that Alecki max, and just, come back with enough damage to win the set.
Which you did. So for people watching at home who are saying, I want to emulate a player like that, what went into your decision making that you think made you ultimately make the right decisions about that?
I think my best game was probably game 3, where it's kind of the concept of preserving your Dynamax until you're in an advantageous position. So I set up a situation where Kyogre could pretty much eat all the attacks and clean sweep the game at the end. Yeah.
We talked to your friend Colin earlier about you guys building together, practicing together. Tell us a little bit about your practice and how you came together here at Worlds.
Right, so Colin and I have been friends for a few years now, and we generally practice for all tournaments. And for Worlds particularly, we wanted to make sure that we were getting in good sets against teams we expect to face. Now, we didn't get any practice against that specific team, but our practice is generally focused on us doing best of 3s with each other, as well as testing online as well, just to make sure it has a broad matchup spread, but mostly it's just kind of just playing sets back and forth with one another.
Looking forward into the competition, what do you think might be a challenge for you in terms of players or other teams that you have yet to face?
Just staying calm, really. I mean, I could beat pretty much anyone if I, play well and stay calm. I think that's the mentality to have.
Absolutely. Tell us a little bit about your experience, how you're able to stay calm, what you've accomplished in competition before, and kind of what you're hoping to do here at Worlds.
Well, this is already the farthest I've ever gotten at Worlds, so this is a huge deal for me. And I think personally I've had my own mental health journey with Pokemon, where before I would get super anxious, especially on stream, but I think I'm in a much better place where you kind of take it one round at a time, one game at a time, and just remember to have fun.
I love that. I totally understand. We're with you. We can't wait to watch you play even more. But for now, we're going to head back over to Aaron at the analyst desk.
Welcome back, everybody, to the couch. I am once again joined by Scott Glaza, and that was a very exhilarating match. Rogoff moving on to 6-0 is now through day 1, and of course will advance to day 2 of the competition. And I think that was a really exciting set. I think the adjustments we saw from both players were awesome, and shows why high-level best-of-3 play in VGC is just amazing.
Yeah, I mean, that was a 5-0 set that felt like a 5-0 set, right? I understand why Rogoff is moving on, and there's a really good chance his opponent will too. Just fantastic set. I think it was unclear to me who was going to win. I think every game in that set for most of the way through, and I think that's fantastic. We've seen a lot of games that have been really interesting, but they've kind of slanted pretty quickly one way or the other, where this one, what they were kind of battling all the way through, I thought it was just really fantastically played, and I hope it's a harbinger of what we're going to see tomorrow.
I think definitely, Scott, we've been doing the analyst desk throughout the day, or the couch, I should say, and we started with Shedinja, and we talked a lot about Shedinja, actually with Colin Hire, who's using him and Rogoff work together, and they're using similar teams. And in that matchup, Shedinja didn't come out at all, and but it was still super relevant in team preview. In this game, or in this set, it actually did come out. Interestingly enough, maybe it didn't do as much as it still wanted to, but I still think it was a really interesting pick because it once again creates so many mind games.
Yeah, I think it was really cool too, where we really get to see what the team did. I feel like the threat of Shedinja was just kind of looming over the first set, so it almost took away from kind of what else the team could do. Where this time, I think we were both pretty excited to see Shedinja. I think especially in game 3, it was a really good adjustment. But it wound up not needing to do that much because it turned out that the Kyogre was a little trickier than we thought it was, and really was able to make some endgame situations that normally Kyogre can't. I kind of just the whole thing plays together really well. I knew they'd been working really hard on the team for a long time, so I was expecting good things, but I think I'd not quite realized how great it was, where I think they've put something together that's really smart.
Yeah, so let's quickly recap team preview, right, and just kind of the Pokemon that both players can bring into the matchup. So once again, I think if you look at Rogoff's team, it's wow, Regieleki just clears everything. And with the fake tier support, it certainly can clear everything. But once again, there is the ever-looming threat of Shedinja, right? And so as a result, Shedinja, especially with that Focus Sash, is so pesky. We actually even saw the Max Airstream reveal from Regieleki, but it's okay, even if you predict Shedinja to come in, you have to Max Airstream it and go for another super effective attack like a Calyrex Shadow Rider, Astral Barrage, or a Snarl from Incineroar, but not easy to go for that, right? Especially if Shedinja's not on the field immediately. And so to me, it felt like, yeah, both players, you know, definitely switched up their Pokemon a little bit throughout, but played towards their main attackers, which of course were the Dynamax Regieleki and then the Dynamax Kyogre.
Yeah, I think it was cool too, where like, one thing that we often see with the fake tiers, kind of as a nice counter here, is that like, usually the Shedinja teams, you get a little leeway, like you can screw up the ally switch once and it's all right, because you can take some damage, where, you know, especially in the first game we saw, you know, just because of fake tiers, it usually being a one-hit KO, you don't get that margin for error that you normally get, so I thought that in a weird way was a great counter and also applied a lot of really interesting pressure.
I think one thing that I actually really liked was the kind of defensive Regieleki turn 1 play, right? In this matchup, Regieleki, you can just feint to a Dynamax Max Geyser from Kyogre, and that's just, you know, one of the realities of Regieleki. Even Dynamax, you are still a relatively frail Pokemon, right? And so here, you know, you always have to respect the switch in of Shedinja, right? Like, Kyogre can switch into Shedinja in that position, and what Regieleki really wants to do in this matchup is, like, ideally pick up, you know, as many knockouts as possible, but if you just whiff a Max Lightning into a Shedinja switch in, then it's really bad, because then the next turn Shedinja could just go for, you know, even if you Max Airstream, it'll still survive, right? And so Max Guard here comes out on turn 1, and to me, game 1 felt like it was essentially decided after, not this turn, but the subsequent one that we're about to watch, where there's no read into a potential ally switch, and it's just fake tiers, Max Lightning immediately into Kyogre, and I think from Raghav's end, you know, you might not expecting fake tiers, right? It's not on every Whimsicott. If you don't expect it, you're like, oh, why do I need to ally switch? I'm not even gonna feint, even if you click Max Lightning onto me.
Yeah, it was sort of a really funny information sort of thing, where we always mentioned, like, oh, they gotta gather information in game 1, and I feel like we're trolling the audience half the time. We're like, are they really though? But this time for sure, I think Raghav probably thought he was trapping the other direction, like he knows he's gonna survive the Max Lightning, and then he's not because of the fake tiers.
And there it is, right? It's like Kyogre is such an integral Pokemon in this matchup. How we saw Kyogre play out in this game was completely different from how Game 3 played out. So listening to Raghav's interview, you can see immediately he saw the fake tiers, like, okay, well, I'm not gonna let that happen again, and now I know I'm gonna have to play around it. And so the game at this point already feels like it's in a pretty tough spot, right? And so, you know, Shedinja at least can get some damage off. I think the thing about Shedinja is it is tricky because of the Focus Sash. It's like, even if you spend one turn Max Airstream, yet Whimsicott can't really do anything against it other than maybe click the Encore, which we saw. But this is what Regieleki loves to do, right? Especially against these teams. Like, there was no light screen here. The goal was to just clear Pokemon turn after turn after turn. And so I think the early game, obviously in game 1, going really, really strongly for Regieleki.
Yeah, I thought it was really clever on the team side too. I mean, like, I think in Worlds, you can't just expect that people are going to allow you to just sweep through you with Regieleki, right? So you have to have some way of enabling that. I think fake tiers is a pretty cool way, right? Where you know, everyone's in their calcs to make sure their Pokemon are just sturdy enough, and then suddenly they're not.
And so, you know, this turn, so much of this dynamic of at least game 1 was like, okay, do you play around the Shedinja? Do you call the ally switches? And so this turn, the Zacian just ends up protecting, right? And Regieleki tries to read into the ally switch, ends up just targeting the Shedinja. But it's still a decent position now that you've got an Incineroar out, you've gotten the Intimidate onto Zacian. Regieleki is still a huge threat with Rising Voltage, right? It's like, okay, even with Dynamax over, if Regieleki survives, it's still a major offensive threat. And so the main thing is, you know, how much value you can get out of Dynamax. And obviously for Raghav in this game, the answer was very little. So Regieleki is still in a pretty good spot here. Zacian switches out into the Incineroar. There's the ally switch, but this time around, once again, was able to read into the ally switch, and Life Orb, Rising Voltage, and Electric Terrain is just an absolute beast here.
Yeah, I mean, like, you don't see that happen. You know, a neutral attack just obliterating an Incineroar like that very often. But a great read, and again, kind of the strength of that team, right? Where usually Shedinja, you get enough margin for error. You can be wrong a few times. You know, Regieleki in 4 turns there got 3 big swings, and then what it didn't was a Max Guard, right? Where you know, usually when you see such an offensive Pokemon having to play defensively like that, you know, the value is lost a little bit. But here, despite playing a little conservatively, he got himself to a great position and is able to blast away every turn of a Tailwind.
Yeah, and you know, this game already felt kind of over, but I was like, okay, maybe if Calyrex Shadow Rider is the last Pokemon, you get a critical hit onto it, maybe there's still something you can pull off, but Whimsicott comes back here and reveals another one of its key tricks, and of course that's the move Encore. Encore is a move that we saw a lot in Whimsicott, especially way back in the day, in Gen 5, in 2011, for example. These days, it's like kind of hard to fit onto the move slot. Like, so many Whimsicotts want Protect, Tailwind, Moonblast, and you have a 4th move, right? But here we've seen the fake tiers and the Encore. That combination definitely not as common. One other interesting thing to note about the Whimsicott on this team was that it was Dazzling Gleam rather than Moonblast, but the Encore essentially just sealed up the game immediately at this point.
Yeah, I love it too. I mean, I think it's a really good move for Worlds in particular, where it seems like it's an adjustment every World Championships that people have a bunch of defensive Pokemon that don't know Protect. They teach it Protect so they can be more flexible, and then now you have a great way to exploit that. That guy, like at a meta level of every World Championships ever, it's a really good read.
I think, this first game actually ended up dragging on for maybe a little bit longer than we would have expected. Shedinja's Encore ends here, but at this point, Zacian is still Encored. And so, we actually see the double Protect come out from Zacian, but at this point, the Flare Blitz actually goes into the Zacian slot. And the logic there is, okay, well, if you have Calyrex Shadow Rider at this point in the back as your fourth, you clean up this game fairly easily. And so, yeah, like, the Encore and the Fake Tears were both pretty big reveals here. And in the end, Dynamax Kyogre just couldn't really do anything. But let's move on to the second and third games. So what did you think about the adjustments Rogov made?
Yeah, I thought actually both sides were pretty smart about, Rogov in particular, right? Where I think he's really on the back foot. Because I think, a big element of his team, right, is you've got this bulky Kyogre, and when suddenly that doesn't work, I mean, that's kind of your trump card taken away.
Yep.
And the fact that he managed to navigate these games without just instantly losing Kyogre, I think was pretty impressive.
So what's interesting here is, once again, the defensive Dynamax on Regieleki, right? And players might be wondering, okay, I mean, Regieleki is so powerful, why don't you just go for something like a Fake Tears and a Max Lightning? I think this first turn is actually really important to call out, because I think Rogov made a fantastic play. He already saw that his opponent was willing to go for a defensive Max Guard, and so he's like, okay, well, do you really want to risk just fainting to a Max Geyser? The worst thing I could go up against right now is probably a Fake Tears plus a Max Lightning, but this time around I have Grimmsnarl, right? So I'm actually able to set up the light screen. So the logic is, a lot of players would probably feel kind of safe saying, well, I'm going to survive, I can light screen and just Geyser to get the one-hit KO onto Regieleki. But Rogov very critically actually does not target the Regieleki slot here, manages to get light screen up for free, and Hailstorms critically into the Whimsicott slot. So you don't just burn an attack into Kyogre, right? Because or into Regieleki. If you do just whiff into Lecky, the next turn you can go for another, like maybe Fake Tears into Max Lightning, and that can be really scary. You can get the KO even through Light Screen. Here, you just get the knockout. Yes, Kyogre has eaten up the Fake Tears, but this time around, you've at least set up Light Screen with Grimmsnarl.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a big deal, too. Right? We kind of been talking all day about the value of these Dynamax turns, and not just throwing that away. Just a really good play there. And then also not having to deal with that Encore anymore, which is a huge problem for any team, but I feel like especially this one, because there's that dance around the tactics available on the other side.
And at this point, it's like, yes, you have Regieleki and Calyrex out, but this is where the light screen was so influential, right? Where it's like, okay, maybe you can get a knockout onto one of my two Pokemon. Grimmsnarl here very critically as speed control into Calyrex as well. So many Calyrexes on these teams like no longer carry Focus Sash and instead are like Choice Specs, for example. And so, okay, Max Lightning comes out here, but with the light screen, it is able to survive, and critically, Kyogre is able to get a very powerful attack off, right? Instead of just fainting immediately. So Geyser goes into a Lecky, doesn't get the KO, and here there is a trade in terms of Pokemon, but it positions Zacian to come out very safely. You still got the light screen set up, so light screen was so critical here, right? And the scary face in that mid game means that Lecky now is going to be slower in this end game because the Behemoth Blade will KO the Calyrex. So maybe there was the opportunity to consider switching out the Calyrex there, reset the speed drop, and then have it back in. Whereas here, you give up a Pokemon, and now your Regieleki is slower. And with the light screen, the Zacian survives that Max Lightning.
Yeah, I think it's a really juicy bait by Rogov, because I mean, it's so hard to not just keep swinging. You've got two restricted Pokemon out. They're not both going to get knocked out, so you kind of want to keep going for it. But he knew exactly how much he could afford to give up, right? He allowed some KOs. He allowed both of his restricted Pokemon to take huge attacks from Regieleki, because it doesn't really matter as long as the Pokemon doesn't get knocked out, right? As long as they can keep attacking enough times as they need to. A Pokemon's health bar is just a resource, right? You don't need to be at full health. You don't do more damage when you're healthy. So as long as you're still on the field, you can keep getting that damage out. I think he just managed things really well, where I think it probably seemed like there's always worth it to attack, but I think it never really was.
I think this last turn, especially given that there was Incineroar in the back, is one in which Calyrex switching to Incineroar feels like it would completely change the course of this battle, right? And actually, instead of maybe clicking Max Lightning into Zacian, if you actually snipe off the Grimmsnarl, that gets rid of the speed control, right? So suddenly, it's like, okay, yes, Zacian on the opposing side is scary, but I have a Regieleki and I have a Calyrex Shadow Rider, both which can outspeed your Zacian. The problem here is, not only do you give up your Calyrex and get nothing out of it, your Regieleki also now eats up the Scary Face, so it's kind of the worst of both worlds combined. And I think that play, really put Rogov into a super good position at this point in Game 2.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Game 1 kind of dominated by one support Pokemon with Whimsicott. Now Game 2, Grimmsnarl, even though it's not dealing any damage, just set the game up so well.
Yeah, and exactly. It's like, at this point, the Regielecky's taken so much damage that it just faints from the recoil, right? And so it's like Regieleki does not have enough firepower to win this end game. Even if we saw the Incineroar switch in, maybe Calyrex and Lecky still can't close it out enough. But at least, you get to conserve some Pokemon and get Calyrex can pressure with a little bit more. So to me, this game was one off Rogov making a very nice decision to not target that Regieleki into the Max Guard, Hailstorming, getting rid of Whimsicott, and of course setting up that light screen as well.
Yeah, it's really well planned out game. And yeah, I mean, avoiding that same trap as the first game, right? And this time using his item well. I think the funny part about him getting one shot in the first game is it prevented his opponent from getting information about Kyogre that he really needed. So there was a cost to that knockout.
I think game 3 then is pretty interesting because we actually see some more mix-ups. Whimsicott Zacian against Grimmsnarl Zacian, and so before we even play out turn 1, I like the adjustment of leading with Whimsicott Zacian here. The idea is that Behemoth Blade can KO Grimmsnarl even through a potential Reflect. Funnily enough, there was a Babiri Berry here as well, right? So maybe with Reflect and Babiri Berry, it's not enough, but the Whimsicott here actually manages to get a Dazzling Gleam off onto it, so even with Babiri Berry later on, it's KO'd. So the early game is kind of just a trade-in damage, and it looks, fairly good for both ends, right? You're decent with the damage that you do onto the opposing end, but what's really critical here is, you set up Reflect, but then the next turn here, the Grimmsnarl does not actually go for a priority attack, and so I was thinking maybe Rogov expects to survive Behemoth Blade thanks to the Reflect and the Babiri Berry, but no.
yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? I mean, you get a little cocky, you get a lot of forms of damage reduction. You're just not used to having that chip from Whimsicott, right? It winds up being a really high-value Dazzling Gleam. When he fires it off on turn 1, it's like, why are you doing this? But critical extra damage.
Yeah, so this game state is pretty interesting because you've traded Pokemon. This time around, Light Screen has not been set up, right? So Kyogre is looking a little bit more scared of Regieleki. But this is the common, I'd say, Whimsicott syndrome, where it's okay, I'm not really, you actually got a lot of value through Dazzling Gleam, but now in this board state, you're not really going to do very much damage. You have the threat of maybe Fake Tears and Encore, but that's basically it. And so right now, Lecky and Kyogre, are positioned really, or Lecky and Whimsicott are positioned really well. This turn is actually a really critical turn because Rogov did not bring Shedinja in game 2. Bring it into game 3. And so it makes the switch here, and I think if Genjiro gets the turn wrong here, you just lose the game immediately, because one thing that a lot of players would be tempted to do is, okay, Assault Vest Kyogre is out, you didn't bring the Shedinja out in the last game, time to just go Fake Tears, Max Lightning, try to get the knockout onto Kyogre, but doesn't fall into that trap, because by switching in Shedinja, Behemoth Blades goes into Regieleki, then a Shadow Sneak will just finish it off, then Regieleki doesn't get any value out of Dynamax, and I think the game is over, but going for the 3rd Max Guard on his first turn of Dynamax in this set.
Yeah, I mean, I love it. It's not the most conventional way to play Regieleki, but I think you kind of see throughout the whole set, right? I mean, Regieleki survives so long for being such a frail Pokemon, not having any direct means of protecting it on the field. It's really well played. Again, you see why he was undefeated.
So at this point, we fast forward a little bit, Incineroar comes out, and this is the awkward dance with Shedinja and Zacian once again. It's you could angle to go for a Max Lightning, but it's if Shedinja ally switches, then that can be really scary. I think I really like what Rogov has done in this kind of end game, where it's okay, well, I don't have to really bother, going for potential ally switches. I'm just gonna play safely, go for Protect, and Zacian critically survives here through Protect, right? So the idea is no need to risk it, because once again, if you get the ally switch incorrectly, you can put yourself into a really tricky position. So just going for a safe Protect here, and ends up, burning another turn of Regieleki's Dynamax. I think at this point, Rogov recognizes, okay, well, what's remaining, right? I already KO'd the Zacian, and there is no Calyrex Shadow Rider in this matchup, so basically, Kyogre clears everything. I just have to get to a game state where I'm not just getting immediately blown up by Regieleki from a Max Lightning. We fast forward a little bit here, and at this point, this turn was, what I thought was really interesting. I was okay, you're actually able to Max Airstream and Snarl into Shedinja. We didn't see Max Airstream at all in this set, so I was oh, that's actually a really nice way to, deal with the Shedinja, because, yeah, this was a pretty safe play. Even if Ally Switch comes out, the Airstream goes into Zacian, which does maybe a sizable amount of damage. I was curious if Zacian could survive, an Airstream Snarl combination, but either way here, you managed to cleanly snipe off Shedinja, but that's Regieleki's 3rd turn of Dynamax, right? So you've gotten 3 turns of Dynamax, but you never got that Max Lightning off into the Kyogre slot.
And then critically, you do take the attack this time. The previous games we saw him protect Regieleki so well, but it survives once again, just hanging out with low HP for the 3rd game in a row, I believe?
Yeah, and this is kind of the final turn that I want to talk about at this point, right? So you've got Zacian and Kyogre out, you've got Regieleki and Incineroar on the opposing end, and so Rogov makes a great play here where Whimsicott switches in, right? And at this point, I think the main win condition for Genjiro is to get a Fake Tears off with Whimsicott onto Kyogre and then Rising Voltage it as well. At this point, yeah, you maybe are worried about a Regieleki Rising Voltage into Kyogre or Zacian, but if you target the Zacian, okay, Zacian faints, but Kyogre just one-shots everything at this point. Max Hailstorm will get the KO into Whimsicott even with Focus Sash, thanks to Hail at the end of the turn. So here, I think Rogov could lose the game if he goes for an unnecessary Protect on the Zacian, right? But instead he decides, I'm just going to attack with both Pokemon, because you're not going to get a KO onto my Kyogre with Regieleki anyway, and he punishes the Whimsicott switch in so hard, right? You're able to just bring it down to Focus Sash, and then of course critically Kyogre is able to just finish it off there. And so I think sometimes players, like to use Protect even if it's not absolutely necessary. Raghav recognizes even if I lose Zacian here, Kyogre can absolutely win 1v3 because I'm covering for the Regieleki slot. And once Regieleki, feigns, you'll win the game. So at this point, Regieleki is able to come back out. Terrain is still up. There's still one more turn of Rain as well, but Incineroar just doesn't have enough damage output into Kyogre. Kyogre has exactly enough turns of Dynamax to play this endgame as well. So critically, targets the Lecky to make sure it can't get another attack off here, and Geyser Heal will just finish off Incineroar.
Yeah, one of the strangest 100% win conditions I've ever seen. Well, I guess not 100% because a critical hit would have flipped it, but anything else, and he just has him while he's down 2-3, which is a strange one. I do want to comment too. I think for Raghav, there's a lot of players who can use the Grimmsnarl that knows the screens, and they just kind of like put it up because damage reduction is inherently good. I thought it was utilized in like a really smart way this game, right? Where like, I need this damage reduction to do this thing. It wasn't just like, oh, I'm going to set up like a sort of good board state and like hopefully good things happen. I thought it was planned really well. And I think that's important in games at this level. Like both of them were playing so well. Like both of them could easily have flipped you to the games. I think when that happens, like you really need to know what you're going to do a few turns from now, because if you're kind of just winging it and your opponent has a good plan, the odds are not in your favor.
Yeah, I think that was just a really fun set because it's not like Shedinja dominated. I actually think Shinjiro did a fantastic job playing around it throughout the entire set and never really got tripped up by it, but still had to commit some resources to beat it, right? In that game 3, like going for both Airstream and Snarl, right? You're dedicating a turn of Dynamax on the Regieleki and a full attack on Incineroar just to KO a Shedinja with 1 HP, right? And so that is the value of Shedinja, but I think Shedinja is actually so critical on Raghav's team, on Colin's team as well, because it just creates so many more mind games, where otherwise a lot of times you'll just see Regieleki completely dominate, especially with fake tier support. So that was a awesome set, and I think we're ready to throw it to the casters. So thank you once again for joining myself and Scott here on the couch.
Thank you so much, Aaron and Scott, and welcome back, everybody, because we've got another round of Swiss to cover here at the World Championships here in London. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined by Adam Doricott to take you through round 7 of Swiss, which means that we are almost towards the end of the day. It's just 2 more rounds. 8 rounds, that's it.
Yeah, it's 8 rounds, and once you hit your 6 wins, you get qualified for tomorrow. You don't have to play anymore, and you can go home and get a little bit extra sleep or a little bit extra preparation. It's really up to you as a player. I'm not going to recommend either way, but 4 players have already punched their ticket as of the last round, and that now means that in this round, we're going to have 10 more players advancing and getting to go home for early dinner and early bedtime, I would imagine. They've been fantastic sets all day. Hopefully we can give Aaron and Scott something to talk about on the same level as that last one, which really set the tone for the win-and-ins, I think.
I think so. So the 4 players that have already made it, they are 6-0, and so they get to go home early, maybe prep for day number 2. We have 2 players from Japan, and of course 2 players from the United States. We've got Tsubasa Kitaoka, Taro Okada from Japan, and we have Chuppa Cross from the United States, and you just saw Raghav Malavia also take a win and secure his spot in day 2. And so 5-1s, that's really what we're looking at right now, because they are right on the cusp of getting that 6th and final win for day 1.
6-0 will do it, but 6-1 just as valid as it comes to getting into day 2. It doesn't really matter how you do it in this one, because we do reset the tournament, bring in all those day 2 players, and then we end up with a very different looking field tomorrow. But I think a lot of players would rather do it in round 7 than save it for round 8. It just takes the pressure off, and if you do lose here, all of these players are still going to be in on the 5-1. That just adds a lot to the last round, so a lot to think about for these players going forward. And while we've got some Japanese representation, some North American representation, we will be looking at Europe in this one as well. So it is already going to be a lovely mix of players advancing into day 2 to meet those qualified players who've got a advanced ticket, if you will.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you had enough championship points and you were at the top of the field of your region, then you did get an automatic invite to day 2 of the World Championships, which means that you got to bypass the competition today. And that's really important because it gives you just a slight advantage for doing well over the course of the season, where you get to kind of look at the field a little bit. What's everybody playing? Maybe make some type of informed decision about what you might want to bring to day 2, because you don't have to lock in your team just yet.
just because the top players are taking a day off and getting a little bit of extra preparation, it doesn't mean the players here on day one aren't worthy. But for a number of people, it's more of a breakout performance. Maybe, you know, some of those players who've been doing well at regionals or in Europe, the special events, get the Worlds invite that way. And this is really where you can step up and prove that, you know, you're worthy of being in day two. If you've maybe played a little bit more and got a little bit further, you could have been in that day two field. And it's a big accomplishment for a lot of players. There's former world champions that have been knocked out. There are players that we expected to go all the way, you know, former world's top 4, top 8, haven't been making the cut. And it's such a competitive field, especially those, I think, with more recent accomplishments who just feel so confident in this metagame.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that there is definitely something to be said about the players that have played through day number 1 and also made it to day 2, is that they now also have that practice. Maybe those jitters of playing in the World Championships are relaxed a little bit more because they have now had the experience of playing against an international field. And, you know, you are a little nervous going into the first few rounds of the day.
I think it's good if you make it through day 1. Obviously, you get a day 2, you know, pass to play, and that's really, really cool. But there's definitely something to be said about coming in with a little bit more fresh practice, not just practice that you've had against your friends in maybe the hotel room, maybe something you've played online with them, but fresh tournament floor practice certainly adds up, and you've got to be feeling good. There's confidence, there's momentum, and I think the players, particularly those who come in last round, this round, are going to be feeling extra good that they just had such a good day 1, probably stick with that team and really take it to tear up day number 2. So these are players that we will want to watch tomorrow. Of course, we want to mix them in with the best from every single region. That is important, but I do really think that, you know, a day 1 player who qualifies for day 2 is somebody well worth watching.
Absolutely, and we're definitely going to see so many tough matches going into day 2, but we still also have to close out day number 1. It's going to be intense. We have 2 more rounds, 6 wins. That's going to be good. And when you're looking at trying to clinch that final win of the day, it's definitely going to be an interesting one. So I can't wait to see. We have about 10 tables right now that are sitting at that 5-1 record, which means that 1 more win and they're good. And so that means 10 players are going to just qualify right here now.
I know, and that takes us up to 14. That's starting to add to a bigger pool, and that builds up very, very quickly, actually. You know, before that, I think we usually had about 20-odd to the pool from day number 1. Then we throw that in with the day number 2, and we end up with a really, really good set of you know, players to do that. But I think these games that we've had, the last round, this round, and the next round, they're all win-and-ins, they're all high pressure, and they're going to be certified bangers. Sorry, pre-certified bangers in the case of round 7 and 8.
Hey, well, guess what? We're ready for one of those. We're going to head over to the stage right now to go ahead and introduce to you our 2 players we will be featuring here for our round 7 of Swiss. They are both sitting at a record of 5-1 and are looking for that 6th and final win to guarantee them a day 2 spot. We have Will Tansley, and we also have Alex Soto.
So, as I mentioned before, it is 2 players from the European region. Will Tansley, of course, from the United Kingdom, so a home ground advantage for him, maybe. I don't know how close he lives to London and if it really plays any factor in this one. At the end of the day, they're both up on a huge stage trying to put on a great performance. Alex Soto from Spain, one of those players who's done well in some recent years, and this could be one of those huge performances that propels them forward.
And the thing about both of these players is that they have really utilized the events happening in the European region to secure their invite for the World Championship. So, you know, we saw Will with 2 top 32s, 1 at Liverpool, 1 at Lille, and then Alex Soto as well got a 9th place at Bilbao and a top 4 at Milan. So they're very well practiced with this meta, and they know teams and archetypes that are going to really work for them.
That's really helpful in this, because we've had this for a slightly longer time than some of the other formats we've had, I think. You know, when we were playing before, we moved between Sun, Moon, and Ultra very, very quickly. It definitely felt very quick. I know it was a good few months at a time, but at the end of the day, you know, we've been playing Series 12 for a few months now, and that practice, I mean, there's not really been any changes. It's not like when we were playing Sword and Shield a little bit before, and we were adding in, of course, the expansion packs. You know, that definitely changed things up with the Crown Tundra and the Isle of Armor. We've been pretty consistent here, so it's become really big about refining exactly what you get into. We'll say Will Tansley does have a pretty good Worlds pedigree as well, back in 2017, coming in the top 16. So maybe that bit of experience will be able to push him a slight bit further. That may be helpful when it comes down to it.
And you can see when we get into the team preview and show off what both of these trainers have actually brought, that this is something that's quite familiar for them, actually. So Will Tansley actually ended up playing that Zacian Groudon team in Liverpool to get that 13th place. And so he has consistency, results, and practice with this. And then Alex Soto, changing up a few of the pieces, has stuck to that Zacian and that Kyogre for the entirety of the season in terms of the results that he has.
When it comes to restricted pairs, I do think that's something that once you get comfortable with it, it's very difficult to give up so casually, because once you've figured out that restricted pair, then you've kind of got 4 slots to enjoy and figure out what suits your team and maybe even the metagame to the best of your ability. And this is a matchup we saw a little bit earlier as well. The Zacian Groudon, Zacian Kyogre. It really does come down to some key positioning.
Yeah, and just to remind everybody, if you missed that matchup, it's about the positioning to make sure that you have control of the weather, and there's also elements of speed control that are available on both of these teams in the form of Max Airstream. Typically the Charizard and of course the Thundurus going to have access to something like that. But jumping into game number 1, you can see both of those pieces are on the field next to some strong support. Alex having the Thundurus and the Incineroar, and Will starting things off with the Grimmsnarl and the Charizard.
Well, the Grimmsnarl Charizard, certainly a lead we've seen many times before, being able to control the game nice and early. And if there is anything that threatens that Charizard, you can easily sort of answer that with the Grimmsnarl. You know, if it's going to be the Thundurus and you're worried about it maybe throwing out a physical attack, guess what? You throw out Reflect. If you're worried about special attacks, you can throw up the light screen. And I think that's really important. I would imagine these teams have very different Grimmsnarls just because of the role that the Grimmsnarl needs to fill on their team, and that is something that they're going to want to figure out about each other's team nice and early. The other factor when we saw it earlier was the item choice on the Charizard. That definitely adds a little bit of a mind game, and maybe game 1 is going to be the game to try and figure out exactly what item it is and, you know, how can you play around it. If it's another one of these innovative weakness policy Charizards, which seems to be the new hotness when it comes to Charizard, then you have to be so careful and so respectful of a potential Max Lightning from this Thundurus. Of course, the Max Airstream does become very, very important, being able to get that speed advantage. We've seen the speed advantage on the Incineroar can be really impactful for getting out a little bit earlier with the parting shot before your opponent attacks and being able to limit that damage so importantly. So a lot to kind of figure out here in turn 1 is, unsurprisingly, it's the double Dynamax from the Charizard and the Thundurus respectively.
Yeah, and this looks a little familiar now, doesn't it? As we see the fake out into the Grimmsnarl, so we won't get a chance to see what kind of support that will provide. But the Thundurus also utilizing that Max Airstream, getting a boost and making sure it will remain faster than the Charizard, and just trying to make sure that if it is a Max Airstream coming out from Will's Charizard, you can continue to go for it. But that Gigantamax Wildfire is looking so good to be able to start getting some damage on the board, and also, of course, that residual, just setting that up.
Did we not watch this game earlier in round number 3?
I feel like this is definitely a throwback. It's that the sides are swapped.
Oh yeah, that's true. They were the other way around in the last game. But no, it's such a good team, and both trainers knowing these teams are very good certainly makes a whole lot of sense. The Grimmsnarl getting faked out means that the Max Airstream does a good little amount of damage on the Charizard. Of course, if a Reflect was in play, that would have been significantly less. But now the guessing game commences. Is it going to be holding on to a weakness policy? Is it going to be holding on to one of those berries? Or is it just going to be holding on to something else? Of course, you can rule out the Life Orb because we've already seen it attack. So we know it's not that. The Grimmsnarl needs to defend against that successfully, but you've got to be cautious. I mean, the Charizard is getting that extra bit of damage down with the G-Max Wildfire, but it's falling behind on the speed as well. Of course, Grimmsnarl has plenty of options to answer that speed concern, and we'll see one of those potentially coming through, but it's not going to be this turn, as Grimmsnarl respects the potential damage that could be thrown out by Alex's side of the field.
Oh, well, let's find out. I mean, the Max Lightning here, it's going to have to get into the Charizard with that super effective damage, but what is the item? Maybe this will be the chance to kind of find out.
It should be one of the answers at least ruled out or confirmed, and there's the confirmation that it is going to be the weakness policy, so a very trendy Charizard sticking with what is well known. The Incineroar, though, does follow up with the Throat Chop, not enough, and now Charizard is hitting back with what should be quite a significant Max Airstream.
Yeah, that's going to be a ton of damage. Incineroar is now going to be knocked out, and so you have to look at what has Alex brought in the back, and is this Charizard going to start running away with things, as it has been able to get these knockouts, and of course that Thundurus as well, just continuing to take that chip from that G-Max Wildfire. But Charizard Charizard does look to be on its last legs, looking at that HP pool.
I think this turn is going to be very difficult for Will, actually, because now he's facing down the Thunderous, which, of course, is going to be moving very, very fast still. There hasn't been anything to slow it down right now, so if you focus on that with something like the Grimmsnarl, then you could potentially deal with the Thunderous. Of course, the Kyogre comes in. That would easily tidy up this Charizard, but is there really a better way to answer it? I'm not so sure if there is right now. So a kind of a tricky turn for Will, even though he got the first knockout. You know, he's also got to consider the Kyogre being a special attacker. Does he want to try and weave in the light screen? Honestly, this turn feels very, very much like it's so much down to the Grimmsnarl that's the Pokemon he has to focus on. And what the Grimmsnarl does here is going to set the tone for the rest of the game. Because if the Grimmsnarl doesn't throw up the light screen in the rain, that could easily get knocked out. Charizard playing it safe, even though it's got the weakness policy, isn't feeling it right now.
Yeah, well, you're going to go ahead and set up that light screen. So you called it, Adam. It's just going to be some more damage mitigation entering onto the field. But Thunder is going for the max airstream. Actually starts to limit the amount of advantage Will might have accumulated based on the speed that the Charizard was receiving as well. You're using your final turn of Dynamax to play a little bit more safe, but you at least do deny that Water Spout from knocking out the Charizard. Grimmsnarl does go down, though, after setting up those screens.
I think the Grimmsnarl was trying to get away with doing both options there, and I think one of the options is control the speed. There's obviously a few ways to do it, but he also saw that the light screen was going to be very, very important for the rest of the game, knowing about that Kyogre, so wanted to get that set up, maybe expecting something like the Max Airstream or a follow-up Max Lightning into the Charizard with the Max Guard. Then you would be able to, of course, retaliate the following turn. I think if you don't get doubled up on the Grimmsnarl, then you are able to stick around and use some of your speed control. So very smart targeting by the Thunderous on Alex's side of the field. Just says, nope, Grimmsnarl can't be allowed to have another 2 moves, and I'm going to go from there. But now the weather control falls right into Will's lap, is able to set up this Drought. That's going to make the Kyogre's life a little bit harder, safe to say. But I think if it still hits a Charizard, even in the sun, should be doing okay. And the big concern is there a way to take away that massive Water Spout damage even in the sun? I still believe that the Thunderous is going to be able to easily polish off this Charizard and cause problems from there.
Well, you have to look at the positioning as well, because now that Will has brought out the Groudon, Alex has the ability at the moment to pivot out the Kyogre and potentially preserve that weather for a bit later. And knowing that Groudon sometimes in this format ends up having some type of rock-type attack, Thunderous isn't going to really want to be on the receiving end of that either.
I think it depends on what Alex has in the back on how comfortable that switch would be, right? So, you know, the Incineroar would potentially get rather hurt. The choice gets a little bit harder, though, with the Thunderous. If it was something else on the ground, a Precipice Blades would feel quite easy here, you know, being able to capitalize on that. But Charizard, even after its weakness policy boost, realizes this is not a safe time. The Thunderous is still outspeeding it quite comfortably and is just going to save that little bit of health for later. Obviously, a very big focus there from Will. Wasn't able to protect again, and, you know, I think overall, with the sun finally set up, the solar power would have just got him in the end.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And so you can't play it safe, and you can't really go for the aggressive either if you're not super sure about those speeds. But yeah, big Water Spout, and it's just going to end up doing some nice damage across the board. But we will see that Precipice Blades connect onto the Kyogre.
The Precipice Blades getting the Kyogre, though, is just what he needs to do, because
it's huge.
It's the last turn of G-Max Wildfire as well, so not able to deal with that Groudon is actually a massive problem. The Groudon, yes, I know it's in the sun, did take that Water Spout surprisingly well, considering that Kyogre's at full health. So a good bit of information to pass over, and seeing the Rillaboom now makes me wonder why that Kyogre wasn't switched out into the Rillaboom. It would have taken it so well. But the Rillaboom, you know, is able to get the Grassy Terrain set up, is going to be able to use the Grassy Surge. That is going to be quite important.
I think that switch was really difficult to make, because if Alex had gotten that wrong and Charizard had stayed in and you weren't able to knock it out, then that could have just been game over for that Rillaboom as soon as it switched in, and then you're back at square one where you're going to have the Kyogre on the field, but you might not have the weather control. So it was a really big risk for Alex to take, but you know, now you have the Rillaboom on the field, and that Grassy Terrain is going to help out so much with improving the damage from those grass-type attacks. And also, Grassy Glide, that's priority. That's huge.
Being a priority Grassy Glide is absolutely massive, but he's not going for the priority. You can see the Thunderous going for the Wild Charge at first. Of course, you do have to remember that Will still has the Reflect and Light Screen set up, so he's able to take these attacks a little bit better than maybe you're expecting. It's so easy to forget about this factor so late in the game, as Rillaboom gets bought so low by that, and Groudon just follows up So the Rillaboom really trying to, you know, get an attack in, but definitely not the fastest thing around.
And this does bring Alex down to his final Pokemon for this game number 1. We do have that low health Charizard in the back, but Thunder is trying to take on 2 incredibly strong physical attackers in that Zacian and that Groudon restricted pair. Just seems like such a tall ask for this first game.
I don't think Thundurus is going to be able to clutch this one out, especially now it is not Dynamax. It's also going to be doing a lot of damage to itself pretty consistently with that recoil, and anything hitting into it now will get the knockout. So the Rillaboom not feeling like it was able to you know, try and Grassy Glide, maybe wanting something a little more high power to try and get a knockout there. Maybe something like a high horsepower to land into that Zacian.
I was thinking maybe even like a Wood Hammer too, if that's going to be on the Rillaboom. That's such a great way to just have that extra bit of grass type damage just in case.
I mean, in a way, for Alex, that kind of works, right? Is like, it didn't get him the win, but he didn't reveal what the move was at least, right? So there's a little bit of information being hidden there. But that's a particularly slow Rillaboom as well. I mean, I know it's sometimes trained to be a little bit bulkier, but that seems very, very slow. And I think you have to lean on the Grassy Glide a little bit more if you are going that slowly. Being outsped by the Groudon is a massive problem. Of course, you do have access to a number of delightful fire-type attacks. You're in the sun as well. So maybe thinking that, you know, with the Reflect in play from earlier, that Grassy Glide wouldn't be able to get there, and then leaning into one of those attacks. It's just a little bit, obviously not priority, but higher damage. So Will Tansley takes that one very nicely. I mean, it's the big thing here is that Charizard stayed around to the end, and obviously, you know, as we saw in our earlier game, this definitely feels like a run back where the weakness policy and the Reflect worked so nicely together, and you're able to cause problems. I do think overall, while it would have been nice to keep the Grimmsnarl around for an extra turn, get one of those speed control options out, what's really cool is that he got that second screen up in Light Screen, and that was really important, especially when it came to that Kyogre throwing down damage.
Yeah, like the fact that Groudon didn't take very much at all, I think was really important. And I also think it tells you a lot about how you're supposed to play around these Pokemon, and also gives you a great idea as a top player on how they're trained. So now you can have that information going into game number 2 to figure out how you're going to secure these KOs.
That Groudon was really set up for success against the Kyogre. First of all, it got control of the weather. That was already cutting the damage down from a massive full health water spout. Secondly, it's behind a Light Screen. That's helping too. And then when you throw in a potential Assault Vest there as well, you've got to be feeling like, yes, even if you do slip up a little bit, as long as you have 2 of the 3, you're probably going to take it, because it was a double attack into that Groudon, and it wasn't anywhere close to the knockout. So Will feeling really good about the way that game got played out. Of course, you know, you'd expect to see a similar lead with the Grimmsnarl and the Charizard here, and then you're putting the pressure on Alex to try and capitalize on that and say, you know what, I'm going to be able to find another way around it. There is something about this team that is different from the one we saw earlier in this matchup, is the Rillaboom is there, and I like that Alex bought that. I think that's so respectful of the potential Gastrodon that I really think he's kind of got to bring it.
Yeah, I believe it was a Whimsicott on the earlier matchup that we saw, so that is going to be a little bit unique for that matchup we saw previously, but already a switch up here. Alex just wants to go all out on the damage and set that weather right away, not leaving anything to chance. Zacian and Kyogre on the field for Alex, and Will is going to go with what worked for him in that game number 1, that Charizard and that Grimmsnarl.
Well, I understand how the Max Lightning is obviously super effective coming off the Thundurus. You know, it's very easy to just throw up a Reflect and deal with it in that turn. I do think this is probably a preferred option, right? The Charizard isn't going to be, you know, super easy to answer that Kyogre with. You know, you do have to look at some of your options. Yes, you probably need a speed boost to make sure the Zacian gets you. And if you just throw up the Dynamax, then you know what? The Zacian's going to capitalize on that with the Behemoth Blade. That's a lot of damage that you're taking for free on the Charizard, even if it's not the most effective move possible. There is, of course, the option to Dynamax on your side as well, and then you're really feeling comfortable against the Charizard.
Well, this is good as well, because the Kyogre has the ability to reset the weather if you're going to go for a Max Geyser. And even if Will decided to switch in something like the Groudon to make that matchup just a little bit better for the Charizard if it stays in, then you have the ability to do that. But it's just a Protect, and that Protect will not stop all of the damage coming through from a Max move. But a Reflect,
I don't think he was expecting a max move. I just don't think he is. Going for that reflect is very helpful for the following turn. Of course, you're not getting hit by physical attacks this time. And Kyogre throws down another max lightning. So that's going to be, of course, going into the Charizard. Maybe expecting a switch from the Grimmsnarl into the Groudon, but that seems risky overall. You also know about the weakness policy, which is just going to get activated right now. So that protects, you know, you were thinking if it's a max Geyser, guess what? You know, there's a potential Groudon switch in to deal with that. But overall, I mean, that Charizard's weakness policy is now activated and, you know, it's now getting behind those screens.
Well, so the Protect was good because, yes, Charizard gets the weakness policy activated and it survives. However, it was clear that Alex, with that double up into the Charizard, was expecting that if it had Dynamax there, it would have just been a knockout. With those 2 hits.
Definitely expecting that he can do that, and sort of what we were looking at the beginning of the turn, right? What can Charizard do to them? But then there's also that option where, you know, maybe the Grimmsnarl switches out, try to get that Groudon and get that Sun Boost going to reduce the damage from a max Geyser before the weather gets immediately reset, and then go from there. So a lot of thinking ahead. And overall, I think Will kind of got everything he wanted that turn. He got his Charizard set up. Of course, it is a little bit slower. Does still have to be careful of a Behemoth Blade. And then, of course, there is the world where a Light Screen can come up and cause some problems for this Kyogre. But this Charizard is just sticking with it. No Dynamax or Gigantamax on it in this instance, as Zacian's Behemoth Blade will be heading that way once again. And that is going to be causing, you know, a good amount of damage. Even though it's not Dynamax, still does a significant amount.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Kyogre's just going to follow that up with a Max Geyser, though, and so that Charizard doesn't even get a chance to use a move. Will, respecting the fact that this is a powerhouse duo on Alex's side, and because that Charizard already had a big amount of damage taken out of it, it doesn't make it as good of a target for the Dynamax. You're probably preserving that for something else, maybe like the Groudon that's in the back.
Well, that Kyogre going before the Charizard really made the decision easy for Will, I think. And if Will knows that his Charizard is going to get outsped by these Kyogres, then guess what? You can just kind of give it up at this point. Maybe just setting up a little bit more for this Groudon to come in and play around in, right? Now it's got the double screen set up. We saw that it was able to take hits very, very nicely. It's got control of the weather. It's kind of a free switch in for that as well. So Will pivoting away from the Charizard Gigantamax here. Definitely an interesting strategy, and what I do think is curious about it is he is going to lose out on that G-Max Wildfire residual damage, which was actually something that picked up the knockouts for him in that previous game. Of course, the Grimmsnarl has to sit on the field setting up these screens, and maybe a bit telegraphed, meaning that, you know, Alex has just been able to throw in these double targets into the Charizard every single time, and yes, one went into a Protect, but the second time of asking, he got the knockout, and now Will is going to have to fight back very, very promptly. Dynamax Groudon is certainly one that can do it.
Yeah, this is just the best option, it feels like. Incineroar and Gastrodon don't feel too great as Dynamaxers against the duo that Alex has. And so Groudon, you're definitely expecting it to put in some of that work. Zacian scared, rightfully so, in front of a Groudon that it potentially could go for something like a max. Oh my gosh. Lagging Tail takes the Life Orb. Kyogre goes for the Max Geyser anyway. And so you are going to end up shutting off that weather, but we saw that Groudon had access to Heat Crash in that first game. So Groudon absolutely has a way to change it back for itself if it decides to go for something like that. But it's the Max Quake, and I love this because you get that special defense boost, and that's exactly why Zacian was so nervous and went for the Protect.
Very smart from the Zacian to protect itself there, but at least some damage going down and a key special defense boost. Setting up Groudon for success is something that a number of players have been doing so well. Of course, with all the coverage moves, you know, that it has outside of the traditional Precipice Blades and a fire attack, you can start to set up some really nice options. I've seen it with Max Steel Spike to set up defense boosts. I've seen it with, obviously, you know, it has to have Max Quake to set up special defense boosts. And I think Will is just leaning so heavily on this Groudon. Another special defense boost and getting a knockout on the Zacian means that you're looking at a special attacker. Once you're looking at a special attacker, you're feeling pretty good about maybe being able to just tank those hits. Do have to be a little bit careful, though. There is, of course, the rain setup and a potential Assault Vest, and the Light Screen is still going to take a lot of damage, which in a couple turns could add up to a knockout.
Yeah, I still think that because Will was able to preserve and just persevere past Alex's Dynamax, he's in a fairly good position. That Groudon is not going to get knocked out in one turn by this Kyogre, and despite the fact that the Rillaboom is going to end up switching in for that Zacian's place, I'm just kind of expecting that this Groudon is going to be able to fire back with something pretty big. But we will see the Kyogre just go for a Protect here, playing it safe to see what this Groudon is up to.
Being able to figure out the Groudon move options is certainly helpful, and the Rillaboom here feels like
Good
a very,
defensive switch.
very good switch. Just honestly a little bit more damage than I was expecting, but it's another special defense boost, which means this Kyogre is going to struggle more and more as the game goes on. That's 2 special defense boosts for both of them now. As the Spirit Break lands into effect, not a big deal there, but of course a little bit of recovery starts to come through as well. Thanks Rillaboom, sharing the wealth on that one.
Yeah, well, at least when you look at the special defense boosts and even just the Spirit Break onto the Kyogre, Will is definitely trying to control that Kyogre's damage output. But the Rillaboom surviving here does open up some options. We didn't see the Grassy Glide before, so we don't really know what else this Rillaboom has in its arsenal. But Groudon is just looking at the special defense game or the special attack. Rillaboom is a physical attacker.
At some point, you've got to acknowledge the Rillaboom, right? The Kyogre's now going to be starting going last because the Lagging Tail and the Rillaboom has come onto the field. So, yes, you've got a Reflector, but that Reflector will be around forever. And unless your Grimmsnarl is going to stick around until that time, then you are going to have to struggle a little bit. So the Rillaboom, is in a position to maybe try and capitalize, but it's against the Dynamax, and I really don't know if a Dynamax, Groudon is that scared of, even in a grassy terrain, the the Grassy Glide, my apologies. The Incineroar coming in is going to help out a little bit though. Nicely timed Intimidate onto this Groudon. Does mean this last turn of Dynamax isn't going to be as impactful. It's actually a double switch.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, Zacian and Incineroar now. And I like the Incineroar's Intimidate because that is going to help limit how much value Groudon can get with some of these max turns, but that's a max Phantasm. When we see this on a Groudon, it's usually based off of Shadow Claw, and that also usually means that the Groudon is running full coverage, 4 attacks, and is probably an Assault Vest, and that all adds up.
I think if you hadn't figured it out from the damage numbers from the previous game, getting it from the fact you're carrying Shadow Claw, which is not in anyone's top 3, I'd say, for moves on the Groudon, you're definitely digging deep to fill in a 4th offensive slot there as well. The Reflect has finally worn off, which means in this turn, honestly, you could slow the game down a little bit. Of course, there is still the special defense boost, but an easy fake out and follow up into the Grimmsnarl could mean that, guess what? There's never going to be a Reflect again, and that makes your decision making as Alex a whole lot easier at the end of the game when Rillaboom's able to come in and just hit one of those big Grassy Glides. It got slowed down by that in game number 1, was scared of the Reflect, was scared of missing the knockout, but is probably feeling a whole lot better about it now. The fake out does go towards Groudon, and Grimmsnarl gets to set up the Reflect. I don't know if letting that go up is quite the right play with 2 physical attackers on the field.
Well, at least maybe Zacian is able to follow it up. The Behemoth Blade is going to go into the Groudon, and actually targeting down the offensive threats on Will's team. What really is the Grimmsnarl going to be able to do if everything else around it is knocked out?
Spirit Break, everyone.
Yeah, maybe Spirit Break them into oblivion, potentially.
Well, you've got to wait for the grassy terrain to go away first, because otherwise you're going to heal more than you get taken from the Spirit Break. But the light screen wears off, and now Grimmsnarl's in this set position, right, where it just has to reset the screens. That's definitely a little bit frustrating, I think, if you're Will, not being able to get any more value out of it. But the Groudon not attacking there actually feels really good. You can easily tidy that up, I think, with another attack. The Zacian maybe waiting for something to get softened up a little bit here, and just wants a premium time to attack. Because, yeah, Grimmsnarl forced into the light screen. No real shock there. I don't think the Spirit Break is of any value at this juncture, as Groudon Precipice Blades will go into the Protect, and then the Incineroar gets to reveal its item. No Shucker Berry, no Air Balloon, so it's going to be doing full damage, but not enough for the knockout, especially with the Intimidate.
It's a Citrus Berry.
Yeah.
So there you go. Incineroar will recover some of the damage that it was just took from that Precipice Blades, and it's going to Parting Shot into the Grimmsnarl, and we're going to see another switch.
Those Spirit Breaks are even weaker now. How will it get the knockout?
Listen, that might just have to be Alex's end game here, because you do have the Rillaboom, and this pivot's pretty big. Now you're pressuring down that Groudon, and despite the fact that the Reflect has been able to go back up, Groudon's still not going to be super happy about that.
The big thing here, though, is the Rillaboom's come in before the grassy terrain has ended, so he's not reset it. And there is a world where one more turn isn't going to be enough. The Groudon could just protect itself, maybe, and then, of course, try and...
it can't if it's
Assault Vest.
Assault
It's the Assault Vest, yeah. So maybe the Groudon's forced to switch out. Maybe the Groudon's forced to switch. That could be the big factor here. You know, the Groudon getting itself away from the danger, really, really important there. So certainly options. The Groudon's got a little bit of recovery, almost getting back up to that halfway mark, thanks to the grassy terrain that Rillaboom set up earlier. So a lot to play for here, but you know, the Grimmsnarl set up both of the screens again. So even if you know, there is going to be some repositioning from Will, he is going to be able to have reduced damage, and yeah, not switching that out means Groudon just goes down.
And that opens up Grimmsnarl as well, because this Behemoth Blade is going to be super effective, should secure a knockout onto the Grimmsnarl as well. And that's going to be a huge turning point for Alex, who still has 4 Pokemon available, while Will is down to his final one in this game too.
Only needed the one turn to use a very impactful Grassy Glide, getting 2 knockouts here and taking a very clear 4-1 Pokemon advantage. The last Pokemon is going to be, I imagine, the Zacian. And with it being a single target only Pokemon, don't really see a way for the comeback. So a lot of changes from Alex Soto in that game. Certainly mixing up in the lead, which I really liked, and was able to easily remove the Charizard, which definitely in my book did more as a Dynamax option than this Groudon did.
Yeah, I think Will was really forced into a position where that Charizard just wasn't a valuable max option anymore. If it ended up getting double targeted like it did, then it was going to get knocked out in that Dynamax form before we actually ended up getting a chance to see it move. So fantastic adjustment here from Alex to really check that Charizard.
Taking it out of turn 1 was huge, and it didn't really get to enjoy turn 2 either. It just didn't feel very impactful. So you have to imagine, you know, if you're Alex, why wouldn't you run back that lead? Just saying, you know what, I'm going to throw you the Kyogre, then have fun with it. And that would force Will to dig deep and find some adaptations. Maybe getting the Sun in a little bit earlier, being able to activate that solar power and make that Charizard more threatening with something like the Max Airstream. Of course, if you get the Sun in as well, maybe you could take an early Max Geyser. Then the Max Geyser, of course, would be resetting it, but just getting it in, activating the weakness policy, getting a huge Max Airstream down could be absolutely massive. That Charizard does need a little bit of help when it comes to the speed as well. It's definitely not the fastest thing on the field, being outsped by something like that Kyogre. And if you're a weakness policy variant, that makes a lot of sense, right? Being able to set that up, be a little bit bulkier, and take those hits a little bit better. I mean, there's no point having a weakness policy when you're just getting knocked out in one hit every time anyway.
Yeah, I mean, in fact, in this matchup, though, it really doesn't feel like the weakness policy or playing for that to be activated is the play. Now that that has been figured out, I think Alex can do a great job of playing around it and making sure that that weakness policy isn't going to allow Charizard to get these giant one-hit knockouts. Because there's a lot of things that are on Alex's team that would just go down immediately to that.
That's how I feel about weakness policy as a whole, and if you're not setting it up yourself consistently, sometimes it can feel like a wasted item, especially in this best of 3 format, right? We've been playing best of 3 for a long time, but if you touch a hot stove, you don't go, ow, it's hot, let me check it again, and put your hand back on, because at the end of the day, that's going to burn you once again. You should go, oh, that did a lot of damage, don't want to do that one again, and then you continue on as you go. So really, you know, it happened to Alex, right? He got burned by it in the first time, and then decided to keep on going.
Yeah, and I think that just also the way that you have the Kyogre potentially being able to Dynamax, like that was also such a smart adjustment. The Thundurus felt good because it had a nice matchup into this team, and that's why we end up seeing that Thundurus end up being brought. But I think the Kyogre just Dynamaxing turn 1, it was kind of... It looked a little telegraphed that Will was uncomfortable with that and wasn't quite expecting that to happen.
He certainly didn't enjoy that one, and I do think the Rillaboom in the back was really, really key too. The Rillaboom completely locks Will down to 5 Pokemon. Alex has now shown it to him in 2 games, so you can't click Gastrodon. That is so audacious to click that in Team Preview. If he does it and he gets away with it, fair cop, but I'm just not sure if it's going to be an option, as once again, Alex Soto leaning back on this Kyogre and Zacian pair. Really, really liked what it did in game number 2, but a mix-up in the lead for Will Tansley. It is once again the Charizard, but it's got the Sun set up in advance. Not worried about Reflect, not worried about Light Screen.
Yeah.
It's all-out offense.
Yes, it is, because look at how these speeds are going to interact. Alex has the fastest Pokemon on the field right now, so you'll see the Intrepid Sword boost and then the Drizzle. So the fact that Groudon gets to go next means that it has that weather advantage, and Charizard is completely set up. Kyogre almost certainly not going to be able to get enough damage in to this Charizard. Even if it decides to Dynamax here and go for a Max Lightning, that doesn't feel good knowing that you also have the Groudon on the other side.
The way that this Groudon has come in and changed the weather makes this turn so much nastier than it was in game number 2 for Alex Soto. Basically, the Groudon has said, okay, Kyogre, you've either got a Dynamax and Max Geyser in the sun. That's going to feel bad. You will get the weather back, but it's still going to feel a little bit bad. And if you do it into the Charizard or myself, you're not going to get a knockout. You're either going to activate the weakness policy or leave me kicking around 2 Precipice Blades, or you switch it out and then you're able to cause problems. Honestly, the Groudon's done more than enough at this turn. The Precipice Blades would be nice. You can imagine that the Zacian is going to play it safe, though, and weaving in an Intimidate there and a potential follow-up fake-out could be big. It is going to be the Dynamax onto the Kyogre. Max Lightning was prevalent as well. Obviously, you know the Groudon's not there. You don't have to worry about the switch in. But if you do that and the Charizard Dynamaxes or protects, you could activate the weakness policy.
You could, but you know, now that I actually said that, I don't dislike the idea that Alex goes for a double up into the Charizard. I mean, yes, we did see the Incineroar drop that Zacian's attack stat back down to neutral, but if this is because the Charizard is Gigantamaxing here,
the Behemoth Blade's gonna hurt.
It's still gonna hurt, and there's no reflect, and there's no light screen. You're really hoping that this -1 or the neutral on the Zacian really is going to be enough to stop it.
Or the impact of the sun.
Whoa, look at that. Here's the Behemoth Blade coming in from the Zacian, and it's targeting down the Incineroar instead.
He was expecting the Groudon to go for it there, thinking the Groudon would be the focal point as he saw in game number 2. But Kyogre goes for the Max Geyser. It is in the sun, of course, and it's going into the Incineroar. So dealing with what was that Groudon, the Incineroar coming in pretty much free of charge there. Of course, Charizard is going to lose access to that solar power. That is going to be a little bit annoying, but it is free to try and throw down an attack. There's the rain setup once again as the G-Max Wildfire comes through. Yes, the rain is up. That is going to help, but it's still going to do pretty hefty damage.
Yeah, what a nice turn there from Alex, because either way, I think the way that you look at it, you either get the knockout onto the Charizard, maybe the Charizard switches out, but also that Groudon's not going to be too happy either. And so that Incineroar switch in, a little brutal that it got knocked out right away.
I like the G-Max Wildfire in many, many cases. The residual damage is huge, it's helpful, we love it. But a Max Airstream could have been so much more important.
What?
I said it was a bold choice. But
that
I guess,
is bold.
I guess when the big thing right now is Kyogre's onto single target, right? The Kyogre's decided to Dynamax, and you know, being able to pull away that Max Geyser and say that you can't do it is absolutely huge. There is a pretty tough world as well, where honestly, with the Charizard still on the field, getting getting that Rillaboom in is a little bit more difficult.
Well, the thing about the Gastrodons that are on this Sun team is that they usually carry Yawn. Since we know that Kyogre has access to Max Lightning, and you can't really Max Geyser right now unless you feel comfortable giving a Storm Drain boost over to the Gastrodon, Max Lightning is still on the table. Not only would that do super effective damage into the Charizard, except for the fact that it is max guarding, but you would also change the terrain so that Gastrodon's Yawn would not be effective if that is something that Will decides to go for. But we can see how these turns have played out. Gastrodon just trying to go for some raw damage here into the Zacian. There's the Earth Power, there's the knockout, and that's pretty big.
That's really, really helpful. Obviously thinking maybe about the Max Lightning, but also thinking about getting rid of really good there. And Kyogre did show into the Max Guard that guess what? It was going to be able to throw that down. The Charizard here still at full health, probably feeling pretty good, and Kyogre getting chipped away by the residual damage from G-Max Wildfire, putting it in a slightly easier range, particularly I think when it finishes the Dynamax. You've got to imagine if you see that Gastrodon on the field, you think Rillaboom feeling really, really good right here. And if, of course, Rillaboom can land that attack and get rid of the Gastrodon, then your Max Geyser can still go into the correct targets. So certainly some options to think about here, but there's the confirmation of it. Alex has brought it once again to this match and making this Gastrodon's life a little bit harder right away. And the thing is, the Rillaboom, if it does get hit by something like a Max Airstream, is going to take a huge amount of damage.
Yeah, but, you know, do you switch in the Groudon into the Gastrodon slot? Like, there's definitely ways that Will could pivot this, but it's very risky to do so. You're likely going to have to sacrifice something in order to gain a better board position, but all of the options that Will has available to him right now don't really feel good. Rillaboom has the priority Grassy Glide. There's not a way for Will at the moment to be able to change the terrain to take that away, and even if he could, it's priority, so...
Well, it gets really tough when the terrain gets involved because, yes, Max Lightning would have been a really cool option to prevent Yawns, but then, of course, that takes away Grassy Glide. There's so much to consider when you go to the end game, and this Kyogre realizing that if something happens, you know, to the Rillaboom this turn, for example, it could get trapped in, so wants to be able to potentially come in and match up with that Groudon a little bit better. Of course, the Incineroar Intimidate, not very valuable here, as Rillaboom playing it smart, playing it safe with the Protect. The Gastrodon, of course, matching that Protect, so next turn would be able to be caught with the Grassy Glide. That should be an easy knockout. As Charizard's Max Airstream predictably goes into the Rillaboom slot, yes, it does a good chunk of damage. Yes, there's going to be G-Max Wildfire residual, but it's still going to be able to land a Grassy Glide, and I think what you know, you can start planning ahead for. Alex is definitely planning this game ahead a step before Will at this juncture, you know, matching that Protect. Maybe the Gastrodon should have been cheeky. Maybe the Gastrodon should have tried, but you have to respect that Rillaboom so much.
Yeah, you really do. I mean, at least it's about half HP, so that Rillaboom surely could be within knockout range. If you decide to bring in something like the Groudon, though, to be able to help set the sun for the Charizard, yeah, that could help out too, but I mean, Incineroar has Fake Out, so there's a lot of things going for Alex right now.
Yeah, Incineroar can fake out the Charizard and then just let the Rillaboom deal with the Gastrodon. Gastrodon may have to fish for a double Protect here, and that's never fun to do, especially you know, when you're so close to clinching one of those positions in day number 2. Of course, there is the option to switch, but then you're showing off the Groudon first, and the Kyogre would just come in and deal with it. What is awkward here as well, another factor that maybe Will's trying to hold on to is, you know what, the rain would be really, really cool to have, because then you could Hurricane without having to worry about that. Gastrodon leaving the field, though, is taking that Hurricane right off the options list as the sun is going to be set back up. And now I think, you know, if this Incineroar deals with the Charizard, then this is getting very dicey very, very quickly. Yeah, Incineroar Fake Out makes this no moves coming out from Will's side right now.
And this is what I was having trouble with, is that the Groudon has to switch into a Grassy Glide. That doesn't feel good. That Groudon is so low now, and despite the fact that the Rillaboom is going to take some damage, you know that that Groudon probably doesn't have Protect. So what do you do here? Do you switch back in the Gastrodon? Like, Rillaboom is having a field day right now.
There's no way that Groudon has Protect, and swapping Groudon for Gastrodon when I don't even think you're going to see the Kyogre again just doesn't feel like a great trade. I mean, the Groudon could maybe try and cheese something here, but I imagine it's just going to get, with 2 more or 3 more turns of it left, just going to get Grassy Gliding every turn. The Rillaboom can just lock that slot down right now and say, you know what, I'm going to get the Groudon or maybe get the Gastrodon. But as soon as you take this Groudon out, it is going to get a little bit dicey. The Charizard has a Max Airstream boost, could try and capitalize off that, but what's it going to hit the Rillaboom with? Blast Burn and be vulnerable for a turn? Or is it going to try and hit a Hurricane in the sun?
Well, I think, you know, Will still has that Gastrodon available, and so that definitely becomes super tricky, because if you have the grass, you're not going to be able to shut off the ability of a Yawn if that is available. But the Protect here, okay, so a Spree Pivot coming in from the Gastro. A Hurricane actually hits the Incineroar. And it also gets confused. Now this game certainly just got interesting. And yeah, you're going to get a little bit of healing from that Citrus Berry, but oh my gosh, does the Incineroar even get a chance to do anything here?
Yes.
All right, it gets to use the Throat Chop.
Yeah, it gets to do some damage to the Charizard, and obviously the Charizard is taking pretty significant chunks as well with the solar power. It's really starting to add up, but maybe that's the way that, you know, Alex wanted to play this one. The Rillaboom, though, you know, is starting to run out a little bit of its grassy terrain. Does have to be careful. I mean, the Rillaboom, yes, could try and weave in maybe, you know, an attack into the Charizard. Still going to do a lot of damage, but you've just got to be maybe a little bit cheeky with the Gastrodon. Maybe the Gastrodon can weave in an attack where it's not expecting, where it's expected to protect, then it can go from there. You've also got the Incineroar confused, which that could open up so many doors for, you know, Will in this game. If that Incineroar's not doing anything, then it is going to cause problems.
I mean, this is still a really tricky position. Like, for Alex, do you take the risk of switching in the Kyogre and potentially getting stuck there? Rillaboom is kind of important for this matchup.
Rillaboom cannot waste an attack, especially with 2 more turns of grassy terrain left. It does grassy glide,
no
and it heads towards the Gastrodon. The big thing here is, can the Charizard deal with the Rillaboom right now? It has to hit.
I don't know if it even matters, though. I mean, Charizard is going to miss the Hurricane. It is a lower accuracy in the sun. Incineroar not confused anymore, and just like that, Charizard's out. It is just the Groudon left on the field, and with Alex having that Kyogre in the back to set back up the weather, wow, what a phenomenal game from him.
Yeah, he looked like he had some doors open for him there with the Hurricane, but relying on it to hit the Rillaboom in the sun feels really, really bad. Exceptionally low accuracy. It's literally a coin flip trying to hit that one. There's just no way that this Groudon can clutch it out. One more turn of grassy terrain, one more turn of no protect from the Groudon as it seals it up. So Alex Soto coming back in that set in games 2 and 3, punching his ticket into day number 2 here in London.
Yeah, I mean, with that loss, Will Tansley is not out of it just yet because that's just 2 losses. He will have to win out this final round of Swiss coming up. But Alex putting on an expert performance with an archetype that he is so good at and has been practicing this entire format. That Zacian and that Kyogre just feels like bread and butter for him.
I got to give Alex credit. I think he learned so much from game 1 and a little bit more from game 2 and turned that into the game 3 victory. He is so excited to be in day number 2. His friends really giving it large on that one, in Spain being well represented here at the World Championship. So congratulations to Alex Soto. Will Tansley, of course, you know, is able to fire back in the last round and get there, but I think he maybe gave up a little bit too much information in game number 1, and that really came back to haunt him.
Well, I think the other thing about running the Charizard with the weakness policy is that that's not an unknown tech.
No.
You know, that is something that trainers have been experimenting with and have been talking about. So you kind of are coming into Worlds with the preparation in mind that you might face something like that. And so Alex, I'm sure, very prepared and very skilled at navigating that. And after seeing that reveal in game number 1, knew exactly what to do.
People were talking about it at dinner last night, right? Like, and people knew that this was going to be a factor. I'd like to revise my analogy for earlier. I said it was like a hot stove when, you know, you get burned and you pull your hand back. It's actually a little bit different in a lot of these cases, right? You know, when the waiter comes over and says, hey, the plate's hot, don't touch it. What do you do?
You do it anyway.
Yeah, I always grip the corner of the plate, but you just have to check that it's hot and that they weren't lying to you. And that's how it feels with this Charizard team, right? Is that they're sat down.
Is it the weakness policy?
Yeah, the waiter's bringing the Charizard over and going, watch out, it's a hot plate. You go, is it a weakness policy? Yes, it is. Okay. And then games 2 and 3, you don't even particularly lose your fingerprints on the first one because sometimes it just doesn't do that much because you can knock it out with the amount of damage you put down. So it really is a taxing situation for the weakness policy Charizard players. And honestly, some of those making day 2 might be time to start looking back at the Charty Berry, in my opinion.
Maybe, just maybe, yeah. That's a really neat tech, and I think that does make some of the other matchups we've seen just a little bit better. But I think also just so much credit to Alex for putting on such a good show. The positioning, even just taking away the check to the Charizard aside, it was the positioning game that he played that I really felt like gave him such a good advantage in games 2 and 3 to be able to take the wins.
Oh, definitely. What I really liked actually in game number 3, and I thought was just very far ahead thinking of him, was the way he played that opening couple of turns. The opening, when they hit the field, looked horrendous for him. Obviously, the Groudon comes out, takes control of the weather with the sun. The Charizard has access to the solar power. It's doing huge damage, and you go, oh no. You know, if you fire off something like a Max Geyser in the sun, you're activating the weakness policy, and maybe that's the time that you do get caught by it. But at the end of the day, just smart play to move around it. One thing I am a little bit concerned about is why that Gastrodon was there. It felt like it provided very little in regards to stopping that Rillaboom that you saw all 3 games, and the Rillaboom being able to deal with the Groudon and the Gastrodon was a lot of value.
I agree with that. I do agree with that. I mean, I think that does end up being a bit of a weakness in terms of the 4 Pokemon that Will brought, but it would have been pretty big if that Rillaboom wasn't on Alex's 4 for that final game. And sometimes it's like, okay, well, it worked for 2 games. Maybe I play this mind game where they think I have it, where, you know, we've seen it work before, okay? Like not bringing the Gastrodon 2 games and it's like, aha, Gastrodon, maybe you didn't bring the Rillaboom.
Unfortunately, he did, and it felt really bad when you saw it immediately switch in, and there was nothing you could do about it, really. You're just going, okay, I'm just going to deal with your Groudon. You gave up the Grimmsnarl for it, too, which honestly was super impactful. I mean, the Grimmsnarl setting up those reflects, those light screens, did allow him to take more hits. So as soon as that kind of went away, I started to get a little bit concerned and think, okay, there's no way this Groudon takes it that comfortably. We saw how much damage the Grassy Glide did. It was about probably 95%, if memory serves, 90 at the lowest.
Right.
So, you know, with the Reflect, that would have been looking at a 45, 47 and a bit. Definitely felt a lot worse not having that. It also helped the Charizard out, and the Charizard just got felled so easily and wasn't really able to deal with so much. So a lot of changes in game number 3 from Will, maybe trying to gamble a little bit, see what he could pull up. Just didn't feel that they paid off in a particularly big way.
I think it's tough too, because as the Groudon player, I think as we've looked at the field of competition over these first few hours of the day, and just the tournament as a whole, it's been a lot of Zacian Kyogre. That's been pretty evident, and I think we all expected that, just knowing that Kyogre is just a very consistent Pokemon to use. It gives you a good matchup into the Groudon, but we could talk about this for hours, but we really want to hear it from the player himself. Let's head over to the stage for an interview with Alex Soto.
Hello, I am here with Alex. Congratulations. How do you feel moving forward in Worlds?
Pues muy bien, muy contento, muy nervioso también, pero sobre todo contento por haber pasado a día 2. I feel very well, yeah.
He's saying he feels very good, very happy, also very nervous, but mostly very happy for having passed to the next round.
What are you nervous about? Is there someone that you are nervous about playing or a team you're nervous about playing against?
¿Hay algún equipo o alguna persona con la que puede que compitas que es el motivo de estos nervios?
Bueno, tenía miedo de encontrarme algunos equipos en concreto, pero he tenido bastante suerte durante el torneo. Me he enfrentado a equipos que me gustaba combatir contra ellos. Y en ese aspecto me he sentido bastante cómodo, pero no hay nadie a quien le tenga miedo o por el cual tenga nervios.
He's saying that up until now he has battled several teams, but I think he thinks he's done very well and he hasn't been nervous about them. And there isn't anyone in particular he is nervous about.
We saw Rillaboom on your team. We haven't seen much Rillaboom on stream.
Yeah.
Can you, in fairly simple terms for someone just learning, tell us why Rillaboom is important?
Yeah. Rillaboom es importante porque para el combate que acabo de jugar ahora funcionaba muy bien contra Gastrodon y al final es lo que he enseñado en streaming. Si hubiese escogido otro Pokémon de tipo planta que no tuviese prioridad, seguramente no lo hubiese hecho tan bien. Y en el equipo que llevo, Rillaboom creo que es imprescindible.
He thinks Rillaboom is very important in his team because a good match against grass types wouldn't have been that good because they wouldn't have had the priority. So he thinks it's really a pillar for his team.
That totally makes sense. We also saw some very excited fans by the stage. Who were they?
¿Quieres saber quiénes eran los fans que te estaban animando tanto?
I have a friend called Raul that it's my college. I traveled with him. And his sister too, and some from my Spanish college too.
Is there anyone you want to say hi to that is not here?
Yeah, tomorrow is the birthday. Arturo Jimenez is a friend of mine, and I would like to happy birthday for him.
Happy birthday. Feliz cumpleaños.
Feliz cumpleaños. That's it.
And congratulations again.
Thank you so
now we'll
much.
head to
Thank you.
Aaron at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Anna. I am once again joined with my good pal Scott Glaza, and that was an exhilarating match. We've got one last round here in London for day one. Alex, of course, now advances to day two through that best of three. And yeah, you know, we've seen so many things throughout the stream today, Scott. It's been a mix of very standard team compositions with maybe a few slight twists, some very unorthodox team compositions. That one felt like two teams that maybe we're a little bit more familiar seeing against, but with some slight twists, especially the weakness policy on that Charizard on Will Tansley's end.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I disagree with the stove take on weakness policy Charizard, where it's certainly been an adventure watching it so far today, but wound up making the match pretty fun. You know, we get to see it do some interesting things or have interesting things done to it, I guess, in game two. And then game three kind of a little more standard fare. I definitely feel, you know, that we're a little later in the day too, where, you know, it's what, round 8 now, or round 7 now, where players maybe look a little tired, starting to make some decisions that maybe they wouldn't have made early in the day. And that's some of the challenge of a tournament, right? Where it's tough to be perfect round after round after round.
Absolutely, but to me, I think that set was kind of the classic nature of one player having a pretty major early advantage in games 1 and 2 and really being able to execute it and just take it to a victory. And game 3 was really interesting. So let's kind of break it down game by game, because I thought basically like the leads really dictated the course of the battle throughout games 1 and 2 especially. And in game 1, as we pull it up here, but it was going to be the, of course, the Incineroar Charizard against the Grimmsnarl Charizard against Thundurus Incineroar. Kind of got some deja vu because you and I analyzed the game like that earlier today, and it was actually also weakness policy on the Charizard.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if you really enjoyed this match, definitely go back and watch the second round 3 game, and you can get even more. But yeah, I mean, I think it's probably reflective of the tournament in a way too, right? Where, you know, how many matches that are similar to this are happening everywhere, right? Where there's, you know, there's definitely, both these teams are, you know, among those that several players have versions of. So probably several players off stream using that today, and probably several using it tomorrow as well.
Absolutely. We can actually quickly take a look at the replay here. So this is the start of the very first game with the Incineroar plus the Thundurus lead on one end and the Grimmsnarl and Charizard lead on the other. This is an interesting scenario, right? Because a lot of the Charizards on these teams have generally been built to be very fast-paced, very offensive, right? You just kind of max out your special attack and speed stats. You maybe have a little Life Orb on it, occasionally something like a Lumberry, for example. But today we've seen a lot of slow weakness policy Charizards. And so I think that actually completely changes the dynamic of the matchup. You and I were talking a little bit about it here. And it's like, okay, you know, Will Tansley is using the team that has been known since day one of the format, right? But one little item change and giving it a policy can completely change the dynamic of the matchup. And so if we could get the replay pulled up here, that would be great. But basically, policy Charizard gets the policy activated, clears Incineroar, G-Max Wildfire then is really able to chip away at everything, including Thundurus, Zacian, and the Kyogre. Yep, so you know, this is where Charizard at this point has taken a max airstream. Reflect is up. You know, this is, I believe, the second turn of the battle. And so, you know, normally Charizard feels pretty scared against Thundurus, right? And that's why Incineroar Thundurus is a really classic lead against this duo. You can fake out Grimmsnarl, prevent it from reflecting, just get some free damage off. A lot of players are not willing to actually click max Lightning into Charizard because you sometimes fear the risk of a Groudon switch in, and so Charizard here ends up eating a little bit of damage. We keep going, Reflect gets up, setting up now, and so yeah, here's Max Lightning, right? And with Reflect and with this really bulky set, Charizard is able to take it quite comfortably here, right? And so very critically, now the weakness policy is activated. And one thing that's been interesting, the dynamic of a lot of these matches is like Incineroar maybe staying around on the field and soaking up a lot of G-Max Wildfire damage. But the thing critically here is with this double up, the Charizard still survives, right? And that's a huge testament to the amount of bulk that it has. Max Airstream now is able to retaliate and actually just get the KO onto Incineroar, which is really critical, right? So it's like, normally, if Incineroar is out on the field, you don't get that much value out of G-Max Wildfire, but in this game, Incineroar is just cleared out immediately. That's so huge as well, considering there's some potential Groudon and Zacian in the back. You don't have to deal with Intimidates onto either of those Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, that knockout, you know, not only do you get a Pokemon from full health in one blow, but you also effectively get another quarter of a Pokemon's health bar worth of damage because that Wildfire is actually going to hit somebody now.
And one thing here is we see kind of a defensive play, right? Charizard goes for Max Guard, his Grimmsnarl just goes for the light screen, so just kind of setting up the screens. But at this point, Wildfire has so much residual across the board, and Groudon's able to come in relatively safely as well. And this, at this point, highlights, in my opinion, one of like the weaknesses of Thundurus, where it's like a lot weaker outside of Dynamax, right? So after Dynamax is over, Thundurus just can't really deal that much damage to most things. That the best attack you have access to is essentially Wild Charge, but you know your other attacks often are like Fly or Brick Break. Brick Break's actually kind of nice in this position. We did see it break the screens, but at this point already felt like, okay, Incineroar is cleared and everything else is just taking so much residual from Wildfire, and you're not exactly that bulky either. So we keep the replay going, and as you can see here, basically at this point, you know, Charizard's in a pretty bad position, so it switches out. And this turn was really critical, right? Like where Charizard switches out, and even the Water Spout plus the Brick Break combination just doesn't do that much into the Groudon. Kyogre just takes so much from Precipice Blades, where between Precipice Blades and Life Orb and the G-Max Residual, it's actually enough to just faint, right? So it's like, okay, Kyogre is cleared now. Maybe, yeah, screens no longer exist, but Zacian is now positioned really nicely, and that Zacian took a powerful Water Spout in the sun with Light Screen, and it wasn't even that much damage in the end. And Rillaboom being the last one here at this point, there's no way to actually beat the Zacian, right? So to me, it was clear that Alex brought Rillaboom to deal with Gastrodon, dropping the Zacian for it, but critically, Will does not bring the Gastrodon this first game and is able to win just with the late game Zacian pretty comfortably here.
Yeah, I think it's kind of an interesting tell too, because yeah, not only do you lose the game, but you know you've kind of revealed the information that you're probably going to bring the Rillaboom because you're scared.
Yes.
So like yeah, it's extra bonus for Will, even though it doesn't wind up cashing that in.
Yeah. So to me, the name of this game was like you got your screens up, you got a really powerful Max Airstream to just get the one-hit KO onto Incineroar, and the Charizard was so bulky that Alex probably wasn't expecting it, right? So Will kind of wins off that. So moving into the second game, I think Alex makes a really, really fantastic lead adjustment, right? And so this is the beginning of the second game. Will says, okay, well, Grimmsnarl Charizard worked really well for me in the last game. Alex says, okay, what's the best duo I can have to like pressure with as much damage as possible, right? Incineroar really weak into kind of a Grim Charizard lead. The idea is, you know, maybe against the normal variants, you can threaten with a Parting Shot onto Charizard, fake out onto Grimmsnarl, but against this weakness policy set, it could be a little bit scarier. So I like the decision to drop the Incineroar, and instead we see the Kyogre and Zacian. This lead is super oppressive, right? Like you threaten with Behemoth Blade and just a max move from Zacian or from Kyogre immediately. And the other thing that's interesting in this matchup is Charizard, by running weakness policy, actually does not invest very much in speed, so the opposing Kyogre is faster.
Yeah, I mean, that winds up working very poorly here, as we'll see in a second. But, you know, it makes sense, right? Because even with all of the defensive investment, you know, it did not survive with a whole lot of HP in the previous game, right? You know, quicker Charizard faints, and then it doesn't matter how quick it is.
Yeah, and so, you know, Behemoth Blade does go into the Charizard here. Yes, Reflect goes up. Kyogre also goes for Max Lightning here. So, you know, I think Will saying, well, I might only get one of my two screens up because Grimmsnarl could get targeted here, so I have to be a little bit careful. Instead, actually, Alex doubles up into the Charizard. But I think this is really smart because it's saying, okay, even if you set up Light Screen or Reflect, only one of those two will help you against my current Pokemon, right? Because it's a mix between special and physical. And so, yeah, Charizard's weakness policy gets activated, but, you know, if maybe Grimmsnarl had some good speed control to go for here, you could threaten a little bit more. The problem is you're staring down two threats, both which still do immense damage to you, right? And so, even though Charizard's policy gets activated, you're not in a very good spot right now because it's actually getting outsped by both the Zacian and the Kyogre. So, you know, you're not actually going to get any value out of the policy here.
Yeah, it's kind of one of the weaknesses of this versus the Charizard we're used to seeing, right? Where often, you know, it can be its own speed control. It can kind of get the battle going where you have to play defensively in order to get boosted here. You know, it doesn't actually get to get itself rolling.
Yeah, I think what's interesting here is the decision to actually go for Max Geyser rather than Max Lightning, right? Because inherently you do have to worry about a Gastrodon switching and actually redirecting that. This game actually could have looked really differently if maybe a Gastrodon came in for that Grimmsnarl slot, Charizard maxes, and Airstreams into Kyogre. But what are the odds you're going to go for that, right? Like, you're also just kind of at whim of a combination of Behemoth Blade and a Max Lightning once again. And so the game could have played out very differently if we saw a Gastrodon come out here, but Gastrodon actually wasn't even selected in this battle, so it's part of the reason. And at this point, Will's just in a really tough spot, right? Like, you're not going to get very much damage out of Grimmsnarl, and I think Alex brings the perfect 4 Pokemon, and the game goes on for, you know, quite a while here, but the problem is essentially Groudon's Dynamax just can't do very much because Alex plays really safely, right? He goes for the Protector on Zacian. Geyser, of course, doesn't do very much, but the problem is how much damage can Groudon do in return? So Max Quake comes out, goes into the Zacian slot, but Zacian very smartly protects. And then I think this next turn is really, really smart by Alex, where he's like, okay, you probably want to go for another Max Quake onto Zacian slot. I'm going to bring out Rillaboom, and I'm going to protect Kyogre. This way, you're really not going to get very much out of this turn unless you go for something like a Max Flare or a Max Phantasm onto Rillaboom, but then you'd be going for that onto a Zacian, right? And it's like, if Zacian doesn't switch out, you just take a huge amount of damage from Behemoth Blade.
Yeah, it just kind of seems like a weakness of the whole team, right? Where like Charizard needs the weakness policy, Groudon doesn't have a lot of immediate offense, where you just kind of like play defensively and don't activate the weakness policy in a way you can't handle it, don't give any free Dynamaxes, and then just the team doesn't produce much offense.
Exactly, and at this point it's like, okay, you finally reveal Max Phantasm and Spirit Break, okay, that's pretty nice damage, but this is the classic Grimmsnarl syndrome. We've talked about it so much today, but it's like the idea that, okay, after you've done your setup attacks, you just don't offer very much, so maybe Grimmsnarl could have considered switching out a little bit into Zacian earlier as well, because then Zacian out in the field can take advantage of those defense drops and go for Behemoth Blades and whatnot. But the idea here is that Groudon just doesn't get very much out of Dynamax. And so, you've traded Dynamaxes, but you're generally slower than the opposing side, and the Pokemon on the opposing side match up quite well. So, we kind of see a long, drawn-out game, but at this point, I think it's really quite difficult for Will to really win, and I think part of it is exposing the Assault Vest Groudon, knowing, okay, you can't protect, so I have very free damage onto that slot with something like a Behemoth Blade.
Yeah, that's the thing, just kind of get worn down, where losing Charizard so easily just kind of like hampered the whole team's offense, where then it became a very simple game on the other side, where you just don't do anything silly, keep things under control, and Will just didn't have any options.
And like Rillaboom gets positioned so nicely here, right? Where it's like, okay, you can maybe switch out Groudon, but is Groudon going to win you this game at this point? Really, no. And so, there's so many quick knockouts here from Alex's end. Like, yeah, you got Zacian in the end, but you've got 4 Pokemon on the opposing side, right? Groudon wasn't able to pick up a single knockout throughout the course of this battle. And so as a result, I think it really was just not getting very much value out of Dynamax in this game for Will. And part of it is because Alex countered this weakness policy Charizard really well. And it culminates in this really interesting Game 3 where we see some new adjustments from Will.
Yeah, I think that was great too. I mean, you can't have both players win the set, but I think one thing I'm always looking for, especially for players who still have to keep going in the tournament, right, is like, were you looking for the options? You were finding the solutions to the match, and I think both of them did a pretty good job there as far as like at least making sure they had a chance to take this third game.
Yeah, and so I think this has been a game or a set of adjustments, and what Will ends up doing is leading Groudon immediately, saying, okay, well, Grimmsnarl Screens didn't help me anywhere there because it didn't help my Pokemon survive anyway. Charizard's still fainting to these really powerful Zacian Kyogre duos, and so Groudon's a really smart lead, saying, okay, I know I'm going to get the weather up first, or second, I should say, so you actually win the weather war. And suddenly, both of these Pokemon apply a lot of offensive pressure. So what's interesting is, Groudon actually immediately switches out into the Incineroar. I was thinking maybe Gastrodon could come into this position if you're expecting Kyogre just Dynamax and Geyser, but Alex was willing to max Lightning previously, so you get a quick Intimidate off. And so Kyogre is going to Dynamax here. Charizard's going to Dynamax as well, and so Behemoth Blade goes into the Incineroar, and then Geyser here very critically double up into the Incineroar, right? So you actually just clear it from the field immediately. I think that's a really smart play, especially because you're up against Assault Vest Groudon, so it's like guaranteed free damage, right? If Groudon stays in, doesn't Dynamax, okay, that's a KO. If it switches out into really anything, that combination will guarantee you a knockout. So it's once again taking advantage of knowing, okay, it's Assault Vest Groudon and it can't protect, and so I can very freely get attacks into that slot. And the Charizard here actually opts for Wildfire. I was thinking Airstream into Kyogre could be interesting. Then you can pivot in Groudon, set up the Sun, and then you have the speed boost, right? So maybe you can outspeed both Pokemon, but instead, yeah, kind of a trade in terms of a lot of damage on this first turn.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's an interesting option too, but we end up seeing kind of why, right, where he's opting for a more defensive approach. I wouldn't have mind seeing Gastrodon a little bit sooner there, because I think that was the one way he could have slipped up the giant damage coming the other way. But also, Gastrodon kind of the crux of the rest of the match for him, right, where the key is to not expose Gastrodon to too much danger.
Yeah, and because there actually was Gastrodon there, like you said, the one thing you can do is maybe pivot in that Gastrodon for that Groudon slot, and then, yeah, you end up eating a Behemoth Blade and a Max Geyser, you soak it up, and then if you, like, Airstream onto Kyogre, there were just Wildfire immediately. I think it's a much better trade, whereas there you just lose Incineroar, so Gastrodon switching in there could have been better. That endgame was also really, really dicey. I think Will tried to make some bold calls with against the Grassy Glide from the Gastrodon there in the end, but I feel like Alex, was able to get a lot of momentum off the initial kill and KO onto Incineroar and really snowball the game from there. So yeah, that was a really, really intense game, but we're actually ready to get started with the final round here. So thank you so much for joining us on the couch once again, and let's throw it back to the casters.
And thank you so much, Aaron, for everything. I am Sierra Hunter, joined here with Joe Brown for our final match of the day here in day one of the 2022 Pokemon World Championships. And man, it's getting right down to the wire for these players.
This is the first final countdown of the weekend, Sierra. Yes. It's not going to be the last, of course, but this is a very intense moment as we're here in round 8. People who have more than 2 losses have already went home, explored the venue, explored the city. People with 6 wins have already left, so we just have this happy medium, this Goldilocks level of players left here at, at 2 losses right now, that this is they're winning into making it to day 2 tomorrow. And I can't even imagine the stress.
I can't either. We talked about making it through this day 1 and just having to go out and fight your way through all these talented players is already stressful enough. Imagine now that you're down to your last life. You've already lost 2 matches, and now for these 2 players being on stream to then play, one of them is going to be moving on to day 2. The other one is going to be spending the rest of London as a spectator. That is the most stress that you could probably have here on day 1. I won't talk about the rest of the tournament. That's probably more stressful than anything, but.
Right, yeah, so that's a good point to think about. This is the most stressful game that our day 1 players have played the entire year, right? Because this is how, this is their chance of making it to day 2 and potentially going on to winning the World Championship. So whatever, regional finals, regional top cut, Japan National Championship, random games that were stressful, that was tough. But here, those games you played were to get to here where we are now. So that's why it's so intense.
Yeah, and I mean, those accomplishments are all great in their own right, too, not to take away. But at the same time, battling it out to get to this stage, be able to play for that invite, you want to make sure that you're not going home with what feels like nothing. You don't want to be out on day 1. It's really great accomplishment getting your World's invite, but you want to make sure that you're going home with, top cut finalists, even that trophy at the end of the day.
No, absolutely, and I think this is the it's been a long journey, obviously, for our VGC trainers throughout the season, especially in things in North America and Europe, where there were the regionals and special events and EUSC, NAIC. It feels like we had somewhat of a condensed season, but we still got so much Pokemon to experience in those couple months. So I'm really excited that we're finally here.
And the fact that it's been condensed for some of these players that have still gotten their invite, but have done it by more so not grabbing those top cut finishes, but just doing consistently enough at regionals. This is that one chance to get that one accomplishment that is going to stamp that Sword and Shield legacy for them. Yeah, for sure. There are different approaches for how you want to get your Worlds invite. I know people can you can try to go to this regional in this tournament, and I'm gonna fly to Liverpool on my weekend off and go to that regional and try to get championship points there. Or you can have the cooler approach. It's like, no, I'm just gonna win a regional. That's how I'm gonna get halfway to my invite just from a win. So I think it's the dynamic of people who slowly but steadily reach the CP bar versus people that just blow through it is really cool. It is, but they've all earned their invite here just the same. But just getting word now, it's time to head down to the stage for our final matchup here on day 1. Could not be more thrilled for this. And for this matchup, it is going to be Aditya Subramanian going up against Tatsuki Wakita. And oh man, I could not be more pumped for this. Yeah, this is going to be exciting. Adi is definitely one of the most popular players in North America in VGC. Part of a really fun group of friends that team build together. They've pretty much predominantly been using the Palkia Calyrex Ice Rider teams throughout the regional circuit in North America. So I wonder what Adi has up his sleeve here today. And a player who has multiple regional top cuts, even including in this year. Vancouver, he hit 5 Hypnosis in a row on stream, which was awesome. And then has really great performances in the Players' Cup in the online era for VGC as well. And then Tatsuki, his opponent in 2017, made day 2 of the World Championships here, or I should say in Anaheim, excuse me. So obviously a player who is no stranger to Pokemon at the highest level, at the World Championship level. And no stranger to having to stay calm under pressure and in these tense and really stressful situations, playing up here on the main stage for your last chance to make it in day 2 here in London. I can only imagine what is going through these players' heads right now as they're sitting down preparing for battle. Yeah, I think it's at this point you kind of can't even imagine the stress or not even focus on it, because there's nothing you can do about it. That would be the approach I would have in the moment. Is there's no reason to get caught up in the moment, because this is what you've been playing for all season. I'd be sweating bullets, so I don't know what you're talking about. But we got the teams and how this is going to be going down. And for Tatsuki, it's going to be a more Zacian Kyogre team. This is such a strong, restricted duo that we've gotten to see do quite a bit of damage. And it seems to be a really aggressive build in general. You're having enablers like Whimsicott with the Tailwind. You have such a fast Pokemon in this Reggie Alecki. This looks like a team built for damage.
Yeah, and then you look on the other side, and Adi still having Calyrex Ice Rider, so still a little bit committed to one of his favorite restricted Pokemon throughout the year, but no Palkia. Instead, this time around, it is Groudon as the second restricted pairing, and a much more offensive team considering we saw him playing Trick Room so much throughout the season. So Regieleki, fastest Pokemon in the metagame, Grimmsnarl with Prankster, Charizard, access to max airstream, really strong speed for this team. So I wonder how Adi is going to face off against things like the Regieleki on Tatsuki's side, or a Kartana that also has access to max airstream, Whimsicott with Prankster Tailwind. We might be moving through this game really fast.
It might be an early night here in London, a chance to go out and actually see the city after this. But you know, during this battle, these trainers are going to be giving it their all as it's time to get into it. Kyogre and Incineroar on Tatsuki's side going to be facing down against his Calyrex Ice Rider and Regieleki for Adi.
Yeah, Regieleki obviously going to be the fastest Pokemon on the field right now out of these four, but no matter how fast you are, Fake Out can stop you from moving on that turn. So that is what Tatsuki has access to here on turn 1. If you Fake Out the Regieleki, your Kyogre is not as worried, or is not worried about getting attacked, unless Regieleki goes for the Dynamax, which we've seen very prevalently showcased today throughout day 1. The Regieleki with Max, once you get the Max Lightning and the Electric Terrain set up through your Dynamax attacks as well, thanks to his Transistor ability, potentially a Life Orb, something like that, Regieleki can really stack up its electric type damage very quickly, and that is something that Kyogre has to be wary about. But with no switches, I think Tatsuki is okay with it.
More than okay with it, it seems, as Kyogre will be the Dynamax candidate of choice coming out on this turn 1. We talked about the fact that Regieleki can Dynamax, while Kyogre, sure, the Water Spouts and the Origin Pulses are great, but being able to go for those Max Geysers can also do damage, especially against this Regieleki, opting to go for this more passive turn in this Protect. And actually just the double Protect all around. Adi wanting to make sure it can get past this first turn of Fake Out, make sure you can kind of get an idea of what's going on, but no Fake Out. Instead, it's just going to be offensive. The Regieleki is going to take so much damage from that Max Geyser through the rain. Incineroar showing assurance, going in, hitting into that Regieleki.
That was a quarter of the intended damage there that it did to the Regieleki thanks to Protect, and look how strong it was. And the assurance being revealed, it's actually multiple times we've seen on stream here today, assurance from Incineroar, so that seems like it was potentially a kind of a world's call to bring assurance, doubling the damage if you'd already targeted or hit that Pokemon, that targeted Pokemon on this turn. We'll see how that plays out through the rest of this match here. But now that there is no threat of Fake Out, the Regieleki might not be as worried about getting hit by the Kyogre. Obviously, any type of attack, a light wind breeze is going to be able to take out Regieleki. So if you're Dynamaxing, you're hoping that you're actually knocking everything else out so that you're not taking any damage. And the question for Adi is, does he want to use his Dynamax on the Regieleki, who is already so low on the HP stat early on in this game?
Especially since there is things on Tatsuki's side can make sure that this Regieleki isn't the fastest thing on the field for too much longer with that Whimsicott hitting the field. On the other end, it will be a Weather Setter, wow, say that 5 times fast, switch with the Groudon coming in and resetting into the sun. Volt switch to the Regieleki, can go for the pivot as well. A big turn of just trying to get in position for both of these trainers.
Yeah, and then the Life Orb being revealed there on Regieleki, so he's even lower HP. At some point, he's going to knock, or Adi's going to knock itself out with the recoil. But either having Calyrex come in here could be very dangerous if the Kyogre was going to go for a Max Geyser into that slot. You don't want your Calyrex to take too much damage, or Adi is going to be forced to reveal his 4th Pokemon in this matchup. If it's something like Charizard in the back, that would be a better option to Dynamax later on in the match. But no, instead, Adi is showing the Incineroar here as his 4th Pokemon. So now you have to try to adjust again on who is your best Dynamax attacker in this match.
Yeah, a couple of different options, but we'll have to see if one of them is still going to be too viable after this turn. The Incineroar going to be taking a lot of damage from this Max Geyser. Super effective hit. I mean, less because of the sun, but at least now it is a chance for this Kyogre to go and reset the weather before the turn is done.
Yeah, that's nice. And now that Kyogre has its buddy Whimsicott next to it, there is no access to trying to control the speed on Adi's side in this game. So you know, if Whimsicott is able to set up Tailwind, your Kyogre is going to always outspeed the opposing Groudon, obviously the Calyrex as well there. So that could be beneficial, but Adi does have access to Fake Out on Incineroar as he just switched in on that last turn. So somewhat of a flip from what we saw on turn one, excuse me, that the Fake Out from Incineroar could really stop what Tatsuki wants to do here, which would be potentially like Max Geyser and Tailwind.
Yeah, well, at this point, opting to keep the Groudon safe and make sure it's in the back two to reset the weather. Going to swap out and bring the Regieleki back in. The Whimsicott, no Fake Out in sight, gets the opportunity to go and set up this Tailwind, making sure that this Kyogre can go mighty quick. With that speed and this Max Geyser, hitting into this Regieleki and going to remove it from the battle. The first KO of all. Now the parting shot, a way that even if the Pokemon on Tatsuki's side are going to be going fast, maybe they just won't be hitting as hard.
That was a gutsy play from Adi there to not be worried about getting targeted down on his Incineroar, knowing he was able to have that parting shot for the end of the turn there to lower that special attack on Kyogre, forcing it. It's stuck in right now, right? So you don't want to switch it out there, and you're lowering the damage that it can provide by lowering its special attack. So now Calyrex gets to switch in for free at this point because didn't take any damage there, and at some point the Groudon can come back onto the field to get rid of this rain again. The only thing you have to worry about is thanks to the Tailwind, the Kyogre is going to be faster, and you can just reset up the you could potentially reset the rain. He still Tatsuki hasn't even lost a Pokemon yet either, so Kyogre at some point can just straight up switch out. Now the Dynamax is over, and you can reset it manually later on.
Not losing a Pokemon definitely feels nice, but you have to consider the fact that you have used your Dynamax and your opponent has not at this point. And that late game pressure that Dynamax can offer can be absolutely brutal in some scenarios. So it'll be really interesting to see how Adi goes and does that. The Kyogre will take the chance to be swapping out. You save the weather, you bring the Incineroar in for the Calyrex Ice Rider, and the Groudon, both of them. So this Intimidate is going to be getting a lot of mileage.
That's pretty big, especially if Groudon decides to Dynamax on this turn, because you're going to be locked in at -1 attack.
And there it is. This is going to be the chance for the Dynamax. We have seen instances where, sure, there is that negative attack, but you can still be doing enough of the super effective damage that you can gain some of that momentum back anyways. And Groudon is quite a strong Pokemon, but that Intimidate still does hurt that little bit, because now there's still even parting shots that can go their way. They can even just Intimidate cycle you. It can be difficult, or you're just going to get charmed from the Whimsicott and do basically no damage at all. That is -3 attack now, and we're going to see how well that pays off. Incineroar, it gained quite a bit of damage, but I mean, at this point, would have been a KO otherwise.
Yeah, that Charm, Intimidate and Charm, lowering its attack there, just making sure that the Groudon does as little damage as it can, but the Glacial Lance, if it can get a KO, it can really help the Calyrex start getting those boosts. Against the one.
It will take out the Whimsicott at least. The Incineroar will be sticking around for another turn. A Chilling Main boost to at least bring this back up to neutral while the Incineroar is out on the field and can't really get out. Now Tatsuki does have the chance to bring something else in to try and deal a little bit of damage back.
Yeah, that could have been huge if you got the double KO there on that turn, forcing Tatsuki to be down to his last 2 Pokemon there, but instead Incineroar just barely hangs on. And now for the rest of this game, your Groudon, you're not doing much damage. You've been charmed, you've been intimidated. This is like the tag team Dynamax friend. You're here to help Calyrex. Give those Max Quake boosts to Calyrex Ice Rider, giving it that special defense, helping it out, maybe ensuring that it can take a hit, a Water Spout, or an Origin Pulse, something coming its way from the Kyogre. Worry about right now is Zacian is on the field, which is a huge Calyrex Ice Rider counter, as the Ice Rider is weak to Zacian. So what can you do? Is there a way to prevent the damage that's coming into that slot, especially because of the Fake Out?
And no Protect in sight, and the Calyrex isn't going to be able to do much, as here it is, the Behemoth Blade. Don't expect too much out from Zacian in situations like this. It's going to target into this Groudon instead, though still dealing a bunch of damage considering it's still in Dynamax form. Now, a Max Quake yet again coming out and hitting into the Zacian this time around, bringing it just under half health.
Yeah, it is another special defense boost, but right now you don't care about your special defense because you're facing down the Zacian, who's a physical attacker. And that was a very safe play from Tatsuki to just fake out Calyrex and then Behemoth Blade Groudon, because that covered potential. If Calyrex decided to protect and you double into that slot, then you get no value out of your turn. So I like that decision out of Tatsuki, because you've kept the momentum on this turn that your Zacian is faster, and you can kind of, if you want, you can claim a KO into whichever slot you want to. Now you have to worry about the protect mind games with Calyrex, since it didn't protect on the previous turn. So do you want to risk Adi going for protect on Calyrex, or do you want to, you know, Behemoth Blade into that Groudon slot?
Well, it won't be a Behemoth Blade into the Dynamax Groudon, because instead, Adi is going to be switching it out into the Incineroar. Make sure this Pokemon can stay safe, as well as bring out this Incineroar to get the Intimidate down onto the opposing end. It needs to be a real tricky situation. It always feels a little bit bad when you don't get to fully utilize your max. And there it is, the protect that you were talking about, the potential mind games coming into action, but the animation showing that, sure, this was a hit into the other slot. Going to be hitting into this Incineroar. It was pretty low. It's just going to get lower. It's not going to be quite enough for this KO, especially with the Flare Blitz that would have picked it up, hitting into the Calyrex instead. And that's the last turn of Tailwind.
That's not a knockout for Tatsuki, but that's a victory on that turn, because you made the correct call. You knew that the Calyrex was going to protect there, so you didn't target into that slot. So it definitely has to be a big confidence boost for Tatsuki, feeling like he has the momentum. He understands how Adi is kind of seeing this matchup. So now if Adi wanted to try to go for a double protect, you only have the 30% chance of actually making that work. So it's just constantly the Calyrex is in a precarious position as long as Zacian is on the field. So Adi is going to have to find a way for his 4 HP Incineroar. There will be one turn that you can use Fake Out that you don't have to worry about a Behemoth Blade.
And that is definitely a nice way to make sure that the Zacian won't get that turn of hitting into the other side. But
Did
it will
he
be
trick
the
room?
taunt. That's going to be the question. A big taunt coming out, hitting into the Calyrex, and it was the Trick Room. That could have been a chance to hit an attack. Could have been anything, but the taunt to completely shut it down, where Adi could have had a huge endgame advantage, completely eliminated.
Because if Adi went for the high horsepower and knocks out Zacian, you now don't have to worry about Behemoth Blade ever hitting you. And you've been given multiple Max Quake boosts from the Groudon previously, which could help you against the Kyogre that's sitting there in the back. So that was a really great play from Tatsuki, understanding that the taunt for Trick Room for the speed switching there would have been more important, and he had to shut that down.
Well, Behemoth Blade hitting into the Calyrex Ice Rider on the other side, revealing that there is the Babiri Berry, so that is not going to do nearly as much damage as previously thought. Now, Assurance to follow up. That is going to be doing heaps more, bringing it down to just 16 HP. Parting Shot on the other end. There is still another Pokemon in the back here for Adi as well. Both players have only gotten one Pokemon taken away from them, so a chance to bring the Groudon out to the field.
Yeah, the Groudon is going to have to come out here, but it will set the sun up. But whenever Kyogre comes back out, it's going to have the rain there. So presumably Tatsuki could win this weather war. There's the hit, and he's down.
There it is, the Zacian eliminated, and it's going to be now Adi with a Pokemon advantage, 3-2 going into this. The Groudon coming in just as the sunlight fades, but at least with 3 Pokemon, you still have pivoting options.
Right, and the Incineroar has no HP left at this point. You know the Kyogre is going to be pretty strong into Groudon, but the weather doesn't really stop Precipice Blades, right? You don't really care too much about that on the Groudon end. So with Calyrex, so look at how low all these Pokemon are, and then the full health Kyogre. So I don't know if Adi, barring a critical hit on Precipice Blades, having a way to maybe knock out the Kyogre in one hit here. But that knockout on Zacian seems like it might have just come one turn too late. Because he was taunted, he was then forced to attack with the high horsepower. But that turn that was wasted on the Trick Room, if you knocked out the Zacian earlier, could potentially be a different board state. The Groudon or Calyrex, if they want to, can switch out and just let Incineroar kind of sack Incineroar in that slot and take take this super strong damage from the Kyogre with the Water Spout at full HP. But again, how are these, what's the speed tiers here on Groudon and Kyogre? And I think Adi also is worried about that because he switches it out. He doesn't know if he's going to be faster.
I think it's just a situation for worry in a lot of the words, considering how low HP everything on Adi's side is. Sure, you have the Pokemon advantage, but the Kyogre still full health on the other side. That feels bad, especially when it gets the chance to go for the Water Spout. It is so much damage this move can do, and it only needed to do so little. That is going to be a double KO picked up in the situation, and now it's all going to be down to the ground over on Adi's side.
Yeah, and of course, anytime you can click the Water Spout and then Assurance is going to do double damage. If the Incineroar never gets knocked out, like if it's able to avoid the Precipice Blades here. So it's a full health Kyogre. It's a very low, somewhat low HP Groudon there, but any type of water attack would be able to clean this game up for Tatsuki. The sun does come out. Maybe you just gotta wonder what the speeds are between the Kyogre and Groudon. Like right now, if the game's lost anyway, you might as well find out.
Yeah, take that information and go into the game too. There's already been a lot that's been figured out at this point. You know the Kyogre, it has the Ice Beam, it is going first in the situation. You can take that into the next game, and it's also just an extra turn to plan out how you're going to be approaching what seemed to be a pretty grindy game for both players.
Yeah, that was pretty tough on both ends. That was but it was very well played by Tatsuki at multiple points, making the correct decision, deciding not to fake out on that first turn, deciding not to target the Calyrex because he was going to protect, deciding to taunt Calyrex as it tried to go for Trick Room. There were really key plays for Tatsuki in game one that were responsible for why he wins that game. So now you have to look at the adjustments on Adi's side. What can you do in this matchup? There is a Charizard. Charizard we have seen many times throughout Sword and Shield's history can really swing games with having Groudon next to it thanks to that solar power ability and G-Max Wildfire. Maybe that could be helpful as many of Tatsuki's Pokemon ended up hanging on at relatively low HPs. If you're able to do some chip damage with Wildfire, that could change the game there. But on Adi's side, I'm thinking of other things. It just seems a little difficult here.
You say that, but also I feel like this was a match too where yes, there was things not necessarily going your way, but when things are, okay, I didn't know this Incineroar was going to have taunts and completely deny me this Trick Room endgame potential, I feel like it's also not a case where you need to be worried about, I need to make the biggest adjustment. It's also something that could be done through game lines or even just this one Pokemon swap out. The Charizard does worry me just in the fact that, sure, Charizard is insane in this format. There is absolutely no denying that. But when there is that speed and that strength over on Tatsuki's side in that Whimsicott and Kyogre, as well as the Regieleki, there's also some strong ways to be countering it that kind of don't want to find out.
And there's also so many incredibly fast Pokemon in this matchup that I can see the window for Calyrex Ice Rider to succeed with Trick Room. You're going to be moving first, Glacial Lance connecting onto both of your opponent's Pokemon, maybe get some knockouts and and that's how you can win the game there. Also important to note, Sierra, that he had the Babiri Berry on Calyrex instead of maybe the White Herb or throwback to earlier months of weakness policy, things like that. So the Babiri Berry ensures most likely that you're going to be able to endure the Behemoth Blade at least once per game. So now that you have that information from Tatsuki, maybe you're not too worried. You're not too worried about just trying to force Zacian into that slot anyway because you know it's not going to be a one-hit KO. So if you get rid of everything around Calyrex, then the Calyrex is not going to be able to waste a turn setting up Trick Room because it's just going to eat 2 attacks on that turn. And the Assurance from Incineroar was actually really strong as well. Like, I just really like how Tatsuki's team is constructed in this matchup specifically against Adi's team.
And then on top of all of that, there's also things like the Intimidate and the Charm coming out to neutralize these strong hitters. So we'll have to see how this goes, and that will be the Charizard adjustment that you're talking about, starting off with the Groudon lead, that typical Sun pairing, facing off against Kyogre and Incineroar in this match too.
So the Kyogre had Ice Beam first. It clicked it last game, right, before the Groudon. It is now set up Drizzle this turn this game, before the Groudon has. So that's like kind of 2 interactions there where the Kyogre has outsped the Groudon.
Yeah, but in this, a lot of the time, there will be an advantage when you get to go first. But when two weather setters hit the field at the same time, the slower one is going to get that advantage, being able to set that weather last. And that is now going to be the Sun sticking around in Stain, which Charizard, I mean, that's something that Charizard loves.
That's the best possible outcome for Adi here, is that the Sun is on the field, so Charizard can take advantage of it. If Tatsuki wants to get the rain back up, he's either going to have to Dynamax and use Max Geyser in the Sun, which is not going to do as much damage, obviously, or the old-fashioned way of switching out and coming back in later on, which is a much slower play. And he decides not to switch out here. So if there's a potential Protect from the Kyogre on this turn, that might be the best way to go about it. Or you could just try to get the Max Geyser up. This is a very interesting turn for Tatsuki.
It really is, and Charizard is one of those Pokemon that you have to try and match. This Pokemon can just go on a rampage. So maxing with this Dynamax, I do like that. Make sure that you're going along this step and step. If this Charizard's going to attack, well, so can I. I can hit these super effective hits. I can rewrite the weather. Though the fact that Adi did switch out does mean that the Groudon can come in next turn, even if the weather does get reset. So the weather war, it is going to be strong this time around. The Airstream is going to be something that's great on Adi's side, though, to go for this speed control. Incineroar on 1 HP. It will be because of that Focus Sash to at least allow it to stick around for a little bit longer.
It's so funny seeing Incineroar, who's such a bulky Pokemon, just brought down to 1 HP like it was nothing.
Yeah, and here we go. A Max Lightning into the Charizard. Super effective hit, of course. Gonna rewrite this terrain. Definitely a way to get around the less damage you would be doing in the Sun. Then now we'll have to see the Flare Blitz. Not very effective, but because of the Sun will be enough damage. Charizard is one turn of Dynamax is all it's going to get.
Groudon from the back, knocking out its own teammate, essentially, because of setting up the Sun. It neutralized the resisted attack and made Flare Blitz even stronger into the Charizard. And all Adi gets in this game is just that one turn, that one Max Airstream. He didn't even touch the Kyogre. He didn't even get a chance where maybe you get Groudon to get some Max Airstream boost or something like that. Your Dynamax is over at this point, and now Kyogre definitely is in, you know, in the lead in this spot. One thing that could help Adi, since Regieleki is so fast and Kyogre kind of set up the electric terrain for it, is you can go for a Thunderbolt in electric terrain into the Kyogre slot for, you know, a massive amount of damage there. But that was just a very difficult turn for Adi on turn 1.
That's what we talked about with the Charizard, how it can be countered in these cases to where it still feels bad, even though it's such a strong Pokemon. To start this off, the charm that we saw is going to go on the other side. In retaliation as well, it will be the Rising Voltage. So much damage, but the Kyogre not being taken down means it can go again. No water moves this time around. The Max Hailstorm is going to be well more than enough to take down a Regieleki. They're never known for being too strong and bulky to hold on through things. Oh, Max Hailstorm is all it's going to take.
Life Orb, Rising Voltage in electric terrain was not enough to knock out that Kyogre. That was awesome.
It was not, though. This will be a critical hit on the Kyogre. That one was already pretty low, wasn't going to matter, but because of the charm, the Whimsicott is going to be holding on. There will be one Chilling Neigh boost here to at least bring it to only a -1 attack at this stage. But even though the Kyogre did put in work, it is going to be both trainers down to their final 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, these last 2, it's going to be Groudon and Calyrex Ice Rider for Adi here, and then Tatsuki's going to be forced to reveal at 4th Pokemon, and wouldn't you know it, it's Calyrex's worst nightmare in Zacian, who you don't have to worry about fake outs or anything or like that on this turn. Eventually, if you can get through that Protect, he's not gonna be able to protect forever. The Behemoth Blade would be able to do some solid damage, but Calyrex does have a Berry to be able to live 1 Behemoth Blade, and you hope maybe through critical hits or from knocking out the Whimsicott and getting that Glacial, or with Glacial Lance, getting that Chilling Neigh boost, get you back to neutral. Maybe you can try to find a way back in with Calyrex that it can do enough damage to the Zacian, and you have the full HP Groudon as well at this point too. So a Precipice Blades, if it connects, would obviously be pretty strong into the Zacian. So Adi is definitely faring better in this matchup than how game 1 went.
Still such a stark contrast, though, is already down to the final 2 Pokemon, what was such a grindy match for this game 1. And this Whimsicott doesn't do the most damage, but these charms are definitely annoying. Hitting one into the ground on this time around. Now, waste the berry, get some damage off. It will be the Behemoth Blade going into the Calyrex to bring it just under half health. But now the Groudon gets to retaliate, and it will be that Fire Punch coming out and hitting into the Zacian for what's a super effective hit, not necessarily doing the most of damage. And now another Glacial Lance, sure, it's a -1, but that's going to be more than enough for this Whimsicott.
So Tatsuki is somewhat pinched in this slot, or in this moment, because Calyrex is back now to neutral there thanks to the Chilling Nade boost. But if you Behemoth Blade the Calyrex Ice Rider, then Groudon can hit you with Precipice Blades. And then if you try to target down the Groudon, then Calyrex can just go for the high horsepower into the Zacian as well. So it's one of those key things in VGC where you pinch your opponent into a decision that no matter their outcome, it's still advantageous for you. So Adi, with the 2-to-1 Pokemon advantage, with his 2 restricteds and the Groudon being full HP, has put himself, in a really strong spot to potentially force the game 3 here, unless Zacian can pull it back somehow.
Yeah, but have you ever seen a Precipice Blades miss before in a crucial part of the
That would be somehow. That would be categorized as somehow.
It would be, but I feel like at this point, the Zacian, it just has so much it has to do and not just enough time, but we'll see if it has enough gas in the tank in this moment. It will be a decision to target into the Calyrex to clean up this KO. We knew that one could be a clean hit with Nova Berry Insight already used up. And the Fire Punch will be safer.
Not even risking it.
Not even risking it. Do not blame you. It's definitely the safer move, especially with the amount of damage that it's doing, bringing Zacian right down into this 28 HP.
Yeah, absolutely. The next Fire Punch would obviously knock it out there. So the Behemoth Blade, it is Tatsuki's last hope. If he wants to win this set 2-0, he's going to have to try to knock it out in one hit.
I mean, where there's a crit, there's a way, but it's not going to be for today. It's not going to be doing nearly enough damage, and the Fire Punch will surely clear up the KO, bringing this into a match 3 for our final round of the day.
There we go. You love to see it. A game 3 in the winning in on day 1 of the Pokemon World Championships. It doesn't get any more stressful than that for these players. They've had a grueling day. They had all the emotions of getting back to the World Championship for the first time in 3 years, having all of that stress, trying to stay in the tournament. You can't have more than 2 losses. It's been such a long day, and there is just one game between them and moving on to day 2, and I'm so excited. I liked the Charizard adjustments here we were talking about between games, but if you're facing the Kyogre, you're not, the max air stream is nice, but you're not going to be able to claim a one-hit KO in that slot, right? Especially when Kyogre uses Dynamax there. So the Regieleki, if that Rising Voltage, if that was like a Max Lightning, if you were Dynamax there in that slot, could have maybe done more damage than the Dynamax or Gigantamax Charizard, excuse me, because he just got knocked out right away. So I'm just not, with the Charm on Whimsicott and the Intimidates, I'm just not feeling the Calyrex's importance in this matchup compared to some of those fire types that can handle the Zacian much better.
Yeah, I'm intrigued with how things will play out with not losing the Charizard after one turn Dynamax, because that was the first turn here of our second match, was this Charizard Gigantamaxes, hits 1 max airstream, and then is gone. And then I still bringing it back and winning the match. So having a different line of play on this first turn, I'm intrigued to see just the amount of damage that the team could do, even without that Charizard in effect.
Yeah, and I think for Tatsuki, I don't necessarily know if you need any Pokemon adjustments. I like the 4 that he has brought to both of the games there. I think that's the core. The Whimsicott can set up Tailwind. The Whimsicott with those charms are really pesky because of the 2 physical attackers in Groudon and Calyrex Ice Rider on Adi's side there. So I like the 4 Pokemon that he's been bringing, and it could just be a bit of just having a more consistent couple of turns there, because it came down to a one-on-one right at the end. So Tatsuki was really 1 turn away from winning the set 2-0, and now he's going to have to try to win it in game 3.
I mean, 1 turn behind is all it is one time. That was in game 1 with being behind with that taunt in that trick room. So got to bring everything to make it into day 2 of the Pokemon World Championships, and everything going into this matchup is going to be that Regieleki lead in ground on, facing off against the Zacian and Whimsicott. Adjustments all around.
Very fast Pokemon on the field right now. No, not Groudon. He's whatever. He's somewhat of a middling speed.
He's chilling.
Speed there. He's watching everybody else zoom on by on the screen there. But Regieleki is one of the fastest Pokemon, the fastest Pokemon really that we see in VGC here. So it's not gonna take a lot of damage. Even a Behemoth Blade, if you were Dynamax, the Regieleki would do significant amount of damage there. It's hardly even resisted at that point, so that's something that Adi would have to be worried about on that side. If he decides to Dynamax Regieleki on this turn, there are no, unless I'm crazy, there are no ground types on the other side. There's definitely not. I'm looking at it now. So you would have been free to Max Lightning, and it's not going to be immune on any of them there. But instead, Adi deciding to play it safer. You don't want to try to risk it all, especially the chance of making day 2 on one play. So play it out.
And bringing in Incineroar is very safe here. You're going to be able to get this Intimidate off, with Zacian not opting to hit any damage at all with the Protect instead. But safe on the other side from Tatsuki is going to be this Protect and this Charm now hitting into the ground on. Now the Press Fist Blades not going to be doing much to Zacian whatsoever, and it won't be doing much to the Whimsicott either at this point. The -2, even if it was at full, it wouldn't have done much, but still.
It does critically break the Focus Sash, though, right? So if Incineroar ever wants to Flare Blitz it, or, Groudon has Fire Punch, right? So that's a way for him to hit the Whimsicott super effectively. So it doesn't do too much, but I guess even with the charm, it actually might matter. The Fire Punch would not knock out there. Incineroar has access to Fake Out here this turn because he just switched in. So you can Fake Out this Zacian if you want. If you are, if I'm, just thinking from Tatsuki's perspective right now, there are 2 targets on the field that Tatsuki doesn't feel like he really needs to deal with. So you might want someone else on the team to handle the Groudon and the Incineroar, and that's exactly what he goes for, as Incineroar is going to take that Zacian slot.
Yeah, this way the Zacian's not going to be finding itself on the wrong end of a Fire-type move as well. Another round of Intimidates for the house. Whimsicott, this is going to be a double pivot, so really taking that chance to make sure you're setting yourself up for success. Kyogre feeling pretty safe to be coming in, all things considered. He's not really hitting for the most damage. It's going to be -3 for the ground and -1 for the Incineroar, and now you get your own choice of whether. That's not where the swaps end, though. The Regieleki is a great way to be countering this Kyogre that was just brought in. A great adjustment all around. The Fake Outs was the only attack this turn, and it's only going to be good for a little bit of chip.
Yeah, the negligible damage obviously there. So a much more defensive turn out of Tatsuki going for the double switch, and it works out because he doesn't get punished for it. He doesn't lose any HP, but unfortunately for him, Adi does switch the Regieleki back in on this same turn. So the Kyogre definitely has to be wary about a Dynamax Regieleki locking in here and going for a Max Lightning into that slot. Knowing in the back it is a Whimsicott and the Zacian, you don't want Zacian to take a lot of damage on the switch-in because you need all that HP to be able to live a high horsepower or the Fire Punches from Groudon. So if Kyogre does Dynamax here, maybe that's one way you're able to survive the hit, but it's a lot of switching on Tatsuki's end and not much damage early on.
No rush to Dynamax. You want to make sure that you are in the correct position, especially when there's so many ways to counter each other going on into this match. It'll be a pivot on the other end as Groudon will come in to reset the weather. So a great switch of bringing this Kyogre out so you can bring it in later when it is much more opportune to do so. Now it will be a Dynamax from Adi's side. So even though Tatsuki wasn't rushing to Dynamax, this seems like the prime opportunity in Adi's eyes to go for this Dynamax Regieleki.
Regieleki is such a strong Pokemon. We've seen it multiple times throughout the day, especially as a Dynamax attacker. Those Max Lightnings can hurt if you hit the right target. And Tatsuki going crazy in Game 3.
No.
Yes, Sierra. Yes, it is Dynamax Incineroar here to match the Regieleki.
All right, I was wrong. They are rushing to get this Dynamax over and done with. We are going to start up with this damage. The Max Lightning to come out will hit into the Dynamax Incineroar, but Regieleki hits so hard, and that is going to be dealing a lot of damage. Have to see if the mileage coming out from the Incineroar will make it all worth it. The Max Flare in retaliation. The sun is out. and that is going to do so much. The Regieleki not taken down, though.
But the Incineroar only hung on because he Dynamaxed there. So Tatsuki with a perfect Dynamax turn there, because look at how much damage he got onto the Regieleki. Now anything is going to be able to knock it out at this point. Even like a, 30% health Kyogre with its Water Spout, it's still going to be enough to take care of that 50 HP. So kind of a net neutral play for both of these trainers, right? The Regieleki is low, Incineroar is low. I don't know if either of these trainers are going to be able to fully utilize all 3 turns of Dynamax in this matchup because of how volatile it is right now. What does help Whimsicott, though, or I should say Tatsuki is the Whimsicott because he has Tailwind. But if there's a turn you're using Tailwind, that's a turn you're not charming the Groudon or potentially, the Calyrex if it is in the back there. So I wonder what Tatsuki and his Whimsicott are valuing more in this match.
Oh, well, hopefully it wasn't a charm, considering the Groudon is leaving the field to bring Incineroar in its wake. Put that right in the back. Incineroar gonna set up and make sure it's safe through the next turn with the max guard as Whimsicott takes this opportunity to set up the Tailwind. Now, the Regieleki, it was the target into the Whimsicott slot instead. It's already done what it's needed to do, though. It set up the Tailwind, and now Tatsuki gets this chance to bring in something that could fare a little better in this situation.
I'm not going, I know how to read. That said resisted, and it knocked it out pretty much for full HP. That is how strong Regieleki is. That's what we've been trying to preach to everybody watching throughout the day, is with electric terrain up, with its transistor ability, with life orb as Regieleki's held item, Adi is just able to output so much damage onto the field. And now Zacian, thankfully before Whimsicott got knocked out, it was able to use Tailwind. So for the next couple of turns, his Pokemon will have their speed doubled on Tatsuki's side of the field, meaning the Zacian is faster than Regieleki, and that would be able to obviously take care of that remaining 35 HP.
Oh, definitely. Regieleki, I mean, it hits like it's not doing resisted damage, but it doesn't take any damage in retaliation. But the thing is that Incineroar did just swap in last turn, which does mean the Zacian will be flinched, but it doesn't matter, because this case, that double speed is going to be just enough to make sure this Incineroar can outspeed this Regieleki and remove it from the field.
That's very interesting. I'm not sure I've seen many Incineroars that are fast enough after Tailwind. Like, I'm not sure how they're typically, used in the matches there, that they are faster than Regieleki in Tailwind. I know some Pokemon you can kind of get there depending on how you train it. Like Kyogre sometimes is faster or isn't. So Incineroar must have some strong, running shoes that it has to be able to be so fast that it can outspeed the Regieleki.
And that's so great, too, because obviously with that fake out into the Zacian, it's a weird, tricky situation to be in, but being able to do just enough, be able to be just fast enough that you can take down the Regieleki is nice and useful. And in this case now, Dynamax is over. The Incineroar still does stick around, and the Zacian has basically full health, all things considered, and a Tailwind behind it to start dealing out some damage. Adi swapping and revealing that the Calyrex is the 4th and final Pokemon on his side. Doesn't necessarily like going up against the Zacian in this case.
There is no charm anymore, though, because Whimsicott has been knocked out.
That is true, so that's definitely a way that the Calyrex could potentially find a better opening, all things considered. To start things off, though, the Behemoth's Blade will hit into the Groudon, and now Incineroar is going to follow up with this Flare Blitz. Hitting into the ground, will finish it off. Make sure this Pokemon is KO'd. Adi only has 2, and the recoil is not going to be enough. Holding on by 1 HP.
It was in that spot. I was like, is the recoil going to be enough to knock itself out? And the answer is no. So now Tatsuki having that 3-2 Pokemon advantage. Adi might have to waste his fake out into that 1 HP. More importantly, obviously, is the fake out into the Zacian slot, so you ensure he doesn't use his Behemoth Blade on this turn, and then letting Glacial Lance take care of that 1 HP on Incineroar to give you the attack boost there. Calyrex, this could be its moment to shine. There's no charm to lower it down. Incineroar's already on the field, so he can't intimidate it right now. You can get that Chilling Neigh boost if you knock out Incineroar, and the Incineroar, excuse me, on Adi's side. There's too many Incineroars. That's VGC there. The Incineroar on Adi's side is full HP, so he does have access to some of that utility that it brings to the team as well. So all set, I've been wondering, where is Calyrex Ice Rider's moment to shine, and potentially it could be this slot this turn or these next upcoming couple of turns. Tatsuki knowing he has to switch out because he needs that Intimidate and fake out pressure later.
Yeah, I mean, the Incineroar sticking around for the 3-2 Pokemon advantage did mean that Tatsuki in that moment couldn't bring that Kyogre in for free to then apply some pressure back in, so both Pokemon could be attacking. But instead, that swap is going to make it so the Kyogre just takes a little bit of damage, and the Zacian is free to go for this attack. Of course, the Babiri Berry, we all know that this isn't going to be doing as much damage as you would typically expect from a Behemoth Blade in that situation. But now the Fake Out is wasted, and the Kyogre is out on the field to potentially deal some damage going on to that next turn. Two very strong Pokemon on Tatsuki's side that Adi has to deal with.
It's a tough spot for Adi because the Tailwind was still up. It was that last turn of Tailwind there. So deciding to Fake Out into the what was Incineroar slot, the Incineroar would have been faster, and you could have went for Assurance or, you know, Flare Blitz, something like that into the Calyrex there. So I understand where Adi's concern was. If you use that priority Fake Out to get rid of it, then the Calyrex doesn't take so much damage, but it didn't unfortunately work out in his favor there because he switched it out.
Well, this is going to work out at least there. They're going to be the Protect on the Calyrex, and the Zacian did hit into it, but the Kyogre still has a turn, and it's going to be used up with this Water Spout. The Calyrex might be safe, but the Incineroar is going to be brought all the way down to its sash.
Yep, just that 1 HP remaining, and what can it do on its way out? Not enough. That Throat Chop is nowhere near enough damage, so Tatsuki is in a commanding spot right now with a 1 HP Incineroar and the Calyrex that anytime it doesn't protect, it just gets hit by Behemoth Blade, and there it is.
There it is, Tatsuki going to be moving on into day 2 of the competition. What a match from both players, though, but yeah, this strong Pokemon in the Kyogre and Zacian, it was just a little too much for Adi to deal with at that point in the match.
Yeah, that was a really fun best of 3 back and forth. It seemed like as you mentioned, game 1, Adi was just 1 turn too slow to take it away. And then game 2, Tatsuki was just 1 turn away from besting him there. So it came down to game 3, and the back and forth between both of those trainers was really fun to watch. And congratulations to Tatsuki. It should be fun. Now he has the rest of the evening to hang out with his friends, celebrate, hang out with friends and family, you know, visit London, do some fun touristy things. But he has to decide, do I run back this same 6 tomorrow? It's a brand new bracket, right? Do I run back this 6? Everyone just saw how it operates. Or did I have something else prepared in the back for if I made it to day 2?
I mean, I feel like that's a short, quick dinner with friends and celebrate, and then start hitting the books to see how you want to be going about this day 2, because you can feel all confident all you want with your day 2 team, but you want to make sure that you give respect to what you've seen here today, because there's already been a couple of things that have been almost a little surprising, or just a little bit of a shift in how people want to choose to play this game that you really need to be aware of heading into this day 2. You don't want to be stubborn and run a certain team that you thought would be good that's all of a sudden now outclassed.
No, I think today opened a lot of people's eyes, especially in that match. But overall, like, we saw Dialga doing very well. We saw many Dynamax Thundurus. Like, it seems like it's more popular, but Dynamax are more prevalent than like Gmax Charizard, and we saw no Venusaur at all. So the people who were planning on playing Venusaur tomorrow be like, oh, what was wrong with this? Why was nobody playing Venusaur today? Like, there was a lot of really cool information about how day 1 played out that is definitely going to have an impact on people's decisions for their teams in day 2.
Yeah, even when it's Pokemon that have been super popular, but all of a sudden have a move or item choice, those moves and item choices are for a reason. They're to counter certain things that we have been seeing through our last couple of months of competition, and you need to make sure that you're not all of a sudden caught unaware or at a severe disadvantage in a place where previously in the past you would have been feeling okay.
Yeah, and I think we're definitely going to see more Assurance Incineroars, right? As we've seen multiple times today. That's pretty strong here. It's a way that you can have some investment in your Incineroar without actually investing in your attack, because you're able to double the damage. Incineroar is going to be slower than your teammates. You can, really work that mechanic in very well. So, but just speaking with Tatsuki, he didn't even bring Kartana any of those matches, didn't even bring Regieleki. He stayed with the same 4 Pokemon throughout the entire best of 3, and that was like as we were saying, going into game 3, that was the best strategy, and it worked out.
Yeah, definitely the right Pokemon. I still think it's very interesting that the Charizard did come out to play for Adi. Only got the 1 turn of Dynamax, but that was the match that was won. And it makes me wonder, in a different situation, I still stand by the fact that it's so countered, but the fact that it work. There was that line where things ended up being okay. Makes you wonder a little bit if it could have been set up for a little bit more success in a Game 3. But, I mean, you have to give kudos to Tatsuki either way. I mean, not too many people are going to be like, okay, there's a Max Regieleki. I'm going to go for the Max Incineroar. This is going to be how things go down, and still take the win.
Right, and for Adi and for any of the trainers that we showed on stream that, you know, lost their match, they're obviously still world caliber players, especially Adi, who's Top Cup, many regionals, did really well in the Players Cups as well. So anybody who lost on stream today, they should still hang their head high and still be proud knowing that they were one of the best, you know, few hundred players in the world at VGC because they made it to the World Championships.
They did indeed. But it's time to hear from one of the top players who did take a win over on our stage. It's time to throw over to Anna and Tatsuki.
Here we are near the end of day one, and you're moving forward. How do you feel?
Day 1がもうそろそろ終わりますけど、どんなお気持ち?
I'm so tired. And I'm so happy to go to day 2. Yeah, it is. It's one for my dream. Yeah.
How did you prepare for this tournament? What went into that?
I like to use Kyogre or Zacian combination. So I use 2 Pokemon, then search another like Incineroar, Whimsicott. Then let's like Regieleki, Kartana came. Yeah, it counts very good.
Yeah, in the last game, were you feeling confident or was it scary till the end?
Very scary.
What was the most important thing that made you win in the last game?
Last game. I use Incineroar Dynamax. Yeah, I have no chance to use Incineroar Dynamax, but I think it's time to use.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now what will you do? Rest?
Rest and tell to my friend to my happiness.
Yeah? Do you want to say hello to anyone from here?
No, yeah. My friend's sharing me, so I want to tell to my friends to my pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Yes,
we'll let you go do that. And now we'll go back to you, casters.
Thank you so much. I love the beginning of that interview. Are you feeling very tired? I feel like that's very relatable for a lot of our competitors out here today.
Same, brother. That's what I would say. I think we're all very tired. It's been a long day one, and the days are only going to get longer and get more difficult and more stressful. So if he's tired now, how tired is he going to be? You know, if he makes it all the way to the finals.
At least it's a tiredness that's like, all right, well, I still did it. I went out there. I did my best. I've made it into day 2. You might be tired, but you're prideful as well.
No, absolutely. You have to, the elation that Tatsuki must feel as long or as well as every other player that made it from day 1 to day 2. Like, it's just an immeasurable amount of joy that they must be going through, because you flew all the way here to London and you've accomplished the first goal. You've broken through that first hurdle of making it through day 1, and who knows, you know, what the total end game is for any of these trainers, and we'll see who is moving on.
Yeah, I mean, not the only one. This is our rounds of Swiss and how they're able to do out. Of course, once they got 6 wins, they were pulled out, and 4 individuals going with a perfect 6-0 record to make it into day 2.
Yeah, that's pretty good. In 8 rounds, you only had to play 6. That's how fast you qualified, right? That's you stop the clock and see how fast your games were there, and that's saved some of that mental strain that the other trainers who had to play round 7 and round 8 just to, you know, qualify for day 2 tomorrow had to use that stress there, that you get to relax a little bit there. Shout outs to Chuppa Cross, as New Yorker from you know, close to my area, going 6-0. Exciting to see that. But look at the distribution there: Czech Republic, Japan, US, Ireland, you know, Great Britain as well, Finland. It's Italy, Spain. It's all over the place.
It is. I mean, I definitely don't. I feel like there is not a better representation here of the Pokemon World Championships than being able to have this representation from all over, even just in our top 16 here for our Swiss standings. That's not even everyone who's competing day 2.
Right, yeah, definitely not, because you have all the, this was the easy part, which is unimaginable to think about. Just getting through day 1, how stressful and difficult this was. Now you're playing the best players in each region who had a bye. The players in North America that earned so much championship points throughout the season that they got to just hang out today and watch the action. The top players from Japan that qualified through the Japan National Championships is their, the highest finishing of the players all across the world that like this, if you thought winning today was difficult, what is tomorrow going to entail?
Yeah, because the trainers today, sure, everyone here did earn that invite. They are great players, but heading into tomorrow, these are the players that went that extra step. They secured that day 2 invite. These players can be considered some of the best, and they're all going to be competing now tomorrow.
Well, do you think there's anything, like we were talking about there's going to be an impact? Like, for me, I'm hoping there's more Dialga tomorrow, because I was talking with friends, some friends that we know very well. They called me crazy. Dialga went undefeated today on stream, just throwing it out there. And I think it's a really cool meta call. So I wonder, maybe did it kind of blow the cover that it succeeded today? Because now everyone's going to be prepared for it tomorrow. They're going to have more options against it. Are we going to see more Choppleberry Incineroars on the streams, or what are things that you think might be impacted tomorrow?
I definitely think some of the players that were steady in their day 2 choices are going to go back and reevaluate. I think that we might start seeing a little bit of a stray from these comfort picks that we've seen over the last couple of months. Maybe the 6 might be the same, but I think a couple of the moves, a couple of the items are going to be changed in reflection of how today went down.
No, absolutely. I think I definitely agree. And so we can definitely keep notes and be like, okay, Ben Grismer, had his Shedinja, his team there, really fun, crazy team that he showed on stream today. Are all 6 of those making it to day 2 tomorrow? Is it just Shedinja and 5 new Pokemon? Like what's Ben up to? I think we should really keep tabs on our day 1 players and what adjustments they made for day 2.
Yeah, it'll be really cool to see all the cool things that come out tomorrow, considering all the cool things that came out today. But there's a little bit of more cool things be hitting your screen. Of course, there was a giveaway going on, and it's a great way to be ending off our day to make sure that you're ending the day off on a high note. Get your giveaway Pokemon. Make sure you get your Victini. Get all ready for the next series coming up. What better opportunity to grab yourself a Pokemon that I don't know how else you get it.
Victini, that's what you do there. Series 13.
The world champion needs to be getting to make sure they have the best chance of taking their victory dub.
Yeah, Series 13 seems really crazy. There's Pokemon, like mythical Pokemon like Victini and Magearna, Keldeo, one of my favorite Pokemon. Like, I'm really excited to try out these Pokemon that we really don't usually get to see how they, like, we never get to say, how would Jirachi be in VGC? We just never know, and now we can know.
It's our perfect time to catch up. Of course, though, got to make sure that you're following all the socials and make sure that you are in tune with how things are going down, and make sure to watch the streams. Pokemon.com/play. There's a lot of VGC action, but there's also a lot of great action across games, and what better chance to check them out other than the Pokemon World Championships, where you know that you're going to be seeing the best players in the best formats, the best decks. So if you're talking about Pokemon TCG, what better way to get acquainted with those games?
Absolutely. This is where you can get inspired from some of the other great Pokemon games we have. Like, I remember going to Boston 2015 World Championships as a VGC player, watching TCG and deciding, oh, that's really cool. I'd like to play in a TCG regional. I'd like to learn how this game works. So if that's you and you've never played Pokemon Unite, or you haven't played Pokemon Go since, since the earlier days or something like that, this just seeing the whole atmosphere and seeing all the games throughout the weekend could be the inspiration that you need.
Well, we do know that at least people here, Pokemon VGC is where we want to be at, and we're unfortunately all out of it for today. It has been so much fun to see how things were going down on the first day here in London at the 2002 Pokemon World Championships. But we now have to wait till tomorrow for more. Make sure to be coming at 9 a.m. BST to be catching your first look at some of these day 2 players we didn't get to see today, and see what adaptations have been made. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. On behalf of us and everyone else, we wish you a great night. Thanks so much.
Hello, friends. I can freely speak again. What a great VGC day one. Learned a lot, bro. Dialga went crazy. Dialga went real stupid crazy. But yes. Pokemon Go having World Championships is hilarious. Don't you just spam tap the screen? Exactly. Still here and just nothing to say. Ryan, thank you so much for being here. Ryan, you should meet Ryan. But yes, guys, thank you guys so much for being here. Truly appreciate it. I'll just vibing, bro. I personally am probably going. I've been streaming for how long? 7 hours, bro. What did I learn? I learned Dialga is valid, bro. Dialga is valid for sure. So can't wait for day 2. I think the crazy thing is I think Unite and VGC is the same day, so I have to pick one or the other. But that is a issue for tomorrow's will. Today's will be ending the stream now. I will be playing Unite in the Discord, so if you guys want to hop on with your boy, we'll be playing Unite there. But give me about 15 minutes of a nap. But yeah, we'll be playing Unite in the Discord. We'll be live streaming Unite in the morning. I think it's 4 a.m. so you guys won't be up that long, but feel free to hang if you guys want to. Should we raid somebody? I feel like someone's live. I feel like people are live right now. I feel like there are enough people. A3 VGC. Yeah. We can raid our boy Burnout. Yeah, we can raid our boy Burnout, bro. We can raid him. Let's raid him. Go on a raid. Thank y'all for 30 likes. Appreciate it.
Hey yo!
With this raid command come. If not, is it not gonna pop up? Okay, look. Hashtag I will raid you. I'm gonna wait for the computer. Alright. That's the raid command. We're gonna go over here. My boy's streaming. Here we go. Y'all go over there. It's over. Yeah, y'all go over there. We're going over there now. So again, hashtag I will raid you. I'm gonna go ahead and end stream. And again, thank y'all so for vibing, for kicking it, and we'll be back at it. Discord, we'll be back at it 4 a.m. Peace, y'all. Peace.